Chapter 73, 72. Prison Break. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. July 12, 2010. When I woke up in my hotel bed, I looked around. Judging by the clock, it was already 5 in the morning. I need to get up and go for the Keystone. Well, I should have done this a few weeks ago, but I was too lazy, and there was not enough time. But still, this is a pretty serious omission. I rely too much on knowing the canon. The identity of the Charmcaster, the locket that Hex uses to blackmail her, and our shared dreams with Hope, another proof that everything can go wrong. Reality is completely unpredictable. And I can't be prepared for everything. I should stop relying on canon. On the contrary, I need to use it and act in advance. Moreover, I constantly change history with my actions. Although, I'm trying to keep the canon. For now. But like I said, reality is unpredictable. In the original, Hex was defeated by Gwen, and it was because of her that he ended up in jail. But in my world, everything happened differently. I quickly knocked him out, robbed him, and the police took him away. In principle, he could have run away earlier and taken the stone. And he could never find it, because the Book of Spells is my hands. In fact, I am very lucky that Hope found the right spells and everything goes almost according to the canon. This is most likely due to the Tattoo of Luck. Or maybe because of something else. Who knows? But it's a good lesson for me. I must not be lazy and act in advance. In the end, I don't worry. Even if Hex had the Keystone and charms, I would still easily defeat him. But these are unnecessary problems. It will be easier to do everything in advance, and then relax. Actually, I could just not let Hope help Hex. Find him in prison and take the medallion. But that would be completely boring. I need to be careful and ready for anything, but not too much. Otherwise life will be boring. Yes, and I need to show off in front of the girl. Well, stop wasting time on philosophizing, it's time to move forward. Dressed in a new shirt, I did all the necessary morning routines, and using my infinity tattoo, I teleported to a place chosen with the help of a map in the desert near the city. To find the Keystone, I need use a special spell. I remember him from the Arcamata book. Long live eidetic memory. But, as always, everything is not so simple. I need to read the spell over an open fire. Bonfire, that is. That is why I had to come to the desert. Transforming into Heat Blast, I threw a fireball at the ground. I was frankly too lazy to look for firewood, so I found a place where there was at least some grass. I don't need a fire for a long time, so this we will do. The grass caught fire and turned into a small fire, from which smoke poured into the sky. As a man, I sang. Dark Era Derosha Nagasto. Bezel's Keystone, reveal your location. My spell worked and the fire flared up for a moment with renewed vigor. After that, the location of the Keystone appeared in the smoke. The stone is now located in a residential area of Las Vegas, in one small one-story house, of which there are a huge number in this area. As far as I remember, Gwen found the Keystone at the Wizards Convention in this city. Of course, there were no real wizards there. Only conjurer, fake mediums, and sellers of magical fakes. This is Las Vegas. What else to expect from this city? So, Gwen bought a bracelet from one of the saleswomen. The saleswoman herself was either a gypsy or simply mowed down under her. Apparently, this woman lives in this house. It is to this bracelet that the Keystone is now attached. So that's what I need. Transforming into Water Hazard, which was no different from Ben's Water Hazard except for a slightly different color scheme, I put out the fire. Using my map, I plotted a route to the saleswoman's house, and then transforming into Jet Ray, I flew to my destination following the navigator. What I needed was not very far away, so, with the speed of the Jet Ray, I was in place in 2 minutes. Flying up to the gypsy's house, I used my supervision and found the bracelet. All the trinkets that the gypsy was going to sell at tomorrow's, or rather today's, convention were in the garage. The bracelet was there. Turning into a ghost freak, I became intangible and flew into the garage. By the way, Z's scare has begun to swarm again. Looks like his escape plan will start soon. Well, I have one spell, especially for him. Infiltrating the garage, I used telekinesis and summoned a bracelet into my hand. I removed the keystone from the bracelet and placed it in the spatial storage. Let him stay there for a while. It's safer that way. Now, I need to make a fake. Turning into the Sandman, I took one of the bricks that was in the garage. How fortunate that it was the right color. Thanks, Tattoo of Luck. Using the power of this alien, I turned the brick into sand. Then I shaped this sand into the shape of a keystone. After compressing the sand to make it better, I was pleased with the result. It turned out very similar. At first, won't even know it's a fake. But if look closely, can understand that this is a fake, because there is no magic in it. But first need to get to it. Transforming into a human, I inserted the false stone into the slot in the bracelet and replaced it. The spell will point to this particular bracelet, because it is saturated with the residual energy of the keystone. And the location of the present, it will not show. After all, this is a different space. The spell is not that powerful. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to the living room of the room. It was still only 6 in the morning, but I didn't want to do anything. Today I don't want to go to the moon. So I decided to just watch TV. Moreover, Grandpa will wake up soon. Hope POV. When I woke up, I looked around. Now, I was in my room in a small hotel almost in the middle of the desert, 200 kilometers from Las Vegas. Remembering my dream, I blushed very much. I still dared to kiss him. And I'm happy, but I'm embarrassed. I hope he liked it. But, he will not run away from me anywhere, because thanks to these dreams, we will soon become very close. I wonder how he will react when he finds out the reasons for the appearance of these dreams for two. I really want to see his reaction. Hope it will be positive. But now is not up to it. We need to start implementing the plan. I hope Lex can stop my uncle. In fact, I felt relieved when I found out that Hex would not succeed. Yes, it will be much better. Getting out of bed, I followed Lex's advice and disguised myself. Instead of my favorite crimson cloak, I wore a black long cloak with a deep hood. It will cover my face and hair. Pants and shoes were also in dark colors. It turned out very well. It is unlikely that they will recognize me, but my magic bag stands out very much. Well, there's nothing to be done. Without this I'm like without hands. Leaving the hotel, I went to jail. This town was specially created next to this prison for workers. So, it turned out very convenient. But it took me 2 weeks to find this place. This is a secret government prison. All sorts of weirdos are put here, like my uncle. 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of the entrance to the prison. Using spells, I knocked down the door and went inside. A siren sounded throughout the prison, signaling an attack. Guards with guns appeared in front of me. I took out a magic bomb from my bag and threw it towards the guards. One such bomb knocked out several guards at once and I was able to go further. 10 bombs later, and about 30 guards who were now knocked out, I walked up to the cell where my uncle was sitting. Looking through the small bars, inside, I saw Hex sitting with his back to the door and apparently meditating. Phalum Quarka Dominican. I read a spell that blew the door off its hinges and I was able to go inside. Charmcaster, how long have I been waiting for you? Uncle said. Well, of course, for a long time. I wouldn't even come here if I could. But instead, I said. Uncle, it took time to organize your escape from prison. Treat me with respect, niece. Otherwise, you won't get well. Hex said. Bastard. I'm pulling you out of jail, and you're threatening me. Where is the thank you? But then again, instead, I said, all right, uncle. What is this masquerade? Why do you need this coat? Hex finally turned around and saw me. Who would say he himself is dressed as for Halloween? I just decided to change my image. I said what first came to my mind. It doesn't matter, dress how you want. And now the staff. Hex ordered. Rolling my eyes at his behavior, I took out the Staff of Ages from my bag. Looks like whoever caught you did something to the staff. It has almost no power. I swear it's not my fault, I said, passing the staff to my uncle. At my words, Hex only snorted contemptuously and said, once the staff is in the hands of its owner, all its strength will immediately return to it. But taking the staff in his hands, Hex widened his eyes and said in amazement, you're right. The staff has only half the energy. For this, I will also avenge. Pointing his staff at me, he fired a beam of yellow energy straight at me. I didn't have time to do anything, I just tried to defend myself with my hands. But, before reaching me, the beam split into two and attacked, thereby knocking out two guards who were trying to sneak up behind. Now, we need to find the Keystone. An important moment is approaching, Uncle said, after which another beam broke through the wall so that we could get out. When I finish the ritual and regain my power, I will take revenge on the Legion who put me behind bars and destroyed my charms. Hex said as he cast a spell on the door to make it fly. The door flew up, I stood on it next to my uncle and flying through the hole, we flew away from the prison. After a couple of minutes of flight, I asked. So, the one who caught you was the Legion? Yes. I'm absolutely sure it's him. I personally saw one of his disguises. Red-skinned four-armed monster. Apparently, then he was just beginning to be a hero and I was not lucky to run into him. Hex said, with malice in his voice. Apparently he's been following the Legion ever since. Well, yes, his cell was full of articles about the Legion. Uncle vengeful, as always. Bad luck, Uncle. You will meet him again soon. After about 30 kilometers, we stopped to perform a ritual to find the Keystone. I had to make a fire for this. You see, for such a powerful magician as Hex, this is below his dignity. Completely freaked out. Well, nothing, I have to endure you not much at all. But even that time passes excruciatingly slowly for me. Dark Era de Rocha Nagasto. Bezel's Keystone, reveal your location. Uncle said. The fire flared up and revealed the location of the Keystone. More precisely, his fakes, according to Lex. As I thought, he is in Las Vegas. Where else? What? It was a pleasure to see you. But it's time for me to go, I said and tried to run away. Hex fired a beam right at my feet to stop me and said, you can leave only when I give you permission. All right, Uncle, I said, bowing my head. Well, it was worth trying. Although I didn't really expect to be able to escape. Now I have to be with him to the end. After extinguishing the fire, we again stood on the door and flew into the city. Unfortunately, the door did not fly very fast. We will arrive at the place only by 9 o'clock in the morning. I want to see Lex as soon as possible. Chapter 74-73. Convention. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Since I had time, I started replenishing my mana storage again. Moreover, when restoring the Dagger of Exuage, I spent a lot of money. This time, I did it a little differently. I realized that I did a little wrong last time, when I left 70%. It didn't make sense. Well, we all make mistakes. This time, I left 99% mana in my body. And all the mana that was regenerated was sent to the storage. And so constantly. As for increasing my reserve, I will deal only after the story with ZS Scare. I don't want to take any more risks. When I finished, I went back to watching local television. Grandpa woke up half an hour later. Since there was nothing to do, Max ordered breakfast with coffee in the room and joined me. The coffee, by the way, was disgusting. The TV was talking about the shadow again. Last night he stole another treasure in Caracas. Everything was, as always, got inside, took the value, left a note and dumped into the shadows, in the literal sense. This time, it was not a museum, but the home of a rather influential Venezuelan general. Apparently, his private collection was not quite clean, since the shadow visited him. This time, not only the police were there, but also the private army. The general did not stint, and hired pretty cool guys. But all, again, in vain. It is unlikely that ordinary people, even if they are professional soldiers, will ever be able to catch the shadow. Shadow's next target, by the way, is in Mumbai. Another rich man and his private collection. Well, he has a week to say goodbye to his treasure. There was nothing else interesting on TV. Television in this world is also not very well developed. What can I say about the series? I feel sorry for the local people, they will never understand what a really good series is. But, I'm too lazy to change anything, so it remains only to feel sorry for them. Although, there were some good and even original talk shows here, but I'm not a fan of this. And here is Grandpa, an ardent fan of the local opera. In the past, I have several times caught him watching TV with tears in his eyes. What a spectacle, I tell you. Here is the legendary hero of space. I never want to see this again. Before the girls woke up, I decided to check the internet on the topic of the Legion. There was nothing interesting. Only theories. People wonder where I'll show up next. Sky, by the way, still listened to me and did not restore the site. But, this did not stop other enthusiasts from continuing her work and creating similar sites. I'm lucky that there are no more talents like Sky and I'm basically not in danger. For all the time, they were able to recognize a couple more of my transformations, but that's it. At 8 in the morning, the girls finally woke up. When they saw me sitting quietly, they were obviously surprised. Still, I almost always disappear in the morning, minding my business. Did you go anywhere today? Gwen asked, holding back a yawn. Went. But I quickly finished my business. I said honestly. And what were you doing? Ashley asked as she sat down next to me. I'll tell you later. By the way, today we are likely to meet our old friend. I said, pointing at the laptop monitor. On the screen was an article about today's prison break, which is 200 kilometers from Las Vegas. It was not said who escaped, but everything is clear to me. Prison break? Who escaped? Gwen asked, tilting her head. Hex. Hex? The same sorcerer you took Bezel's charms from? Ashley asked. Yes. It looks like the police tied him up that time and put him in a local prison. I said. Well, this was already clear, but the girls were not in the know. And you think he's coming to town? Gwen asked. Yes, I'm 100% sure. And with our luck, we'll meet him almost immediately. But this time, it's all yours. I won't even interfere. Hex is the perfect opponent for you and you can try out all your techniques and skills on him. This is a very good chance for you. I said with a serious face. But will you cover us? Ashley asked. Not. Generally. I found out that he has one artifact that does not belong to him. As soon as Hex shows up, I'll pick him up and leave. Then it's yours. Also, you will have to make sure that people do not get hurt. Consider that this time, you are alone. I said, still maintaining a serious expression on my face. It is high time for them to become independent. And stop relying on me all the time. During this time, I will also be able to talk to the Charmcaster. When they heard me, the girls were quite surprised. They didn't seem to expect me to leave them alone. But they need it. And apparently, they understand it too. They looked at each other for a moment and nodded their heads. Okay, you can rely on us. We'll manage. Gwen said with confidence in her voice. Yes. We are not little girls. Besides, we are strong. No wonder you trained us so much. Hex can't handle us. We'll put it up quickly. Ashley exclaimed, raising her hand. The right attitude. Discarding all the recent seriousness, I said with a smile. Do you know where Hex will go? Ashley asked. Yes. Right here. I said, and brought up an advertisement for the Wizard Convention on the monitor. This is... I just wanted to go there. Gwen said, surprised. Well, I told you that with our luck, we will definitely run into Hex. Even if I hadn't found out about his plans, we would still have met. With a smirk, I said. How did you find out about his plans? Gwen asked. Well, let's just say I have a spy. She wants to get rid of Hex, so she asked for help. I said honestly. She? And who is she? Gwen asked, narrowing her eyes. I'll tell you later. If everything goes well, she can become our magic teacher. After all, you won't get far with 2 books and magic constructions. I said, trying to calm the growing conflict. She wants that artifact you want to take from Hex? Ashley asked. Yes. Well, since everything has been discussed, go get dressed, it's time for us to leave soon. I said. Gwen and Ashley wanted to say something else, but decided to leave me alone. Thank God. When they went to get ready, Grandfather came up to the sofa, who heard the whole conversation and asked. Do you really think they're ready? Yes. It's time for them to get real combat experience and test their skills in real combat. I said smartly. You're right, no training can replace a real fight. But I'm still worried. Thoughtfully, said Grandpa. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll leave a clone to look after them. And besides, we have the charm of resurrection. And honestly, Hex isn't all that dangerous. Right now, his staff only has half the power. Everything will be okay. I said reassuringly. Well, if there's going to be a clone there, then I don't need to worry. With a sigh, said Grandpa. Well, that's good. I warned the girls and reassured the grandfather. After 15, the girls were ready, so we went to have breakfast. Despite the fact that the hotel was pretty cool, the buffet was poor. And the products were so. Good thing we're not picky. After breakfast, we went to the Wizard Convention. This event itself took place in one of the 5-star hotels, which has a casino. In such places, such conventions often take place, so it's not surprising. Since we arrived quite early, we decided to take a walk and see what there is of interest. If you don't know that magic really exists, then it's very cool here. But, unfortunately, we have all seen real magic and technologies that are difficult to distinguish from magic. The same Omnitrix, an example of this. Therefore, we were frankly bored. At least me and Gwen for sure. It's hard to tell from Grandfather what he thinks. I'm sure he wasn't impressed either, after all he'd seen a lot in his life. But Ashley here was interesting. She liked all those conjurer, fortune tellers, and fake paraphernalia. Gwen was clearly unhappy with this place and soon broke down. There is nothing real here. Some fakes. I thought there would be real magic here. It would be better not to come here at all. Gwen puffed indignantly. What else did you expect from Vegas? I asked. But I thought that since magic really exists, there would be at least something magical here. Since there's nothing real here, why would Hex come here? Gwen asked. And she knows how to ask questions. A place like this convention is not where any true magician will come. So, logically speaking, this is the perfect place to hide something magical. I said. Here you are right. And what is Hex looking for here? Gwen asked thoughtfully. Instead of answering, I pointed at one of the counters. Gwen turned and looked where I pointed. The same gypsy woman sat behind the counter and sold her knickknacks. At first, Gwen didn't understand what I meant. But then she finally noticed the bracelet. That's, Gwen muttered. Yes. Bezel's Keystone. It's just the same and looking for Hex. I said. Of course, Gwen knows what that thing is. She did read the Arcana book of spells, after all. He is real? Not. Of course, it's fake. Tonight, I used a search spell and found the stone, and then replaced it with a fake. Do not leave such an artifact in the hands of ordinary people. Besides, who knows what crazy magician might accidentally find him? I said. And what did you do with the stone? Gwen asked. For now, I've hidden it. Then, when I have time, I will study it. Most likely, I will keep it for myself and will use it. I said thoughtfully. Well, yes, it turns out honestly. We each have 2 of Bezel's charms. Gwen muttered. Right. Go ahead. Hex should be coming soon. I said and led Gwen to walk further. Like I said, Hex showed up 10 minutes later. And again, without too much pathos, was not done. Breaking through the upper window, he flew into the room, shrouded in red smoke. Chapter 75-74. Hope. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. As soon as we came to this convention, while no one was watching, I managed to turn into Echo and created one clone. The clone turned into a chameleon and, becoming invisible, hid somewhere here. He will help people, and if the girls get into trouble, he will save them and defeat Hex. After that, I started to constantly use X-ray vision and check the area. Even when talking to Gwen. I wanted to be ready for Hex's arrival. Also, I was wondering what Hope would do when they arrived. Will she go with Hex inside? Or stay outside? It turned out the second. Hex himself, I noticed a minute before he broke through the window in the ceiling of the room. Hex and Hope flew to the building itself on an iron door. In my opinion, not the most convenient transport, but nobody cares about my opinion. Hope is smart. She obeyed me and disguised herself. Well done. She suits this coat. Breaking through the glass with a shot from his staff, Hex jumped off the door and flew into the room. I do not know how he flew without the help of the charm of telekinesis, most likely thanks to the staff. But I must say he looked pathetic and majestic. Also, he created smoke for some reason. Therefore, it seemed that he did not jump off the flying door, but appeared from the smoke. Hope took advantage of this smoke screen. She also jumped off the door, but instead of getting inside, she landed on the roof and began to observe what was happening inside the room. Hex didn't even notice that Hope was gone. Here it is, an example of a good uncle. To further scare the people who were already running away with screaming, Hex destroyed several stalls with his magic beams. While Hex was having fun scaring people, the girls and I managed to hide and put on our costumes. Before coming out of hiding, I used my X-ray vision again and looked at Hex. Last time I searched Hex, I didn't find any locket or key, so it's safe to assume he hid them. It is unlikely that Hex would have left something that could control Hope, as there was a chance that she would find the locket and escape from him. So, the locket is hidden somewhere on his body. And I was right. I quickly found what I needed. Hex has 2 leather bracers. And in one of them, to be precise, in the left one, there is a hiding place. Last time, I didn't take off his bracers, so I didn't find that stash. But now, I have supervision and I can see everything. Before attacking Hex, I quietly said to the girls, "I need his bracer. When it is in my hands, it is completely yours." The girls only nodded, confirming that they understood me and would act as I said. I wanted to do it quickly and without a full fight, so while Hex was looking for the Keystone, I was able to sneak up on him from behind. After creating the Iron Man glove construct, I fired my repulsor at Hex in the back. But, either Hex heard me, or he had excellent instincts, he managed to twitch. Instead of his back, the shot hit Hex in the right shoulder. But it was even better this way. Hex turned around to me, and this was a great chance for me. Since Hex was slightly disoriented, I was able to act. Jumping into the air to Hex's level, I hovered with telekinesis, and then creating a sharp throwing knife, I threw it at the sorcerer. Following my wish, the knife went straight into Hex's left bracer and cut through it. Also, it's cut Hex's arm pretty badly, but who cares? The bracer began to fall to the floor, and I turned into Jet Ray and fired 2 lasers from my eyes at Hex. Hex, who had just begun to recover from the pain in his arm, took the attack on his chest and flew several meters away. I, using the speed of the Jet Ray, flew up and grabbed the bracer, which immediately went to my inventory. Hex finally pulled away from the attack and looked at me. He immediately recognized me and shouted angrily, "Again you! I will destroy you!" and shot me with several beams from the staff. I became human again and just created a big blue shield that protected me from Hex's attack. Since I was no longer interested in him, I said to the girls, "He's yours." Hex didn't understand what I meant and just growled as he continued to attack my shield. By the way, even a crack did not appear on the shield. Still, the strength of the staff is still not enough. The girls were finally ready. Hex, who was still attacking me, was hit by lightning and flew back a few meters again. It even got a little on fire. Since the girls are fighting, I can leave everything to them and finally meet Hope. The clone, if anything, will help the girls, so I don't have to worry. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to the rooftop. I ended up behind Hope, who had been watching what was happening downstairs all this time. Emanations of happiness emanated from her. It is not entirely clear what exactly she was pleased with. The one that Hex got for nuts or the fact that I took the bracer. Hope most likely was aware of this hiding place, but could not pick up the medallion herself, since Hex always had the bracer with him. As far as I remember, his clothes were not taken even in prison. Which is rather strange and illogical. But maybe he used some kind of hypnosis to keep the guards from taking his stuff. But, apparently, his hypnosis was not enough to get out of prison. In general, I decided to finally announce myself and finally get to know Hope, in reality. Noticing the transformation, I took off my suit and said, "Hey." With this, I scared Hope very much, as she jumped up and almost fell down through the broken window. I caught her with telekinesis and put her on the roof, away from the hole, so that she would not stumble again. Once on her feet, Hope clutched her chest and sighed. Looks like she was really scared. Finally coming to her senses, Hope lifted her head and finally looked at me. And then it happened. As soon as we looked into each other's eyes, my magic just flared up and raged all over my body. The same thing happened to Hope, judging by the haze of pink mana that was coming out of her body. My body was also emitting haze, but it was blue in color. Hope now seemed to me the most beautiful girl in the world. I really wanted to jump on her and do very obscene things. My arousal has reached an abnormal level. But, I was able to control myself. Hardly. It took all my willpower not to literally knock Hope to the ground and F***K her right there. Judging by her completely red face and her legs rubbing against each other, Hope felt the same way. After a couple of minutes of silence, Hope was able to squeeze out, "Hello?" Hearing her voice made me feel worse. It was the cutest, most beautiful, sexy and erotic voice in the world. Keeping myself under control, at least trying, I took out the bracer from the inventory. Seeing the bracer in my hands, Hope Promo beamed and smiled brightly. She tried to approach me, but immediately stopped. As we approached one step, we felt that the excitement intensified. Using all my inner strength not to rush to Hope, I opened the cash and bracer and took out the locket and key. Throwing the bracer away, I carefully looked at the things that Hope needed so much. The key was clearly made of magical metal. Small runes were carved all over its surface. I didn't know them, so that's all I could figure out about this key. I threw the key to Hope. She caught it and put it to her chest. And again she gave me a bright smile, after which she put the key in her creepy magical purse. I understand that you are glad, but do not smile. So it's only worse. Shaking my head, pushing aside my excitement, I looked at the locket. The medallion itself was small. The size of a coin. It was red, I would even say bloody. And again, it had a lot of runes on it. True to others, but to me, it means practically nothing. Until recently, I would not have known what to do with the medallion, because I do not know how to properly destroy such things. Still, it can be really dangerous and will only make things worse. But now, I have what I need. Taking out my new dagger, I activated it with my mana and tossed the locket up, and then, in one swift motion, I cut the locket in half exactly. The dagger that can cut through everything magical has shown itself just fine. It's good that I took it. A wave of red magical energy emerged from the cut locket. When the wave touched Hope, she was engulfed with energy and the sound of breaking glass thundered. Hope closed her eyes for a moment, then the haze of magic around her intensified. I'm free. Thank you. Hope said with a bright smile and tears in her eyes. Apparently, she was no longer going to endure the excitement. Running up to me, Hope jumped into my arms and kissed me on the lips. Hope wrapped her legs around my waist and tightly clung to me, continuing the kiss. Holding Hope, I kissed back too. We both understood that all this would not end with a simple kiss and we would go to the end. But Hope didn't seem to mind at all. She was only too happy to continue. And who am I to refuse a sexy girl? Moreover, due to the state of our magic, we definitely wouldn't stop. Therefore, I didn't think too much and decided to enjoy the situation. I grabbed Hope's ass with my hands and tightened my grip on her soft buttocks. At this, Hope groaned erotically and stopped the kiss, said in an excited voice. Lex, take me. This completely blew my mind, and knocking her to the ground, I began to kiss her more aggressively. At the same time, I also began to knead her chest. Hope kept moaning and flailing her hips at my touch. On the last of my sanity, I realized that we can't have sex on the roof of some building, so using the infinity tattoo, I transported us to a safe place. Chapters 76, 75. Girls vs. Hex. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Lex's clone POV. After being created, I turned into a chameleon, and merging with the environment, I climbed to the ceiling. From here, I have an excellent view of the entire convention, so I can safely watch the subsequent battle of the girls against Hex. If anything, I can always come to the rescue. Half an hour later, Hex finally showed up and immediately wreaked chaos. I had to act quickly, and first of all, I protected a couple kissing behind one of the souvenir tents from the glass that fell from the ceiling after Hex broke it. Next, I had to deal with the crush that was about to form at the exit, as ordinary people wanted to be as far away as possible from the terrible magician that was destroying the stalls throughout the room. Transforming into a spider monkey, I went to the door and with all my might destroyed half of the entire wall so that all people could run out into the street without trampling each other. Although, nevertheless, there were a couple of individuals who managed to fall to the floor and I had to save them already from the fate of turning into a flapjack. Fortunately, with the help of the web, this was not difficult to do. Unfortunately, this led to the fact that some people noticed me and even managed to take a photo. Here fans of Legion will be happy. I don't have Morgana with me, so I can't do anything about it. When most of the people left the premises and no one else was in immediate danger, I hid again so as not to draw Hex's attention. It was at this point that the original decided to act and entered into a short-term confrontation with the evil sorcerer. Pretty quickly, having received the bracer that we needed so much, the original pathetically retired, leaving everything else to the girls. After recovering from Ashley's attack, Hex with a crazy look began to search for the one who attacked him. And since there was no one else in the room except Gwen and Ashley, he quickly found his opponents. The problem was that the original made him very angry and now Hex was in a real rage. It no longer mattered to him that his hated enemy had managed to leave somewhere, now he just needed to throw out his anger and in front of him, there were two excellent goals. Animo cataractum. Hex called out, raising his staff before Gwen and Ashley could attack the sorcerer again. By the will of Hex, all the nearby water that was in the pipes and sewers collected in the room, and turned into a huge water monster, which immediately began to attack Gwen, who was clearly surprised by such a demonstration of magic. It looks like Hex decided to even the odds and called in an assistant to keep Gwen busy while the sorcerer himself deals with Ashley. This time, Hex had the opportunity to show why he is a real magic master and why he was so arrogant. To be honest, last time, everything went so fast that I forgot that Hex is really a strong magician, quite capable of destroying an entire city. But now, it has become a real test for girls. They clearly expected that everything would be much easier. Well, it will be a great lesson for them not to be overconfident and not just stand there and let the enemy prepare an attack. I hope they remember this day for a long time and this will not happen again. Although, we must praise the girls for the quick reaction. They immediately decided to split up and each took up his enemy. Gwen, using her charm of pyrokinesis, flew into the air and dodged the water monster's attack, then sent a flurry of fire at him, which evaporated some of the water. Unfortunately, this did not help much and the monster continued to attack. Ashley, at the same time, using the charm of telekinesis, picked up all the surrounding debris and threw it at Hex, who was in the process of casting a new offensive spell. With this, she interrupted Hex and he had to use another spell to protect himself from the oncoming trash. Abeo Exorior. Hex hurriedly said, and a yellow spherical dome formed around him. However, unlike Ashley's expectations, it was not a defensive spell, but a teleportation spell. The Hex dome disappeared and appeared right behind the unsuspecting Ashley. I already wanted to act and protect my girlfriend, but at the last moment I decided to trust her and rely on the protection of the suit. Once behind the enemy, Hex shot Ashley with a strong magic beam from his staff. Fortunately, at the last moment, Ashley felt something and moved her cover from her hands to her back, and this saved her from any damage. But, she was still slammed into the floor. I don't know who you are, but given your costumes, I'm guessing you're with the brat who put me in jail. I don't know where he went, but you will regret contacting me. I will destroy you, and then I will return my Bezel's charms and take revenge on the Legion. A painful end awaits you all. This I promise you, heroes. Hex said, eyes red with anger, as Ashley rose to her feet. Dream on, psycho. Ashley said confidently as she rose into the air again. You, the sorcerer shouted and raised his staff of ages, starting to prepare a new magic shot, but he was interrupted by a Gwen voice. Kudzu Tech. Gwen sang, creating a huge fire tsunami that almost instantly vaporized the water monster. This spell, Hex said in shock, looking at the death of his assistant. Before the sorcerer had time to say anything else, he received a blow right on the nose from Ashley, who flew up to him. This momentarily disorientated the sorcerer, but he quickly came to his senses and roared like a rabid beast. My charms. You have had them all this time. Return them. Return immediately. They are not yours, said Gwen as she flew up. Yes, you lost them in battle and now they belong to us, Ashley said, hovering in the air next to her friend. You? How dare you? Hex roared even louder. A huge amount of magical power began to emanate from him, and now he was bathed in his own magic. Looks like he won't hold back this time. I will kill you. Not even a speck of dust will be left of you. Somehow too calmly, the sorcerer said and pointed his staff at the girls. Now, it has become too dangerous. Who knows what this crazy psychopath is up to? My way out. Just when I wanted to transform, something unexpected happened. All the magical power emitted by Hex simply evaporated, and he himself flopped to the ground, with a rather nasty sound. This was not expected by anyone, and now all of us were simply shocked. Recovering faster than anyone else, I descended from the ceiling to the ground and ran to the magician to check on him. The girls weren't overly surprised at my appearance and soon came up to me, just as I finished checking what had caused such a disappointing outcome of the battle. What about him? He died? Gwen asked, taking off her mask, looking at Hex's body. No, he just passed out. I said, still in my spider monkey form. So what happened? Ashley asked, also removing her mask. Blood loss. See? I said and pointed to Hex's hand, which was covered in blood. But how? When I cut off the bracer, I cut his arm too badly, and this is the result. All this time, he was losing blood and he just didn't seem to notice it. As a result, due to overexertion during the battle, his body refused to work further and he passed out. I said. He will die? Gwen asked. No, he is stronger than a normal person. Aside from a lot of blood loss and a broken leg from a fall, he's fine. He will get out without problems, even without medical help. I said and turned into a man. And what will happen next? Ashley asked as she removed her suit as she realized the fight was over. Now that he knows we have Charm of Bezel, he won't leave us alone. Something must be done about this. Thoughtfully, I said. Sorry. I did not think that he would understand everything from one spell. Gwen said, bowing her head in shame. Nothing. That's what I was expecting when I sent you to fight him. He is, after all, an experienced magician and nothing less could be expected from him. I said, patting Gwen on the head. And what are you going to do? As punishment for all his crimes, I will send him to a prison that he will not find as comfortable as the last one. And the memory of the charms, I will simply erase with the help of the alien's power. Shrugging, I said. Is it that simple? Gwen asked in surprise. Yes. True, I have no experience in this, but I think everything will be fine. I said and turned into squid. I hope this alien's instincts will help me not fry Hex's brains, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Flying up to the sorcerer's head, I placed 2 of my tentacles on his head and set to work. After finding the memories of the last battle, I carefully began to change them so that Hex would not find out about the charms. Everything worked out fine until I accidentally pushed too hard and Hex's entire memory shattered into pieces. Still, my telepathy is too strong and out of control. F******. I said to myself and quickly began to pick up Hex's memory shards. After 15 minutes, everything was restored, but I do not know how well it turned out. The main thing is that Hex is still alive and able to think. I seem to have lost nothing and even managed to do what was necessary. He again thinks that I have already destroyed Bezel's charms and even the Keystone. Now, he must calm down. When I finished, I left the sorcerer's mind and became human again. Things are good? Gwen asked. Seems to be yes. There were some hiccups, but it all worked out. Okay, let's end this. It's time to go back, Grandpa Max has been waiting for us. I said and sent Hex to Null Void, using the projector that I was given for this. This time, I still took the Staff of Ages, since now I have someone to give it to. Hope will definitely need this piece of wood, especially once she's powerful enough to use it. Coming out of the dilapidated building, we saw Max, who was impatiently waiting for us at our bus. Seeing that we were safe, Grandfather broke into a smile and gave us a thumbs up. Since the cops were due to arrive soon, we quickly got on the bus and drove to our hotel. Along the way, the girls talked about the past battle and received well-deserved praise from grandfather. I wonder where the original went. Something he loaned. I hope nothing happened. Looks like, for a while, I'll have to replace it. I thought at last. Chapter 77, 76. Hope 2. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. July 13, 2010. Hearing the ringtone, I sleepily opened my eyes, took the phone in my hand and answered the call. Listen? It's me. Where did you disappear to? According to the plan, you were supposed to be back by now. I heard my own voice on the phone. Realizing that a clone was calling me, I looked at the time and saw that it was already 1 hour in the morning the next day. Remembering what happened after meeting Hope, I looked to my left and saw the same girl lying naked with me in bed, while clinging to me with a stupid smile on her face. I'm in a cave. With Hope. Everything didn't go as expected. I need a little more time to figure everything out. I'll try to be back by lunchtime, so cover me for now. I said, carefully getting out of bed, trying not to wake the Charmcaster. Understood. My clone said. How did it go with Hex? I asked, putting on the underwear which I found under the bed. Not as good as we would like, but the girls did great. In the end, I sent Hex to Null Void after working on his memory a bit. The clone replied. It's clear. Then you will tell everything in detail. What about charms? I asked. Unfortunately, nothing happened. I performed the necessary ritual during the solar eclipse, but nothing happened. It seems that if there is already one set of the charms of Bezel, it will not be possible to create a new one. Clone said. It's clear. It's a pity, but I didn't expect it to work, although it was worth trying. Where are you now? I asked. Still at the hotel in Las Vegas, but we're leaving in the morning. In the evening, an old friend of grandfather called and invited us all to an underwater resort in the Bermuda Triangle. So tomorrow we fly to Miami in a private jet. The clone reported. So it's time for this adventure, huh? Okay, I'll try to get there before you get into this underwater trap. I said, remembering the upcoming event. Understood. The clone said and hung up. Turning off the phone, I was again glad that I got Echo. Unlike Ditto's hive mind, Echo has a self-awareness of his own that is no different from mine, so he is able to act quite independently without my guidance. At the same time, the clone is completely devoted to the main body. In general, as they say, if you want to do something well, entrust it to the loyal clone. Lex? Hope's voice was heard, who nevertheless woke up after hearing the noise. I'm here. You can sleep for now, it's late at night. I said, walking up to the girl. Where are we? The girl asked, looking around the interior. We are on my spaceship. In the captain's cabin. I said and opened the portholes through which one could see the hangar. Hearing my words, Hope opened her eyes wide and wrapped herself in a blanket, quickly walked to the porthole to look at the huge room in which the Merlin stood. Do you have a starship? Hope asked softly. Yes. True, this is a temporary option. Soon, I'm going to build a new one that will be much better. With a smile, I said. Where did you get it from? Hope asked, turning to face me. It's a long story. Although, we have time and we can finally get to know each other properly. You do not mind? At my words, Hope blushed slightly, apparently remembering the consequences of our acquaintance, and then happily nodded her head. Well, that's good. Then get dressed and go to the kitchen, we'll talk over food. I said and left the cabin to give the girl some privacy. Arriving in the kitchen, I began to prepare snacks that should dull our hunger. Just as I was done, Hope arrived. She was wearing only my wrinkled shirt and pink panties. Right now, she looked damn sexy, but it wasn't up to that, so I put aside the obscene thoughts. "Sit down, food is served." With a smile, I said. "Thank you," said the girl, sitting down at the table and starting to eat sandwiches. Then let me begin my story. It all started at the beginning of the summer, when my family and I went on a trip around the country. I began to tell Hope the whole story. After what happened between us earlier, it just doesn't make sense to hide anything from Hope. I don't think she'll want to get it once she finds out about the Omnitrix, considering I recently literally freed her from Hex's slavery and gave her a night of love. Although, of course, I did not tell quite everything and kept silent about some points. But, even the girls and Max don't know everything, so there's nothing to worry about. Everyone has a right to their secrets. The whole story took 2 hours, and when I finished, Hope sat with her jaw dropped and looked at me in shock. This is my kind of summer. Even though it hasn't even been a month and a half. With a smile, I said. After getting over her surprise, Hope looked at my watch, which I had deliberately removed my disguise from, and said in a hushed voice. "I thought I had serious problems in life, but compared to you, this is nothing. I had only problems with my uncle, and you are being chased by a real intergalactic dictator. Something like this. But I managed. As for Hex, you don't have to worry anymore," I said. "Did you kill him?" Hope asked a little sadly. "No, what are you? I've locked him up in the prison dimension so he won't be back anytime soon. This time, he won't be able to escape so easily," I said. "Is that how? This is good," Hope said with a sigh. "You have a strange reaction. I thought you hated him." Raising an eyebrow, I said. "I hate it, of course. It's just. He's the only one I have left. After my parents died, my uncle took care and protected me. Before, he was a completely different person. He was an explorer and his main passion was magic. He devoted his life to the study of old grimoires and wizards of the past. There was no this stupid skull tattoo, nickname and other dark paraphernalia. Uncle Gregor was a simple and good man," Hope said with her head down. "Yes? Didn't expect this. And what has changed?" I asked in surprise. Didn't expect Hex's real name to be Gregor. Although it suits him. The death of my mother hit him hard. She was his beloved sister and he doted on her. After Uncle took me in, he began to get involved in the darker side of magic in order to gain power and take revenge on Adwakia. As a result, he turned into the one you know today," Hope said with a sad smile. "It turns out that because of the thirst for revenge, he was ready to sacrifice even you, his own niece, the daughter of his adored sister?" I asked, frowning. "It turns out that way. And I kind of understand it. For the last 10 years, I myself have been obsessed with a thirst for revenge and there have been moments when I myself was ready to do anything to get more power. The only thing that stopped me was the upbringing of my parents, who would not want me to stoop so low. But a couple more years and I wouldn't care anymore, especially when my uncle stopped really teaching me," Hope said honestly. "Thirst for revenge is such, yes. All-consuming and relentless. But still there is something strange in this story," I said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Hope asked, looking up at me. "The way Hex has changed. I still understand the fascination with dark magic and the thirst for revenge, but the way he treated you is not included in any framework. He literally put you on a chain and, most likely, was going to use you as a victim to get even more strength. Why didn't he find another wizard? Why did he raise and take care of you for 10 years when everything could be done so much easier? It seems to me that it could not have been done without outside help." I told my thoughts. Hearing my words, Hope thought for a moment and then said, "You're right. Sounds very logical. Why didn't I think of this myself?" "You were a child, do not blame yourself for inattention," I said with comfort in my voice. And who do you think could have done this with Uncle? According to what you say, this Edwake killed your parents, so it is logical to assume that this is also his work. I said calmly. This parasite. It wasn't enough for him to kill my parents and usurp the throne of Legerdemain, so he decided to ruin my life here on Earth as well. Hope hissed in anger and started pacing back and forth. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with this, as you say, parasite. I'm still a hero, and protecting an entire magical dimension from a cruel dictator is just my job. With a dazzling smile, I said. You don't have to, Hope said modestly. Not worth it. I don't mind helping you either. Moreover, after everything that happened between us, I have to take responsibility. Especially when I locked your only relative in another dimension. With a smile, I said. At the mention of our intercourse, Hope blushed like a boiled crayfish, but quickly took herself in her hand and said. Don't worry, I'm not mad at you for what happened to your uncle. Even if Adwakia really influenced him, Uncle Gregor still did a lot of bad things and he needs to answer for it. Actually, Null Void isn't such a bad place. Although, there will have to fight for survival. It is possible that he will be re-educated and become better. I patted Hope on the head. It's truth? Well, you should always hope for the best. I said with a wry smile, and then added, let's stop talking about sad things and talk about you. Why don't you tell your story? Okay, why not? Well, I was born into the royal family of Legerdemain, so I can still be considered a real princess. Hope said with a smile, after which she began to talk about her childhood, her home dimension, her parents, her uncle, and magical training. At some points, she was a little hard, but when talking about her home, she directly beamed and was very inspired. At that moment, I really wanted to go to Legerdemain and tear this King Turtle to pieces. When Hope finished her story, she was in a more positive mood than before, so I decided not to ignore the pig in a poke anymore and asked bluntly. Can we finally talk about what happened between us? My question obviously unnerved Hope, but she must be commended, this time she did not blush like an innocent schoolgirl. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl nodded and said with determination. You're right, it's time for us to talk about what happened. I should explain the whole situation. Right. We really should have done it before it even happened. I said with an uncertain smile. Showing the exact same smile, Hope nodded timidly and continued. So, you probably already understood that all this is connected with our magic. It's hard not to guess, especially if we remember our common dreams and what happened on the roof. I said. Right. In short, we are betrothed. Hope said, her cheeks blushing again. Betrothed? So the bride and groom? That is, are we a couple destined by fate? Should we be together? I asked, receiving a nod in response. To be more precise, a couple destined by magic. It's all about our magic. Hope said. Don't tell me it's some kind of magical compatibility and magic itself wants us to be together? I asked in a somewhat depressed tone. But it is, I swear to you. Hope said hotly, leaning towards me. It's just a cliché. I said with a derogatory laugh. What? Not understanding me, asked the Charmcaster. I was expecting some kind of terrible secret or riddle, but it turned out that we just have to be together, because we are suitable for each other. Magic decided everything for us. Almost laughing, I said. Although it seems that with these words I insulted my interlocutor. The smile faded from Hope's face and she quietly asked. So you're against it? Even after all that's happened? Looking at the gloomy face of the Charmcaster, I immediately realized my mistake and tried to explain myself. No, of course I don't mind. It's just that I'm not too happy with the reason it happened. We were manipulated for unknown purposes and I don't like it. We practically do not know each other, and I have already deprived you of your innocence, in a fit of insane lust inspired by magic. I was sure that you would just be unhappy with what happened. But you don't seem to mind. Slightly frowning, I said. I understand your concerns, but you can be sure that I don't mind what happened. On the contrary, I really liked everything. You were gentle and gave me indescribable pleasure. Hope said, blushing a little at the end. Thanks, I'm glad to hear that. I said, placing my hand on Hope's. Even I was taken in by these words, and redness appeared on my ears. Never before had a girl said such words to me. With a warm smile, Hope squeezed my hand and continued. Actually, you don't have to worry about us being manipulated. There was no malicious intent in this. It's just that magic decided to help us meet and connect our hearts, since we are her beloved children and she only wants us to be happy. After thinking about the words of the girl a little, I nevertheless decided to ask what had been tormenting me for a long time. So magic is really alive? And does she have self-awareness? More than once I have heard or read words that describe magic as a living being. Needless to say, I myself used similar phrases. But there was never a real explanation and I took a lot of faith. So where is the truth? Magic is indeed alive, there is no doubt about it. It's practically the first thing my uncle taught me. Still, mana, what magic essentially consists of, is the life energy of the universe. But, about self-awareness is unknown, no one has yet proven it. It is only known that sometimes inexplicable phenomena occur, if you like, miracles that cannot be explained otherwise. Magicians and other users of magic have long been accustomed to explaining such phenomena as the will of magic. Hope said thoughtfully. Even so? It turns out that what happened to us is the will of magic. For clarification, I asked. Right. You see, all users of magic are her children, she loves all of us, some less, some more. Magic, like a caring mother who only wishes us all happiness, hence the unusual phenomena. Although, of course, like any mother, magic can punish a negligent child, especially if he violates unwritten laws and behaves badly. Although, this does not always happen. Hope said. Like raising the dead or taking over ledger domain? I suggested. Exactly, I have heard many horror stories about what happened to those who tried to resurrect the long dead or played with necromancy. And you correctly cited Adwaita as an example. As far as I heard, he has already received punishment for his atrocities. Lately, he's completely gone nuts. He feels constant paranoia and fear that someone will come and take away his treasures and usurp throne. For a power-hungry bastard like this turtle, this is the perfect punishment. Hope said. But you, of course, think that this is not enough. I said without doubting the veracity of my words. Of course, he still killed my parents and destroyed my house. I won't rest until I finish this turtle. Hope said angrily, though she quickly calmed down. I won't say that it's right, but I can understand you, so I won't stop you and will even help you. I said, although I knew that Max would not be pleased with this, sometimes just need to finish what started. Thank you. So where did I stop? Hope said, smiling at me, and then continued, oh, yes. As you understand, magic has not yet been fully studied, it is unpredictable and uncontrollable, therefore it is not always clear whether there will be consequences and whether a reaction will appear, therefore there are still magicians who do not shy away from breaking the rules. But, for all the time of their existence, the magicians were still able to understand and even predict some of the events that were inspired by the will of magic. And that's exactly what happened to us. Nodding my head, I said. Yes. What happened to us is called magic wedding. Hope said, again unable to contain her embarrassment. Wedding? So we're married now? I asked in surprise, not expecting this at all. Yes. This happened to my parents. I didn't remember right away, but in my childhood my mother told me about it. She was an ordinary person from Earth, until one day she discovered her magical abilities, and soon she began to share dreams with my father. As the king of the magical dimension, he was well aware of the reasons for these dreams, so he quickly arrived on Earth to meet his mother and they had the same thing. Hope said. That is, crazy lust, followed by hot sex? I asked with a provocative smile. Don't say that. I feel awkward. But you're right. Sex itself is the ritual that ends the wedding. An unbreakable vow that binds us for the rest of our lives. Lightly hitting my arm, said Hope. So you didn't mind? So did you know it was the influence of magic? I asked. Right. In addition, such a wedding guarantees that you and we will be happy and true love awaits us. Once magic has connected us, then we are destined to be together. It's just that instead of being in a normal relationship, we've taken a crash course because the magic feels it's necessary. Who knows what our first meeting would have been like without the intervention of magic? It's entirely possible that we might not get along, or fight at all, given that I was with Hex. Hope said. You're right about that. I can already imagine how it would have happened if we had met during Hex's attack. I said, remembering the canon and how everything happened there. Here you go. And thanks to magic, everything went differently and now we are together. Hope said, blushing again. Stop blushing already. After what you did in bed, it's too late to be shy. I couldn't resist. At my reaction, Hope only blushed even more and covered her face in shame. Okay, I'm kidding. I understood the whole situation, and although it's still hard for me to accept it, I understand that it's all for the best and now we are together. True, there is another problem. I said. Which problem? Hope asked after listening carefully. I have a girlfriend. More precisely, even two. And they will be very unhappy with what happened to us, especially when they find out about sex and a magical wedding. I said honestly. Are you talking about Gwen and Ashley? Hope asked calmly. What? How do you know? I asked, not expecting such a turn. During the Anyway, during the process, I had a vision about the romantic relationship you are in. This is also part of the wedding. Hope said. Yes? I didn't have anything like that. I said thoughtfully. That makes sense, after all, I haven't had any romantic relationship with anyone. Hope said proudly. All clear. So what do you think of Gwen and Ashley? I asked, looking strangely at Hope's proud face. Don't forget that I'm from another dimension, and I was a member of the royal family, so there is nothing strange for me in harems. I don't mind if you have mistresses, after all, I don't need to be jealous, you are already mine, and I am yours. Nothing in this world can separate us. Absolutely confidently, said Hope. Of course, this greatly facilitates the whole situation, since I am not going to leave Gwen and Ashley. But now I have to tell them about all this and hope that they will not kill me when they find out that I actually cheated on them, and I also managed to get married. Although I promised that Gwen would become his first wife and promised not to add girls to the harem without their consent. I said with a sigh of relief. That's a good rule, by the way. In this, I will support them. Well, as for the rest, don't worry, I myself will talk to your girlfriends and explain everything to them. Hope said. Are you sure? I don't think anything good will come of this. I said uncertainty. Don't worry, we'll talk with them like a woman and settle everything. My new magical wife said confidently. Okay, I'll trust you. I said and checked the time. It was already almost 6 a.m. We've been sitting for 5 hours and it looks like it's time to go on business. I need to get back to my family, otherwise they will worry. I said. Is it time for us to part? Hope asked sadly. I still have time before dinner, so we can go get your parents' things. I said after some thought. I completely forgot about it. Where is the key to the safe? Somewhere in the cabin, don't worry. Let's go, we need to get dressed and we can go. Let's fly the Merlin. Where is the safe located? I said as I left the kitchen. Hope followed me. In Hex's private bedroom, in his castle. Hope said as she began to collect her belongings scattered around the cabin. And what is the destination? I asked as I pulled out a new set of clothes from my storage. Salem. Chapter 78-77. Hex's Castle. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Does he really have to be so banal? I involuntarily asked, looking at the typical Dark Lord's castle that was home to Hex and the Charmcaster. It was a classic Gothic dark stone castle that stood on top of a hill with thunderclouds wrapped around it. Just like in some cartoon about a villain who wants to take over the world. Well, like in Scooby-Doo. Uncle loves pathos, so it's no surprise that he built such a castle. Hope calmly said that she was now standing next to me. Now we were on the captain's bridge of the Merlin, watching Hex's castle. The place where he was also utterly banal. And to be more precise, 4 kilometers from the center of Salem, Massachusetts, on the banks of the Crane River. Although it is correct, where else to build the castle of the Dark Magician, if not near the city, which was famous for its witch hunt? Okay, F***K this. We're going down. Will you go alone or will I go with you? I asked, while ordering Morgana to land near the castle. I would be glad if you were with me at this moment. Hope said, taking my hand. I'm not against. But can I get in? Is there any protection against intruders here or something like that? I asked, squeezing the girl's hand in support. Yes, but as long as you're with me, you're considered a guest. Later, I can add you to the list of tenants so that you can visit me at any time. Hope said with a smile. Okay, then let's go. I said and led the girl to the ladder so that we could go outside. We landed on the beach of the river, so it was not far to go. After leaving the ship, I ordered Morgana to activate stealth mode so that no one accidentally stumbles upon my spaceship. And how do the locals react to such this masterpiece of architecture? I asked as we walked slowly along the beach. Ordinary people cannot see the castle. Uncle imposed a special ward that does not allow people without magic to see what is in this territory. For everyone who is not a magician, this place is a ruined, abandoned country club. So no one cares about this place. Hope said. Is that how? Clever. Useful ward. I said, surveying the territory, which had its own unusual, mystical charm. Yes, it's a pity that my uncle didn't teach it to me. Old asshole. Hope said, frowning. Do not pay attention. You still have your whole life ahead of you. I'm sure you'll completely surpass Hex soon. Thank you. Showing me a beautiful smile, said the girl. At this point, we finally climbed the hill and appeared in front of a 4-meter gate that protected the castle grounds. Sesame, open up. Hope said with her hands up. At her command, the gates opened on their own, letting us inside. Seriously? I couldn't help but ask anyway. I know it's silly, but charming the gate was my first serious magic assignment. At the time, I was only 9 and had just recently read Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and this is what came out of it. Hope said awkwardly. I don't say anything. Very suit. Trying not to offend the girl, I said. Deciding not to push the subject further, Hope silently led me inside. The interior of the castle fully corresponded to the surroundings, so we walked along a huge corridor of dark stone. Old paintings were planted on the walls, knightly armor stood in the corners, a long red carpet lay on the floor, and all this was illuminated by candelabra with candles, although obviously magical. After passing the corridor, we reached the stairs and climbed to the 3rd floor. Hex's room was the only room on the floor, so we were immediately in front of the doors leading in. They were also huge and majestic, like those at the entrance, but these were also decorated with jewels. Hope put her hand on the door and hesitated a bit before pushing them. The doors opened without problems and we saw the interior, which could only be compared with the chambers of kings. I was never allowed to come in here. Hope said, explaining her nervousness. Understand. And where is the safe? I asked, looking around the room. Behind the painting. Hope said, looking at the key that hovered over her hand and pointed to a huge, full-length portrait of Hex. What else did I expect? I asked rhetorically, tearing the painting out with telekinesis and tossing it aside. As Hope had said, behind the portrait was a gigantic, wall-mounted, golden safe inscribed with a huge number of different runes. It seems that in this safe, Hex kept all his goods. Going to the vault, Hope held the key to the door, which had soaked into the safe. The safe itself shone yellow for a moment, after which there was a sound of unlocking the lock and the door itself opened. Pushing the door to the end, inside we saw a huge room, which was clearly artificially enlarged with the help of magic. All the walls were occupied with shelves with thousands and thousands of books. There were several wooden chests on the floor, where apparently all the valuables were located. Inside, one could also see what looked like a chemistry lab and a wizard's workplace. Looks like this safe not only acted as storage for Hex's things, but also as his personal library and laboratory. Looking around, I made a logical conclusion. You're right. And I kept wondering where the library is in the castle. Looked all over, but couldn't find anything. As a result, I had to be content with books that my uncle gave me every half a year. The girl grumbled angrily, examining the books on the shelves. Well, now your hands are untied and you can at least choke on these books. Where are your parents' things? I said, looking around carefully. Here they are. Hope yelled happily as she rushed to the locker next to the wooden table. Nearby was also a mannequin, which was wearing something between a witch's robe and a woman's dress. It seems to be exactly what the Charmcaster wore in the Omniverse. Approaching the girl, I saw how she sorted through various things that lay in the locker. There, I saw a photo album, a teddy bear, a gold pendant, an antique pocket watch, and a host of other memorabilia for Hope. Strange, there is no grimoire here. Where did he go? Hope said, picking things over carefully. Grimoire? Such a small red book on elementary magic? I asked, realizing that it could not have done without me. Yes, that's right. Do you know where he is? Hope asked, looking at me carefully. I have it. More specifically, Gwen. During our first meeting with Hex, I took it from him along with Charms of Bezel. Even then, I wondered why Hex, the master of magic, would carry around a book on elementary magic. I said honestly. This grimoire belonged to my mother. She accidentally found him in a thrift shop, and it was thanks to him that she learned magic. After that, she initiated her uncle into magic, and after that she met my father. Further you know. Hope said a little sadly. That's how. Then I will return it to you at the next meeting. I said. Now I understand why the grimoire was with Hex. He wore it as a reminder of his sister and the time they first studied magic. Thank you. For me, this is really important. Here, you can take this book as compensation. It has everything you need to become a full-fledged magician. I taught myself from it. Hope said with a smile, handing me a huge and thick black book that was lying on one of the shelves. Picking up the book, I looked at the cover and saw the pentagram symbol, as well as the inscription Magic for Dummies. Author, Bezel. Thank you. I said awkwardly, not quite understanding how to react to this. My pleasure. Hope said with a smile, obviously not seeing anything strange in this. Moving away from the fact that the father of magic created a book with that title, I said, I can bring the Staff of Ages if you like. I still don't need him. Do you have it too? I'll be glad if you give it to me, although I won't be able to use it until I become a master. Hope said a little sad in the last part. Don't worry, now you have all the resources you need to quickly become one. I said and stroked the girl on the head. Accepting the stroke, Hope showed a beautiful smile before saying, actually, I wanted to give you a present. Here. Hope handed me an antique pocket watch that was on the shelf with her parents' other things. Is that your father? I asked, looking at the clock. They obviously were not 1 century old, but at the same time they were in excellent condition. They were clearly magical and had hidden powers. Yes. They were passed down from generation to generation in the royal family of Legerdemain. As a tradition, the current king gave this watch to his heir on their wedding day. The girl said. I can't. I tried to refuse, since it's a family heirloom, but I was stopped. No, take it. Now you are my husband. They belong to you. When we get rid of Adwaita, you will be king of Legerdemain. Hope said seriously, clutching the watch in my hand. Realizing how serious it is for a girl, I nevertheless accepted the watch, while adding, I understand, although I do not want to become a king. Don't be afraid, I will rule and you will be my partner on the throne. Hope said with a smile. Okay, so what's next? Will you stay here? Or will you leave? We can take the safe and just move it to my base. I said, ignoring the girl's last words. I'll stay here. Hex won't be back anytime soon, so I'll have time to remove him from the list of tenants, and he just won't be able to enter the castle. He overdid it too much with the defense of the castle, so now he can't destroy it himself. Especially without the Staff of Ages. Good. Here we are done. Now there is only one left. I said. What? I need your help with a ghost problem. I said, realizing that this was the perfect chance to end Zskyer, once and for all. Chapter 79-78. ZS Scare. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. A ghost? Hope asked, looking at me strangely. Right. To be more precise, with ectonurite. As I told you, my watch contains DNA samples from a large number of aliens. If I'm not mistaken, a little over 1 million. And one of these samples belongs to a member of the ectonurite race from the planet Anerphatos, named Zskare. I began to tell the essence of the story. And you have any problems with this alien? Hope guessed. Right. You see, I did not just say the word ghost. The ectonurite is the classic image of a ghost, with all the appropriate abilities and powers. That is, invisibility, intangibility and body possession? Hope guessed correctly. Exactly. As you can imagine, this alien is incredibly useful and I use it often. In fact, he is one of my favorites. But, the problem is that ectonurites have one unpleasant feature. In some unknown way, the consciousness of representatives of this race is able to exist even in one strand of DNA. I said. You mean that this ZS Scare's consciousness is in your watch right now? Hope asked in shock. Yes. And like a real ghost, he's trying to take over my body. I said seriously. But how did it happen? And why doesn't he just leave or ask you for help? The girl asked, looking at me with concern. As if that bastard is going to let the Omnitrix out of his nasty paws. It wasn't by chance that ZS Scare ended up in the watch. Long ago, he accidentally learned about the Omnitrix from the files of one of Vilgax's drones, which crash-landed on his planet where he was Ectolord High. And as you know, ZS Scare decided to get such a powerful weapon that would help him realize his ambitions. And I must say, his plans were far from good. As a result, ZS Scare went in search of the watch on this very probe, and went through the entire galaxy, moving into different creatures in order to get information, until he accidentally ran into the watchmaker's assistant. During this time, she was on the planet Flores Verdance and was scanning the local races to add them to the Omnitrix's database. As a result, ZS Scare moved into exactly the alien that the assistant was scanning at that time, thereby adding his DNA to the Omnitrix. Discarding his old body, he transferred his consciousness into the strand of DNA that ended up in the database. Although, it cost him a lot of effort, and in the end, ZS Scare fell into hibernation until, I said. Until you find the watch. Hope continued for me. Absolutely right. And when I first used the form of ectonurite, it woke up and started working. At least he tried. I have mental protection, especially for such a case, but every day ZS Scare is gaining strength and becoming stronger. Sooner or later, he will break through the protection and take over my body, and with it the Omnitrix. I said gloomily, though embellishing the situation a bit. I'm not sure if ZS Scares has the strength to do it, with all my features. But, letting everything go by itself is not good either, so it's best to deal with it in advance. But this is terrible, we need to urgently do something about it, Hope said fearfully, starting to panic. Calm down, calm down. No need to be nervous. I already have a plan to get rid of this parasite. And just in this, I need your help. I grabbed her by the shoulders and tried to calm her down. What? Hope asked, looking at me in confusion. There was a spell in the Arcamata book of spells that should help me get rid of the ghost inside the clock. I said, taking out a sheet with the spell Bodeg Zabarito Carpes Nebagir guys Lithan Intruders Yushin from the inventory. Looking at the paper carefully, Hope asked thoughtfully, is this an exorcism? Yes, this should banish ZS Scare. Although, first I'll have to let him take over my body. That's exactly why I need you. I won't be able to drive out ZS Scare myself when he controls my body. Besides, it will be necessary to restrain him somehow so that he does not escape. So what do you think? I asked, finally getting to the point. From what I can see, this is a very powerful exorcism, and from what you say, it is indeed capable of exorcising an ectonurite from you, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Hope said thoughtfully. What do you mean? I asked curiously. ZS Scare will indeed be expelled from your body. He might even die, but that doesn't mean his DNA will be removed from your watch. It is possible that he will again be able to transfer his consciousness into his DNA in the watch and will return again, although not immediately. Hope said. And you're right. Somehow I didn't think about that. Do you have suggestions? I admitted my mistake. Actually, yes. I remember reading once about a spell that could help in this situation, Hope said fervently, after which she began to walk around the vault, apparently in search of the right book. After spending almost 10 minutes going through all the shelves, Hope finally exclaimed, yeah, there she is. And then she took from the bottom shelf a huge tome covered in dust, which was written in a language unknown to me. What language is this? I asked curiously, looking at the unfamiliar script while helping Hope open the book. Mother tongue of Ledger Domain. If you want, I can teach you later. Hope said, turning over huge pages made of leather. Well, at least not human. True, I'm not sure. I would be very grateful. I said with a smile. It's always nice to learn something new, especially if it's the language of the magical dimension. Here, I found it. Hope said as she reached the middle of the book. What is this book anyway? I asked anyway. A collection of ancient rituals and spells written by a mad wizard who lived several hundred years ago. Although, frankly speaking, all the spells here are not very useful. You will be lucky if at least once in your life there will be a situation when this book will come in handy. Hope said, carefully rereading what was written in the book. Maybe you shouldn't use this book then? I asked warily, fearing what that psycho might have written here. Don't worry, although the author was mad, he was a master of his craft. It's just that spells and rituals from here are really rarely useful. But if they come in handy, then you can be sure of a 100% result. It's clear. If you say so, then so be it. So what is this spell that can help us? I asked. It's a ritual, after all. The ritual of submission. It just needs to be used on spirits, ghosts, and so on. I think it will work on your ectonurite too. Hope said with an excited smile. Yes? And how does it work? I asked curiously. First, need to create a strong shackle, on which we'll need to engrave a rune array that will subdue the ghost. Then trap this very ghost and, with the help of a spell and a ritual circle, put shackles on him. As a result, the ghost will be attached to the magician and will be in his complete submission. Hope read aloud. This is a really good option. That way, I won't have to worry about ZS scare breaking free, and most importantly, I'll still have access to ectoneurite transformation. With enthusiasm, I said. Exactly. True, the ritual will have to be reworked a bit so that it does not subjugate, but rather seal the consciousness of ZS scare. So, he will forever remain in the watch and will not pose a threat. And like you said, you can use his powers. Hope said with a bright smile. Well done. With the same smile, I said, after which I kissed the girl on the cheek. Thank you. Hope said shyly, happily accepting my kiss. So, what do we need to perform the ritual? I asked, hugging the girl. I will be able to rework the ritual without any problems. There is nothing difficult in this, since it was originally allowed. It will only take a couple of hours. But with the shackles, the problem. Ideally, they must be created from a durable material with good energy conductivity and capable of storing this same energy. I'm not sure if Uncle has such material in his bins. Hope said as she looked through Hex's chests. In fact, I have excellent material. I said, and then turned into Petra Sapien. Creating shackles with Tadenite chains was no problem for me. Although, it took some time, as I tried to make them as strong and dense as possible. When I finished, I handed the shackles to Hope, and then I became human again. Ideally. Hope said, inspecting the shackles, although she could hold them, as they weighed decently. What now? Here, it is necessary to draw these runes on the shackles themselves, while constantly supplying mana. Hope said, pointing her finger at the page with this very set of 108 runes. Okay, should I do it myself? I asked, picking up the shackles. Yes, since you are the one sealing ZS scare, it is necessary to use your energy. And while I redacted the ritual. Hope said, after which she picked up a piece of paper with a pen and began to draw something on it. Once again looking at the array of runes, I memorized it, after which I got to work. Although, at first I had to turn into a diamond head again and create a knife to cut out these same runes, otherwise I overdid something with the strength of the crystal. The whole job took me 2.5 hours. Fortunately, I have a steady hand and did not have to remake anything. I finished. I said, putting aside my Tadenite knife. Okay, I did too. We go to the basement, there is just a room for rituals. Hope said and picked up some sheets of paper and a box from Hex's desk. And how do we restrict ZS scare? I don't think he'll just stand by and wait for you to subdue him. I asked, jingling shackles, which after my work had changed from turquoise to dark blue, the color of my magic. Almost forgot. It's good that you reminded me. Hope said, after which she opened one of the chests and took out an ordinary-looking white brick. Brick? From the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. Holy place. This should deter any dark creatures, including your ghost. Hope said with a smile as she led me into the castle dungeon. The interior of the cellar was no different from the rest of the castle, so I did not see anything new. Leading me into a large round room, Hope took out several of her stone creatures from her magical purse, which immediately increased in size and received something similar to ordinary crayons in their hands, began to draw a ritual circle following the commands of their mistress. Conveniently. I said, looking at how the golems were working. Not that word. I love calling these babies. My mother taught me this. Hope said with a smile. In 10 minutes the circle was ready, after which it was the turn of the brick. Having received the sacred relic in his hands, one of the golems crushed it into powder, after which he poured a small circle into which I stood, following the instructions of the charmcaster. That's it, you can start. Once ZS Scare has full control, I will activate the ritual and shackle him. Hope said, looking at me seriously. Fine, but be prepared, it's going to be a disgusting sight. I said as I activated the Omnitrix. Third POV. Raising his hand with the Omnitrix to his chest, Lex opened the dial, turning it several times, reached the ghost freak. Taking a deep breath, Lex slapped the dial and at the same time opened all of his mental shields, allowing Zia Scare to take over. After the usual second transformation, in place of Lex was the ghost freak, who looked the same as usual, but what was different was his behavior. Ha, ha. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I got the upper hand. I broke through his defenses. And now the Omnitrix is mine. Zia Scare laughed like a madman before he began to transform into his true form. First, the symbol of the Omnitrix disappeared from his chest. Then, sharp claws burst out of his hands, tearing his hide in the process. A dozen striped tentacles followed from its chest, and another, much longer and repulsive tail appeared from its ghostly tail. And then, using his claws, Zia Scare tore the entire skin off his face, revealing his ugly, upside-down head. Finally shedding all of his fake skin, which previously served as protection from the sun, Ectonurite returned to his true form, while continuing to laugh. Lex was right, it was a disgusting sight. Also your voice, BRR, the voice of Hope, who had been standing nearby all this time, was heard. What? Who are you? It doesn't matter though, I just needed a host, Zia Scare hissed as he looked at Hope as he approached the girl menacingly. But before he could reach Hope, he was stopped by a barrier of golden light, which caused Ectonurite great pain. Wah! It hurts. What is this? Zia Scare yelled, flying away from the barrier, accidentally hitting the other side of the barrier with his back. You don't need to know that, freak. Goodbye. Percent in hashtag and $*carat and $carat and Pope shouted and activated the ritual in Ledger Domain's language. The ritual circle that had been drawn earlier shone with pink light and ribbons appeared that began to bind Zia Scare and restrain him. What are you doing? Stop it. Don't. Please, Ectonurite shouted in fear, finally turning to a plea. But Hope ignored him and only threw shackles at him, which in flight opened up on their own and clung to Zia Scare, shackling his neck, waist, arms and tail. At the same time, the ghost let out an even more deafening scream, after which a new transformation began. A new skin appeared again, though not gray, but bluish in color, covering all the ugliness of Zia Scare. Long, sharp claws remained, as did an elongated tail, but the skin covered all this. Finally, the symbol of the Omnitrix appeared, emitting a bright light that momentarily blinded Hope. After the flash faded, the ghost freak's new look could finally be seen. What stood out the most were the shackles that served as Zia Scare's restraint, and the slightly more angular figure. Lex? Hope breathed, looking at the new ghost freak. Lifting his single eye to Hope, the ghost freak paused for a moment, then said in his eerie voice, "It's me." Everything worked. Lex reversed his transformation and became human again, catching Hope as she threw herself into his arms. Chapter 80-79. Bermuda Triangle. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Lex POV. Are you sure everything's alright? Once again, it seems to be the sixth time, Hope asked me. Once again I tell you, everything is fine. I am me again. Zia Scare's mind is sealed and asleep, I'm sure of it. I said soothingly, taking Hope's hand. Now, I have told the full truth. As I regained control of my body and became a renewed ghost freak, I felt Zia Scare's consciousness recede into the background and no longer show any signs of activity. It's still there, but now it's harmless. To be honest, I've always felt uncomfortable as the ghost freak form, as I felt like someone was breathing down my neck. Over time, this feeling intensified and soon escalated into Zia Scare's attempts to break through my mental barriers. It was like someone was constantly scratching and pestering me. It didn't affect me much, but it was still very annoying. But, the ghost freak was too useful an alien not to use it due to a little discomfort. And now, after the ritual, all these strange sensations have disappeared. The only thing I feel is the very presence of ZS scare, but it is almost imperceptible and I can just forget about it and not worry about it. But now, it seems to me, the ghost freak himself has become stronger than he was before. Perhaps the whole point is that ZS scare managed to release his true form, and now the ghost freak has received all his power. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I'm better off. By the way, the ritual itself was rather strange for me. Allowing ZS scare to take over, I seemed to fade into the background and watch the single eye of the ectonurite happen. I have to say, it was a strange feeling. And by the way, it turned out that I could very well regain control if I tried very hard. So, in the end, there was no risk in this adventure. Okay, I'll believe you. But if something happens, let me know immediately. Hope said sternly, distracting me from my thoughts. Yes, ma'am. Saluting, I said with a smile. Don't clown. Hitting me on the shoulder, said the charmcaster. Haha, okay. I said chuckling, hugging the girl, and then continued, so, what are your future plans? I'll sort out Uncle's collection, check all the ingredients, resources, and treasures, and then study. I need to make up a lot. Also hugging me, with a satisfied smile, said Hope. Is that how? Well, good luck to you. I said, knowing full well how impatient she is now, because now no one will limit her thirst for knowledge. And you? Will you return to your family? A little sad, the girl asked. Yes. I've been gone for almost a day, they should be worried. Besides, we need to continue our journey. We were just invited to the Bermuda Triangle. A great opportunity to solve his mystery. With a smirk, I said. I understand. I will miss you very much. Breathing out, the girl said. Don't worry, we'll meet in just a couple of days. I'm sure you won't even notice my absence, especially when you're immersed in your books. I said, stroking my new wife on the head. Okay. Accepting the stroke, with a satisfied smile, said Hope. Next time I come, I'll bring your mother's book, The Staff of Ages, and the Arcamata Book of Spells. And then we'll decide when you'll meet Grandpa, Gwen, and Ashley. I said encouragingly, although I began to worry about the upcoming acquaintance. Thank you. Hope said, leaning towards me for a kiss, which I gladly gave her. After spending almost 10 minutes saying goodbye, I decided to do one last thing. Hold. With it, we can keep in touch. If you need help or just want to chat, you can call at any time. I said, handing Hope the smartphone. In fact, I made a set of smartphones specifically for my family after that gladiator story. I had a free moment, so I made high-tech phones that are in no way inferior to mine. The same indestructible, with an extranet connection and a huge memory bank. True, I completely forgot to give them. But, here it comes in handy. Although, that I have to do another one so as not to offend anyone. This is a phone? Hope asked, looking at my gift curiously. Yes. You're a smart girl, so I'm sure you can figure out how it works for yourself. It has my number on it. I said, at the same time looking at the time. It was already almost 11 a.m. I never had a phone, Hex was against any technology. Wanted too much to be authentic. Thanks a lot. Holding a smartphone to her chest, said, with a smile, Hope. Yes, that's his style. Well then, I have to go. I said, hugging her tightly. I really don't want to leave, but I have to. After standing like that for a few more minutes, I nevertheless let go of Hope and went to the exit. True, before I had gone a couple of steps, Hope again rushed to me and kissed me. Well, stop. I really have to go. I murmured as I kissed back. Good. Hope said as she moved away from me. Showing only a smile, I again went to the exit. I did not dare to use the telemat's teleportation. In a magic castle, you never know what will happen. Having left the castle without any problems, I took one last look at it and sighed heavily. All of this is difficult. Alright, time to get down to business. Morgana, please return the Merlin to the hangar. I turned to my beautiful AI. I was met with only silence in response. Morgana! 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 I yelled, trying to get an answer. And again only silence. Don't ignore me, I know you can hear me. I said wearily. Oh, you're talking to me? I thought you forgot about me. This whore is more important to you. Morgana said with great jealousy in her voice. Half. Don't talk like that. Hope is a good girl. And don't act like that, you know perfectly well that you have a special place in my heart. I said tiredly, realizing that someone had a fit of jealousy. Then why do I still have no body? You promised a few months ago. I want to hug and kiss you too. I've been with you the longest, and already there are 3 bitches who get all your love and attention. First with anger, and then with resentment, Morgana said. I'll make you a body, but I can't make a simple robot. My wonderful artificial intelligence must have a perfect body. I said encouragingly. Really? I asked hopefully. Promise. I will create for you the body of a bio-android, which will be no different from a human one, and you will be able to feel all the delights of being a living being. Just wait until the end of the summer when I get all the resources I need. I promised. Fufufu, okay, I'll believe you and wait. But next time you're having fun with your whores, at least turn off the cameras in your cabin. I hate to see you feel good with someone else when I can't even touch you. Morgana said, regaining her laughter. Although it is not clear why she herself did not turn off the cameras, because she can. But, we will consider this a manifestation of female logic. As you say, my love. I said as I watched the Merlin disappear into the clouds. I created AI on my own head, and now I suffer. I don't even know how to approach the creation of her body. Now, it remains to deal with the Bermuda Triangle. I can't let my beloved family fall into a death trap, even if they can get out of it without any problems. It's better not to risk it again. In addition, this is another chance to get useful resources. Transforming into a chromastone, following the map from the Infinity Tattoo, I flew towards Florida. I had never used this alien before, so I figured why not? Crystal Sapiens fly at subsonic speeds, so I'll be there pretty soon. Deciding that for the time being to contact my deputy, I took out my phone and called Gwen's number, since the clone should now have her phone. On a note, we need to make a few more phones, or communicators, especially for clones, so that we can always keep in touch. Where are you? I immediately asked. Already in Miami. We are just boarding the next plane that will take us to the Grand Smith's underwater resort. The clone replied. Good. I'll be back before you land. I said and hung up, after which I flew faster to the center of the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is an area in the Sargasso Sea that is bordered by a triangle with peaks in Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan. For several centuries, mysterious disappearances of ships and aircraft, and other anomalous phenomena have been taking place on this territory. Many have tried to unravel the secret of the triangle, including my grandfather, but the truth is that some cyber squids are to blame for everything, which are most likely the defense system of a spaceship that sank in that place a long time ago. When Donovan Grandsmith, an old friend of Max's, decided to build his resort in the Bermuda Triangle, understandably to attract tourists, he originally planned to use the energy of volcanic vents as a power source, but nothing came of it. As a result, in search of a solution to this problem, Donovan found an energy source at the bottom of the triangle, which belonged to these very cyber squids, which the latter did not like very much, and pretty soon they will visit the resort for their property. And since the resort is located on the water, it cannot end in anything good. And since my family is the first guests of the hotel, we are all going to be in a shitty situation. Of course, for us this is not such a problem, but it will notably spoil the rest. And I wish my family all the best, so I will take care of everything in advance so that we can relax in such a unique place. With similar thoughts, I finally got to the approximate middle of the Bermuda Triangle and instantly plunged into the water, heading to the bottom. I didn't even change the transformation, because the chromastone can fly in the water and, with its help, I can light my way. And as for the air, you don't have to worry, because the infinity tattoo protects me and I can safely be at the bottom of the ocean, even in the form of a human. After about 500 meters, I noticed the first signs of activity, and pretty soon a dozen squid-like robots appeared in front of me, approaching me menacingly. Since I needed their base, I turned into an upgrade, and while the robots did not understand anything, I absorbed one of them. Having gained access to the squid network, I immediately swam to the bottom, where the mothership should be. The rest of the squids ignored me, because for them I became their own. Having reached almost 3 kilometers of depth, I finally saw the ship that had lain here for centuries and caused many problems on the surface. The ship itself had an odd shape, more like a long snake, and was not in very good condition. He obviously crashed, after which he lay in the water for a long time, which clearly did not do him any good. Before I can get this snake out of here, I need to disable all the squid, and for this I need to take control of the ship. Thankfully, this is easy to do. Discarding the body of the cyber squid, I soaked into the starship itself. Oddly enough, despite the passage of time, it was still in working order, albeit in an emergency. It will not be able to take off, but there is still energy for work. Taking control of the ship, I ordered all the squids to return to base and turned off the security system that had been working all this time and caused the cyber squids to act. Now that no one will interfere with me, I can get the spaceship from here. Having completely disabled the ship, I turned into Ditto and created 100 clones, which, following my command, all turned into the Two-Tails and created a common dome of mana that wrapped around the ship. I don't want to accidentally lose part of the ship, so it's safer that way. Holding onto the dome, we all moved on the count of 3 to Mars, to the old place where the gladiator ship used to be. Dispelling the clones, I transformed into the Sandman and created a dome of sand that covered the ship. Well, that's all, we're done with this, now you can return to your family, otherwise I already missed them. I will deal with the snake after a tour of the resort, which should now be completely safe. Chapter 81-80 Keystone. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. After receiving the coordinates, I teleported into the air and turned into a ghost freak, immediately caught up with the private plane, which was now my family. Becoming intangible, I got inside the plane and went to the toilet, where a clone was waiting for me, which immediately turned into an Echo. By doing the same, I finally dispelled him, as he had fulfilled his mission. Thanks to the Echo feature, I received all the clones' memories for the last 24 hours and now I know about everything that happened after my departure. Shortly after the battle with Hex, a solar eclipse began, and as the clone said, he tried to perform a ritual to create Bezel's charms, which did not work. Then he returned to the hotel and pretending to be tired went to bed so as not to contact with family, as they might notice the difference between us. All the same, he really is just a clone and his behavior and way of thinking are different from mine. Slightly, of course, but the grandfather and the girls are able to notice this difference, since they know me very well. Though, in the end, they didn't seem to notice the change, so it's okay. That evening, Donovan Grandsmith called and invited Grandpa to his resort. Since Gwen and Ashley were inspired by the idea of visiting an underwater resort in the Bermuda Triangle, Grandpa accepted the invitation. The next day, they set off. Upon arriving at North Las Vegas Airport, Max had to leave his bus, but Grandsmith's people would have to take it to Florida while we were at the resort. A private plane was waiting for them at the airport, which took them to Miami Airport, in which they transferred to another plane, already owned personally by Grandsmith, and in which I was now. We are about halfway from the resort already, so we should be arriving soon. Nothing interesting happened during the day, so the clone tried not to shine and just played furniture while the girls were delighted with traveling through the sky, since this was the first time for both of them. For some reason, it made more of an impression on them than flying in a real starship. But Grandfather was not too pleased and was constantly on his guard, as he was worried about what lives in the Bermuda Triangle. It will be necessary to calm him down, otherwise he will not be able to rest properly. Once again, I am convinced that clones are convenient, but they should not be abused. And although, thanks to the clone, I was able to go about my business and my family did not even know about my absence, but in fact, I deceived them and treated their care as a burden. This is not good, because I love them and love spending time with them. I'll try not to do that to them again. Without much need. And I need to lie less. Nodding to my own thoughts, I left the closet and headed to my seat. Something you loan? Stomach problems? Gwen asked as she ate sweets from the minibar. Yes, this plane has one. Not. I was now on the phone with Hope, Hex's niece, and discussed our training in magic with her. I lied again. Is this the one you met during the battle with Hex? Gwen asked. Right. I returned the locket and key to her that I had taken from Hex. Now, she has access to all his belongings and books, and has also taken over his castle. I said. So she'll teach us magic? My cousin asked hopefully. Yes, although not now. She has a lot of catching up to do herself, so we'll have to wait a little longer. I said. It's a pity. Gwen said in a sharply sad voice. Do not worry. I managed to get it. I said, and took out Bezel's book that Hope had given me. After reading the title, Gwen quickly tried to snatch the book out of my hands, but I didn't let her and put the book away again. Interrupting the girl's indignation, I quickly said, after the rest. Now is not the time to study magic. Showing displeasure on her face, Gwen still accepted my words after I looked at her sternly. Still, sometimes she's such a child. Due to my influence, she is very different from the canon Gwen. My Gwen is more spoiled, childish, and much more honest with her feelings. I don't know if it's good or not, but I still love her. We will also have to return the Book of Elementary Magic. It belonged to Hope's deceased mother, so it's a memorabilia. I added. But I'll send the electronic version to your laptop so you don't lose anything. I immediately said. Okay. Gwen said doomly, handing me the grimoire she carried with her all the time. For some reason, she became very attached to this book. The Staff of Ages is in the RV as the clone didn't have space storage and couldn't take the ugly stick with him on the plane. Do not be sad. Be patient a little and soon you will have a bunch of spells in your hands. I love you. I said, standing up and walking over to Gwen, and then kissed the girl on the lips, while no one was watching. My consolation worked and Gwen smiled brightly. I, on the other hand, went to Grandpa's to talk about the Bermuda Triangle, since we should be arriving soon. 12 hours later. Arrival at the resort was normal. Upon arrival, we were met by Donovan Grandsmith himself and his grandson Eddie, who was still the same 10-year-old spoiled and arrogant kid that I remember him from the animated series. To be honest, I was expecting another trick of fate and would not even be surprised if a 16-year-old beauty met us, but, fortunately, nothing happened. Interesting fact, in the future, the grandson will follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, and it is Eddie Grandsmith who will be the lead architect and creator of Omnitrix City, the future city near Mount Rushmore and the main base of Ben 10-000, whom I should meet soon. Given that I, instead of 10-year-old Ben Prime, was pulled into the Prime universe to fight the egregor, I have no doubt that this will happen. Let's get back to the topic. I must admit old Donovan knows his stuff and the resort turned out just wonderful. Not only does being underwater give this place a special atmosphere and charm, but also the list of local services and entertainment is simply beyond praise. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is the best resort in the world. No wonder this guy became a multimillionaire. Although, all the charm of this place was overshadowed by a little bastard, who was instructed to give us a tour while the old men discussed their youth. To be honest, I had a hard time keeping Ashley from drowning this bastard, because he got us all so bad. His haughty tone, arrogance, boastfulness, and so on really got on our nerves. If he had not been only 10 years old, he would have received a thrashing a long time ago, since, apparently, his upbringing was poorly done. Although, I understand that Eddie is just a lonely child with little time for parents and no real friends due to the financial condition of his family, and all this is really just his defensive reaction, but there is a limit to everything. I hope grandfather can somehow influence his friend so that he finally takes up the education of his grandson normally. Fortunately, we did not have to endure it for a long time and we were allowed to try all the services of this place. From spas and pools to restaurants and even cinemas. The undoubted advantage is that we were the only guests here, with full access to all the services, and all this was absolutely free. We all had a great time and we will not forget this holiday soon. Our recent vacation in Cancun, with this, and was not close. The girls especially liked it, as they are the ones who suffer the most due to our usual way of traveling, so they had a blast. But who was not particularly happy was Grandpa. Even though I told him I had already taken care of the Bermuda Triangle problem, he was still on guard for the rest of the day. In addition, he also had to listen to Donovan's ridicule about Max's past work and endure his boasting. Donovan does not know about his grandfather's past and still thinks that Max was a simple plumber all his life. He does not even know that Grandpa served in the US Air Force and was a military pilot, and after that he almost became an astronaut. And all this invitation was just a way to throw dust in the eyes of a former classmate who was not so successful in life. The rich and their strange quirks. Now, it's clear who Eddie went to. In short, by the end of the day, Grandfather was squeezed like a lemon and he was in a bad mood. Plus, he's worried about the resort's power source. The ex-plumber's scent worked and he did not believe Donovan's words about using the energy of volcanic vents. I haven't decided what to do about it yet, but let's look at the behavior of the Grandsmiths tomorrow. It may be necessary to confiscate a dangerous alien artifact from the hands of a greedy businessman. But, it's tomorrow. In the meantime, I've decided to work on Bezel's Keystone, as it's been gathering dust in my vault for too long. After making sure everyone was asleep, I turned into my most useful alien and moved to my base. In the Arcamata Book of Spells, not much is written about the Keystone itself. Only how it can be used to restore the destroyed Bezel's charms and the effects of the stone itself, although rather vague. To quote, the Keystone increases all the natural powers and skills of the wearer, and tenfold the power of other amulets. And it's all. Not even spells. So now, I want to test how effective the enhancement is and how it will affect my already enhanced body, as well as my superpowers and the power of the Omnitrix aliens. Do not forget about the Tattoo of Luck. Taking out the Keystone, I fed some mana into it to activate it and immediately felt a small outflow of my magical power, and then felt my body fill with strength and my psi abilities began to go crazy. To be honest, it turned my head a little, but I quickly managed to control myself so as not to destroy the entire base with telekinesis. After taking a couple of breaths, I calmed my powers and sat down to meditate to get used to the effects of the Keystone. It took me almost an hour to stabilize the situation and feel all the changes happening to me. Now, my telekinesis and telepathy have increased by 10 times. In theory, now I can lift 150 tons of weight and easily read the minds of the entire Bellwood. Although, this does not mean that people will survive after that. My supervision received the same power surge. After quickly testing my new physical characteristics on the simulators, I saw about the same results. I used to be able to lift about 2 tons of cargo, maybe 2.5 tons after serum stabilization, and now it's almost 27 tons. My speed has also received a 10-fold increase and now I am able to run at a speed of 615 kilometers per hour, almost half the speed of sound. My stamina is not worth talking about. Now I'm not even sure if I need to sleep. What's really cool is that there are no control issues. Last time, after taking the serum, I had to take the time to learn how to control the increased strength. Now, this is no problem. I have complete control over my power level. Indeed, a magical artifact. The stone also affected the serum, so my regeneration, reaction, spider sense, skin durability, and so on, also became 10 times better. It seems that the Keystone does indeed give a tenfold increase. Exactly. The aliens also received a buff, so now I could beat Vilgax even as a humanoid. Although, I may be exaggerating. Honestly, I did not expect that a simple magic charm would make me so strong. It's even scary. Magic also became stronger, but its amount did not change. Which is not surprising, because such an increase will have to be paid for, and my mana acts as a payment. To operate at full capacity, the stone requires 20% of my full reserve per hour, which is generally acceptable, since my magic power regeneration is a little over 10% per hour. Do not forget about the energy reserves in the Infinity Tattoo. As a result, I can use full amplification for several hours in a row. Plus, I can control the level of the buff, so I can keep it at 5x all the time, but then I have to do without the mana regeneration. But a double amplification is just the same ideal option, on which, perhaps, I will stop. After spending a few more hours testing all my aliens and my other abilities, I noticed a few problems. There are abilities that the stone does not affect. Basically, these are forces that simply cannot be strengthened. Well, how can I increase the intangibility of the ghost? How else can you become more intangible? Unless I fall into another plane of existence, but I don't think the stone has the strength to do so. Also, I haven't noticed any effect on my Tattoo of Luck. Perhaps because I destroyed the charm itself, the power of the Keystone no longer extends to it. Or maybe the Keystone never worked for the Charm of Luck, after all it's too fundamental a thing to simply enhance. Also, I didn't notice any particular effect on my skills. I didn't get smarter, I didn't fight better, I can't invent better than before, and so on. It looks like the stone still has some limitations that I have yet to learn about. But even what I got is enough for me. Just some stone that I got without too much trouble made me 10 times stronger. If I create another serum, then I will become a real monster. Although, I'm already a monster. And now that I've finished testing the stone, I can do a little experiment. Chapter 82-81. New Tattoos. patrasteriskien.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskien if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 13, 2010. It always seemed strange to me that only the Charm of Luck could be tied to the owner. I mean, this charm is exactly the same as the others, it is included in the set. But, for some reason, not a word was written in the Arcamata book of spells about being able to do the same with other charms. This is at least strange. It is possible that, since my book is only a copy of the real one, some of the information has been lost over time. Or, the previous owner of the book could have simply deleted some information, just as I did recently. It is also possible that there are some inaccuracies in the translation, yet it is not a fact that the original was written in Latin. There can be many options, but what I want to say is that this has been haunting me for a long time and I still decided to check everything personally. And, as you can see, I'm going to tie the Keystone to me, just like I did with the Charm of Luck. I'm willing to take the risk and lose the stone if something goes wrong. I'll be upset if that happens, but I've done without it before and will continue to if I have to. Plus, there's always a chance that I'll be transported back to an alternative universe or I can get another Keystone. So, I have nothing to lose. But if everything works out, the power of the Keystone will always be with me and I will never lose it again. And the girls will also be able to perform this ritual with their charms. I've always been a little worried that others who want Bezel's charms might start hunting down girls, so it'll be a lot safer that way. I don't worry about myself, but girls are sacred to me and I don't want to risk it again. Activating the Tattoo of Luck to the full, to be sure, without a second's hesitation, I began to feed mana into the Keystone and waited for it to eat up. It turned out that unlike the Charm of Luck, the stone requires a huge amount of energy. Last time, it took quite a bit of mana and the charm was ready for the ritual. This time, I even had to use the emergency mana in the Infinity Tattoo. As a result, after almost 3 hours, I finally felt that the stone had enough energy. If follow this logic, then it will want more blood, so I immediately cut my veins and began to water the stone with it. I had to use telekinesis to keep the wounds from healing too quickly. At first, I thought that nothing worked, since I did not observe any external reaction, but on the 3rd liter of blood I lost, the keystone began to change its color, and I realized that everything should work. If it wasn't for the serum, I'd definitely die. An ordinary wizard would certainly not have survived this ritual, so perhaps this is the answer to why no one has tied a stone before. There was simply no other such suicide. Although, to be honest, I felt very bad. The enhanced regeneration just couldn't handle that much blood loss, so I felt all the delights of being bled dry. I was going to persevere to the last, but I certainly wouldn't risk my life if things didn't work out. It's just not worth it. When I had already lost 4.5 liters, the stone completely changed and shone with the color of my magic. At this point, I breathed a sigh of relief as I was already on edge and about to quit. Only the visual result of the work of the ritual helped me to persevere. The moment came when it was necessary to cast the binding spell that I used for the charm of luck, which I was about to do, but, unexpectedly, everything went awry. Now, blood red, the keystone just exploded to hell, right in front of my face. I didn't even have time to understand or even do anything, as I was too lethargic due to blood loss. Ugh, I uttered after landing, after a 30-meter flight caused by the blast wave. Knowing perfectly well that my body is not in the best condition now, I quickly turned into Wrath. His natural regeneration is much better than mine, so with his help I should be completely cured. For the next half hour, I just lay on the ground, gradually coming to my senses and fighting the buzzing in my head. I seem to have been shell-shocked, but glory to the Apoplexian race and their super regeneration. Fully cured, I finally stood up and cancelled the transformation, after which I looked at the results of the explosion. Good thing I was in the training ground, a baseball stadium-sized facility, and the explosion only ruined some of my simulators, which is easy to fix. It could have ended a lot worse, given that I'm underground. As well as... I ruined my jacket. I involuntarily said, looking at Gwen's gift, which was now a burnt rag. I don't understand. Everything was going so well. Why would he explode? I said to myself, taking off my ruined jacket. It wasn't until I put it in inventory, hoping in my heart that I could recover it, that I noticed that a new tattoo had appeared on my left arm. Right under the tattoo of infinity. So everything worked out? I asked myself, looking at the tattoo on my wrist, in the form of the symbol of the keystone. It looks like all the mana wasted was used to destroy the charm itself and then bind it to me. And, since the keystone is much stronger than the charm of luck, it required more energy and the destruction turned out to be more colorful than last time. Ha, and the spell wasn't even needed. Well, at least I survived. From stress, I was drawn to the conversation and I again spoke to myself. It would have been a very stupid death. I must be more careful. After all, I didn't even put on a suit, which is undoubtedly stupid. Another proof that a great intellect does not make me a smart person. Blaming myself for being idiotic, I finally checked out my new tattoo, which I decided to call 10 Enhancement Tattoo, 10X for short. Everything worked as before, the only thing is that now you need to apply mana to the hand, and not to the stone. Again, no effect on the tattoo of luck. I think I should not delay and let the girls tie their charms. Transforming into the Two Tails, I teleported to the hotel and immediately entered Gwen and Ashley's room. Get up. There is an important matter. I said unceremoniously, starting to wake up the girls. Child? Ashley muttered when she heard the Two Tails' baby voice. It's me. Wake up, I said and continued to wake them up. It's only 6 a.m., Lex. Where are you hurrying? Gwen said, finally opening her eyes. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. I'm sure you will be pleased. I said quickly. Okay, okay. We get up. We get up. Ashley muttered as she slowly stood up. Get out of the room, we need to change. Gwen said, covering herself with a blanket. God, what I didn't see there. I said, rolling my eyes. Given that I saw them in swimsuits, there was almost no place for fantasy. Out! Both girls screamed and I had to dodge flying pillows. After leaving the room, I had to wait almost half an hour while the girls got ready. What do you want? Sleepy Gwen asked displeasedly, leaving the room. Remember when I told you about the charm of luck ritual? I immediately asked. Yes. Gwen nodded her head. Ashley also nodded, since when she saw my tattoo while on holiday in Yellowstone, I had to tell her everything. Well, then I said that it only works with the charm of luck, but it turns out that it doesn't. I did the Keystone ritual and it worked. I said and showed my right hand. Even in the form of an alien, the tattoo is clearly visible. Are you saying we can do it with our charms too? And we no longer have to carry them around and worry that someone will steal them? Immediately understanding everything, Ashley asked enthusiastically. Right. So, why are you delaying? Let's go faster. Gwen said sharply and pulled me somewhere. Rolling my eyes at their behavior, I stopped Gwen and grabbed both girls with my tails and then moved us to my base. By the way, this is the first time they've been here. Completely oblivious to the change in location, Gwen and Ashley looked at me expectantly and waited for my further explanation. After telling them how everything should go, I gave them a spell for the ritual. I didn't use it, but that doesn't mean they don't need it anymore. Gwen decided to go first. Taking only the charm of pyrokinesis, Gwen fed it with her mana and then courageously cut her hand, refusing my help, and sprinkled the amulet. Everything went the same way as my first time. First, turning blood red, the charm shone with the color of Gwen's magic and disintegrated into particles that were immediately absorbed into the girl's left hand. She now has a tattoo of pyrokinesis. Phew. It was harder than I thought. Gwen said, breathing heavily, and sat down on the ground. I immediately ran to her and healed her with the charm of resurrection. Losing half a liter of blood for Gwen turned out to be a serious test, since she is still an ordinary person. Mostly. You should rest. Now you, Ashley. I said when I was sure Gwen was okay. During the ritual, I was on my guard and if something went wrong, I would immediately protect the girl, so she was out of danger. How should I do it? I don't have mana. Ashley asked, puzzled. Really, no. But I think it will be enough if you just absorb the electricity and use it. This time, I give you permission to make this power. Using osmosion abilities also requires your energy, most likely stamina or vitality, so if you use your powers, some of your energy will go into the charm itself anyway. After thinking for a bit, I suggested. Good, let it be your way. Ashley said and went to one of the simulators, absorbed the electricity, and then proceeded to the ritual. Everything went well, although there were some minor difficulties with the spell, since, unlike Gwen, Ashley was not used to this. As a result, after 20 minutes, Ashley got a tattoo of telekinesis on her right arm. After healing, she still had strength left and she again began the ritual, after which Ashley received a second tattoo, this time of electrokinesis, on her left arm. With that done, Ashley immediately began testing her newfound powers, ignoring Gwen and me. Knowing full well that Ashley went into a rage, I also ignored her and turned to Gwen. Are you ready? Yes. Gwen said and began the ritual, after which she received the tattoo of healing. This time, she had to heal the wounds herself, using the newfound power in her right hand. Even without really resting, Gwen joined Ashley and, together with her, began to go crazy, testing her pyrokinesis. It's good that I immediately transferred them to the training ground and do not have to worry about damage. Knowing full well that my girls would not calm down soon, I turned into a jury rig and set about restoring the simulators that had been destroyed earlier. There must be some way to kill time while Gwen and Ashley are busy. Chapter 83, 82. New project and Grandsmith's true intention. patrasteriskeian.com/secil11. Check out my patrasteriskeian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. Thanks to the excellent engineering skills of JuryRig, all my simulators were restored in just 10 minutes. Unfortunately, by this point the girls had just completed their warm-up and now they are starting the real workout. To be more precise, they decided to have a sparring match and now they beat each other sparing no effort. Ashley defended herself with a full stone cover, which she had recently begun to obtain, and attacked with her lightning and telekinesis. In response, Gwen poured fire on her opponent and attacked with the help of magical constructs, while defending herself with them. I decided not to interfere in their little fight, because I knew very well that they were only playing and not trying to seriously harm each other. Gwen's fire cannot penetrate Ashley's cover, and Ashley's electricity cannot penetrate Gwen's shields and reach her. They just want to have some fun and let off some steam. Who am I to stop two girls from destroying my training ground in a fit of combat excitement? So I decided to leave them alone and decided to visit my lab. It's high time to check the results of the analysis of the Technord mutation which I found in Detravit's DNA. To be honest, I completely forgot about it. Just flew out of my head. Even eidetic memory does not protect against ordinary human forgetfulness. Fortunately, my beautiful AI reminded me that the analysis is ready. Turning on my supercomputer, I opened the research report and began to read it. The first thing I noticed was that I was wrong in my original judgment. At first I thought that this genome was a mutation that lay deep in Technord's DNA and was not active. But, when added to Omnitrix, my serum somehow activated the genome and I got Vulcan, Alpha Detravit, which is stronger than usual and has abnormally high heat resistance. For the most part, I was right, but it was wrong to call this gene a mutation. This hidden genome can be called the true potential hidden within everyone. This, let it be for beauty, alpha gene, when active, is able to develop the alien to its highest form, with its full potential. For example, can take the elves. Often in fantasy stories there are ordinary elves and their better version, high elves, who are much more talented, stronger and more skilled in magic than the usual representatives of their race. So, it's the same here. It's no secret that all people are born different, some are less talented, some more, but what the alpha gene does is improve and develop its owner to the peak form of his race and turn it into an ideal, higher version that can be reached. All skills, strength and racial abilities are developed to the limit. Initially, I thought that I could create a serum from this genome that would further strengthen me, but out of ignorance, a real treasure fell into my hands. If I can find the alpha gene and activate it in every one of my aliens, as well as in myself, then I will get something much better than a small increase in my current abilities. I will receive the highest form, which will be much stronger than any representative of this race, and will reveal their full potential. Someone might think that this is the same as the Ultimatrix's ultimate forms from Ultimate Alien, but it's not. What was there is already the next stage of development, evolution, and the alpha gene brings the current stage to a peak, activating the higher form, or alpha form. I mean, it solves my old problem. When I found out that my aliens were standard strength and no different from 10-year-old Ben's aliens, I was very upset and tried to find a way to fix it. The answer was the Omni Enhancer Serum, which really helped, but I was still not very happy, as the best opportunity to improve the heroes was waiting for them to grow with me. But the alpha gene changed everything. If I manage to properly activate it for everyone, I will get an incredible boost, because even Vulcan has not yet reached its peak and can become even better. It's not even worth talking about what happens if I activate the alpha gene in myself and my family ones. The mere increase in life expectancy and natural skill is already worth a lot. Just imagining the result of the symbiosis of alpha forms, my serum and the Keystone, I'm thrown into ecstasy from the possibilities that are opening up. Not to mention the ultimate forms, which I'll get one day too. It's incredible, I involuntarily muttered, realizing the possibilities of my accidental discovery, and then I turned to Morgana. Honey, we are starting a new project, Alpha Forms. It is necessary to analyze the DNA of all my aliens and try to find their alpha gene. Yes, my love. Morgana murmured sweetly. First, I'll deal with this, and only then I'll think about how to activate it. If anything, I'll try to synthesize the alpha gene and transfer it by creating a new version of the serum. I muttered to myself. Darling, there are only 22 DNA analyses in my files, not counting yours and Alpha Detravite. Morgana's voice came from the computer. What? Oh yes. I haven't been collecting new alien samples since the discovery of the Two Tails. We need to fix this. Thanks for the reminder, honey. I said. Always welcome. Sending me an air, although rather virtual, kiss, Morgana said. And I turned into Ditto, created a clone that would help me, and then I began to transform and take the DNA of aliens, whose material I had not yet taken. I started with my 23rd alien, Gax, and continued up to my latest acquisition, Wildvine, at number 51. Though, of course, I wouldn't risk turning into Alien X. I'm not ready to face Bellicus and Serena yet. Like last time, taking DNA samples from some of the aliens caused some difficulties, such as Cloak, which is made of a living shadow, and Goop, which is made of, well, goop. But thanks to the clone, our common ingenuity and a large number of different tools, I got the DNA of all the aliens. Just as I had finished putting all the samples into their respective containers, specially designed to hold the unusual material, Morgana spoke again. Lex, your sluts are done fighting and are now lying around exhausted. With poison in his voice, the AI informed me. Don't call them that, please. You can start the analysis, let me know when the results are ready. I said with a sigh as I inserted all the DNA samples into the analyzer. Hearing no response, I ran to the training ground using my superhuman speed enhanced by the Keystone. When I got to the place, I saw a rout, worse than what the recent explosion had caused. Fortunately, all simulators are intact. Well, what did you do? I asked with a heavy sigh, looking at Ashley and Gwen, who were now lying on the floor and panting. Huff, huff. Sorry, Gwen began. We got carried away. Huff, Ashley continued. Nothing wrong. And how? Satisfied with your new tattoos? I asked with a grin as I sat down next to them. After recovering a little, Gwen stood up and said with a smile, very much. Now, I feel that this is my strength, and not borrowed from the charms. It has become much easier to control fire and combine it with magic. Plus, I'm now completely immune to fire. Yes, I have the same thing with lightning and telekinesis. Matter absorption works great with the new abilities, and it's not as hard to combine them now as it used to be. Ashley said with the same smile. Only, I'm not sure about the power of the charm of resurrection. I can heal myself and others, but what about resurrection? We've lost our lifeline. Gwen asked seriously. Do not worry. Now, we can assume that the charm are destroyed, which means they can be restored. We just need to wait for the next solar eclipse. I said. And somehow get another keystone. Gwen reminded. Yes, that too. Fortunately, I have an idea how to do it. In the meantime, let's go back. Grandpa is probably already worried. It's time to continue our holiday. I said and immediately turned into the Two Tails, teleported us to the underwater resort of Grandsmith. The rest of the stay went well. Donovan and Eddie, for some reason, became more friendly and sincere, so we enjoyed the rest of the day. I even checked with the help of telepathy why such a drastic change would occur. Everything turned out to be simple. Grandsmiths are just very used to the fact that because of their financial wealth, people constantly treat them with respect, fawning and hypocrisy, hoping to make at least some profit. From us, they expected such a thing and therefore turned on their defensive reaction for such a case. Although, this is illogical, since they themselves invited us, but apparently the rich have their own way of thinking. It is clear that their money did not give up on us and we treated them normally, humanly. Realizing this, both grandsmiths began to treat us accordingly. Although, it is not clear why, such a decision took them a whole day, but then again, the rich and their quirks. It turned out that Donovan is quite a normal and simple man. He even apologized to Grandpa and us for his ugly behavior and made Eddie do the same. And although the kid was still acting like a complete asshole, he tried to improve. He's just too accustomed to being sarcastic and doesn't know how to communicate well with people. After that, Grandpa's mood skyrocketed and he even forgot about the resort's power source. Max and Donovan finally had a normal conversation and even had a few drinks. Grandfather even slightly opened the veil of secrecy and told a little about his real past, although he tried to disguise everything so that there would be no recognition of the existence of aliens. I overheard a little and it turned out that Donovan and Max were in the same class and actually grew up together, after which they parted ways. And the most interesting thing was that Donovan was a passionate admirer of Aunt Vera and was in love with her in his youth. Although, he never found the strength to admit it, since he came from a poor family and considered himself unworthy of Vera. Therefore, he left Bellwood, hoping to make a fortune and become worthy of Vera. But, as is usually the case, he was sucked into the world of real estate and never returned to his hometown. As a result, he met another girl who became his wife, the mother of his son and the grandmother of Eddie. By the way, she died 8 years ago. It seems that this is the answer to the question why Donovan invited us to his resort. He remembered his youthful love and decided to find a way to Vera. And first, he decided to test the waters with Max and find out how his old lover is doing there. And yesterday's behavior was more like a test of how Max has changed in 40 years and whether Donovan can build a relationship with a woman he has not seen for so long. Still, if we behave like bastards greedy for his money, it is unlikely that Grandsmith would want to deal with Vera, whose family has changed for the worse. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Aunt Vera was a widow before I was born. Since her children grew up and left, she was left all alone and now lives alone in that terrible city. Why don't two lonely old men get together? I don't even think Max would mind. In the end, the day went well and our vacation here came to an end. Tomorrow we will be delivered to Miami and we will continue our journey. By the way, I still decided to let Donovan keep the alien core and use it as a power source for the resort. He won't abuse it and will treat it with extreme care, I'm sure of it. There is no point in destroying this beautiful place, especially if the Grandsmiths will soon become our relatives. Chapter 84-83 Magic for Dummies and End of Dr. Animo. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 14, 2010. So what do you end up thinking about this? I asked Grandfather, sitting down next to him. What are you talking about? Looking at the road, asked Max. About Mr. Grandsmith and Aunt Vera. Do you mind if they get together? I asked. Not. Donovan is a good man and hasn't changed at all in all these years. And Vera has been single for too long. Grandpa said honestly. And your brother's instinct to protect your sister has nothing against it? I asked with a grin. Ha ha ha, no. No, of course not. I outgrew this a long time ago. Vera is an adult and independent woman, so it is up to her to decide with whom to be and how to live. Although, I've been worried about her since Victor died. Grandfather said with a laugh, remembering the dead husband of Aunt Vera. She must be lonely in that desert town. And Mr. Grandsmith also looks like a lonely person. Hope everything goes well for them. I said, remembering old Donovan's happy face when Grandpa gave him Aunt Vera's number before we left. It's been an hour since we left Miami and moved on. We decided not to linger in the city, we already had enough beaches and water activities. In addition, Max noticed an advertisement for today's Alligator Festival, which will be held in the swamps near the state capital, Tallahassee. Grandpa suddenly got excited about the idea of visiting this place, so the girls and I decided not to say anything and just let the old man have some fun. The Alligator Festival is practically no different from a regular festival, except for the theme and the main symbol in the form of, as you know, alligators. All the same stalls with delicious food, though with the meat of the alligators themselves, entertainment, games, music and so on. What stands out from the usual picture is the presence of live alligators. I don't think it's such a bad place. The only problem, according to the canon, is that Dr. Animo has to show up to mess things up like always, but I'll try to find and take care of him before he messes up. At this rate, he will never become a full-fledged villain, since I always stop him in advance. Although, don't care. We still have almost 4 hours to go, so I decided to mind my own business. I took out the book on magic that I received from Hope and began to read it. What is strange is that it is written in modern English, although the book itself is clearly ancient. Even Hope's mother grimoire was written in Old French, although there was a translation. Having quickly finished reading, and having completely memorized the contents, I handed the book to Gwen, who had been staring at the back of my head for the past half hour and was impatiently waiting for her turn to come. After accepting the book, Gwen gave me a quick peck on the cheek until Max could see, and ran off to get new knowledge of magic. Since the incident with Hope, our relationship has been a little off and I've distanced myself from the girls. Even though what happened was not my fault, I still can't just forget that I betrayed my beloved girls and broke the promises I made to them. Until things are decided and the girls know the truth, I don't think I can pretend everything is okay. I think Gwen and Ashley have already figured out that something is wrong. They don't know what's going on, but they see me acting aloof and give me some time alone so I can think things through. Smart girls, I love them. To be honest, I'm just afraid of their reaction when they find out about Hope. But I can't hide everything forever. It remains only to go with the flow and hope that they will forgive me. Putting aside all these sad thoughts, I focused on the knowledge gained from the book Magic for Dummies. The title is very appropriate. Almost anyone can learn magic from this book, unless of course he has mana. Everything is written very clearly and in detail. It is immediately clear that the author knows his business. Unfortunately, most of the knowledge just doesn't fit Gwen and me, since we're Anodites. The book was created specifically for ordinary users of magic who are just beginning to learn magic. But we, representatives of an advanced magical race, who simply do not need to awaken their magic, learn to control it or increase the amount of mana. Even now, Gwen and I have way more mana than most magicians in the world. At the very least, the methods described in the book are too low level for us. Apparently, when I told Hope that Gwen and I were still newbies, she didn't take our heritage into account and took my words at face value for giving me a book for complete beginners. It was informative reading, but the only valuable thing in it was a list of hundreds of spells of various kinds, mostly elemental. In general, this is exactly what we needed, so it was not in vain. Frankly, unlike Gwen, I have little interest in conventional magic, since my aliens give me much more than simple spells, and I am quite satisfied with the usual Anodite abilities, which, in general, I have already raised to the absolute. What I'm really interested in is the unique rituals and spells that give me the ability to do things that my heroes can't. For example, that spell from the Arcana book, which allows to move along the time axis. And I still found several such spells and rituals. For example, in the book, there was a body-swapping ritual that Hope used in the original. And the teleportation spell Hex used to fight the girls. It turned out that it is more suitable for moving a large number of people, just something that the Two Tails cannot do. There is also a ritual to create magical creatures similar to those used by Hope. And that's not all. What I found most interesting was a spell similar to the Reparo from Harry Potter, which allows you to repair recently broken things and restore damage on a large scale. It will be especially useful in heroic work. After my disassembly, there is always damage. Remember only the fight with Vulcanus and 6-6 in Pittsburgh, or the Battle of the Girls with Hex. Now, I can fix everything and walk away with peace of mind without leaving millions of dollars worth of damage in my wake. I immediately learned this spell and even tested it on my jacket, which was damaged by the Keystone explosion. Restitutio damnorum, I said, creating a magic sphere that engulfed the jacket and returned it to its previous state. It worked, said Ashley, who was standing next to me and watching my actions. Yes, it looks like it, I said with a smile, imagining what prospects open up with this spell. Also, I was extremely pleased that I was able to recover Gwen's gift. I even managed to become attached to this jacket, and I was sorry to lose it. Too bad I can't use magic, Ashley said sadly. Maybe not now, but in the future, I began. What do you mean? Ashley asked incredulously. You are capable of absorbing energy. Any energy. In the future, when you fully learn to control your powers, you will be able to absorb mana directly from the environment, since mana is everywhere. It is, after all, the life force of the universe. I told my idea. And then, will I be able to use the absorbed mana for magic? Ashley asked excitedly. Right. It won't be easy to learn though, but I'm sure you can handle it, I said, stroking the girl on the head. When do we start training so I can learn how to absorb energy safely? I have already fully mastered the full cover. Look, Ashley said, and after absorbing the wood from the countertop, she turned into a wooden Ashley. Practice for a few more days, and then we'll get started. I have an idea how to completely protect your mind from the negative influence of your powers, so maybe things will turn out to be much easier than we originally thought, I said, thinking of a good option. Truth? Thank you. I will train even harder, Ashley said and kissed me on the cheek, after which she went about her business. It was clear from her eyes that she wanted to talk more, but she decided to leave me alone, because she knows that I need it now. I urgently need to solve this unpleasant problem and finally return to normal relations. The feeling of guilt haunts me. Putting these thoughts aside again, I decided to learn all the spells that were in the new magic book. Even the ones that don't interest me at all. I may not use them, but it's always good to have a backup option in case of an emergency. There have already been cases when I could not use the Omnitrix, so these spells will not interfere. Anyway, there is nothing complicated about it. When I was done, we still had an hour to go, so I decided to get my hands on some of the promise I made to Gwen. Quickly moving to the cave, I took some of the debris from the Vilgax robots that I took after the battle on Mount Rushmore, after which I returned to the RV and began to invent. It's been a long time since I've done it myself, without the help of aliens, so it's good practice. I wanted to make a new laptop that I promised Gwen a long time ago. At the same time I will make the same for Ashley, so that she will not be offended. It turned out to be surprisingly easy and I did it in less than 20 minutes. This appears to be the result of the increased intelligence and influence of Jury-Rig. I used this alien quite a lot when I was dismantling the ship on Mars, so I most likely adopted some of his engineering skills. Such a good bonus. Although the laptops ended up not being very pretty since I used the debris, a little help from Upgrade helped fix that and now the computers look just fine. They are exactly the same as mine, except that the design is different. Since there was still time, I created several smartphones, 3 for my family and the rest for my clones, in case we need to contact. When I distributed gifts to the family and received thanks, I thought it would be worthwhile to create small communicators for constant communication with clones. Which I did, and then proceeded to create a pair of drones that would act as my eyes and ears when I needed reconnaissance. I will always have them with me and, if necessary, I will take them out of my inventory and send them in search. They will be just right for me today to find Animo in these swamps, since I'm not going to look for him myself. There is nothing else for me to do. I finished, just in time for the moment when we arrived at the festival. Immediately sending drones to search, I went to have fun with my family. Several hours later, the drones returned only when they had explored the entire swamp, and we were tired of exploring the festival. It turned out that Animo was simply not here. The drones even found the place where the doctor was hiding in canon, but it is empty and there is no sign that anyone has been there in the last 10 years. I don't understand anything. Morgana, look up Aloysius Animo in the police database. I ordered Morgana, having received the result of the search. Wait a second. I found it. Aloysius James Animo was arrested on June 3 for assaulting his landlord and vandalizing a mall. Upon his arrest, he was diagnosed with a severe head injury that led to retrograde amnesia. He forgot the last 5 years of his life. As a result, taking into account his situation, he was given a suspended sentence and forbidden to leave the city for 5 years. He is now in St. Elizabeth Psychiatric Hospital, where he is undergoing treatment and slowly recovering. Morgana told me. Oh, F***K, was all I could say, and that I asked myself. So I broke Dr. Animo? Now he does not remember his crazy experiments and knowledge gained? And now what I can do? Cure him? Or leave it alone? Perhaps this is Animo's chance to return to normal. Although, it also means that I lost one of my sworn enemies. It doesn't make me hot or cold though. Now to myself, I thought. Tex, come here. The supper is ready. Grandpa called to me as he finished cooking the alligator skewers. I'm going, Grandpa. I said as I got off the bus. Well, if it's the way it is, let it stay that way. Dr. Animo is not such a bad person, he just got unlucky in life. I think he deserves a new start. I thought again, and then I gave Morgana an order, check on Aloysius Animo from time to time. If something happens, let me know right away. Yes, my love. Morgana said coquettishly. It won't hurt to see how his life goes on. Maybe it's not over yet and we'll meet again. Who knows? Involuntarily looking at the sky, I expressed my thoughts aloud and went to my beloved family. Chapter 85-84. Snake Venom. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 15, 2010. As always, waking up before everyone else, I decided to mind my own business until we set off for our next destination. Today, I also promised to visit Hope, which is a must. But first, I need to deal with the spaceship that caused all the troubles of the Bermuda Triangle. Having moved to Mars, I took another look at the ship itself, and I must admit that it is very pretty. Although, it resembles a large metal snake that has died and is now decomposing in the sun. As I said before, being in the depths of the ocean did not benefit the starship. Transforming into Upgrade, I soaked into the ship, unlocked all systems and opened all doors so I could go inside. And also, I did not forget to give Morgana access so that she could immediately examine the ship's onboard computer and find all the necessary information. After becoming human, I entered through the door located right at the tip of the tail and began to explore the interior of the alien ship. Oddly enough, the water could not penetrate inside and everything here was preserved in its original state. Apparently, the ship was conserved and during all this time, only the outer skin was damaged. Inside everything is shiny and clean, there is no dust or dirt. The interior was quite advanced compared to Earth technology. But, today, given the technological level of the rest of the galaxy, all this has long been outdated. This ship was modeled after 5-level or possibly 6-level technology. Considering that Earth has only reached 2-level right now, this starship is quite impressive. But not for me. I have a level 20 tech on my arm, and 2 years ago, at just my 13th years, I created a 13-level AI, Morgana. Although, lately, I have doubts about this conclusion. She is too humanly and emotional for a simple AI. But, as its creator, I'm just happy about its development, so it's not that big of a deal. Especially in this situation. So, back to the topic. 5 or 6 level doesn't really impress or excite me. The Limax's ship also had about the same level, and I destroyed it without a twinge of conscience. But resources are never redundant. The reason why I always collect all kinds of technologies that I meet along the way is precisely because it is hard to find high-level technologies on Earth and nothing is superfluous. So, I will be able to adapt this ship somewhere. At least its details. Entering the next room, which, if I am not mistaken, was once a warehouse, I was in for an unpleasant surprise. On the floor lay a skeleton that clearly did not belong to a person. 3-meter growth, sharp claws, long fangs and a long tail, clearly indicate the alien origin of the dead man. And, given that the poor fellow was left with only bones, he died a very long time ago. Bringing the Omnitrix to the body, I turned on the scanner and scanned the alien's DNA. The watch glowed yellow and began to process new material. I, on the other hand, went to explore further so as not to waste time. Then I'll see who I found. In the next room, I found 2 more skeletons. Moreover, they lay in an embrace. Looks pretty tragic. The room itself was clearly once the engine room, and it was here that the engine and core of the ship were located. And also, the power source, which was missing. In fact, one part was missing. The power source itself was in the form of 3 yellow spherical batteries, which still worked. Although, as I said, there was no one sphere. It was she who found Donovan Grandsmith. Further, the ship forks into several floors, and I decided to climb to the very top in order to immediately get into the captain's cabin, which was just in the head of the snake. Along the way, I met a few more bodies. Entering the bridge, I saw another skeleton, most likely the former captain of the ship, as he was sitting, or rather, lying on the captain's seat. Also, I could immediately see a full-length holographic image, my favorite artificial intelligence. Looks like she's already taken control of the ship, even without my help. Showing me a beautiful smile, Morgana sweetly said, "Welcome to the bridge, Captain. It's still early. It is necessary, at least, to bury the past." I said awkwardly, and then asked, "Did you find out whose ship it was?" "Yes. It's a Cobra Sapiens research spaceship." Morgana replied instantly. "Cobra Sapiens?" Now it is clear why the ship has such a design. If I'm not mistaken, their planet, Mamba 4, was destroyed by the Big Tick 200 years ago. Quickly recalling the information from the Plumber database, I said. Right. To be more precise, 213 years ago. Morgan replied. So their race is already extinct. And what was this research shop? I asked, looking through the front window at the beautiful landscape of Mars. The Big Tick practically did not leave the inhabitants of the planet alive, after absorbing the core of the planet. Of course, there are always lucky survivors who, for example, were in space at this time. But, they were often killed off by those cultists who always watched the Tick. They believed that they were lucky that the Tick chose them, and they should also die with their people. It's good that I killed this parasite and got rid of the cultists. From my thoughts, I was distracted by the voice of Morgana, who gave an answer to my question. The ship is called White Natrix. He was sent to search for planets suitable for colonization 745 years ago. And it looks like they managed to get all the way to Earth with their mission. But their planet was in the constellation of the Serpent, not far from the star Alpha Serpens. Almost 74 light years from us. They have come a long way to die here. I said sadly. Right. Apparently, during the descent to the planet, there was an unexpected breakdown, due to which it was necessary to make an emergency landing. Continued Morgana, clearly not feeling the same sympathy for aliens that I do. Maybe she's as humanly as I thought. In the Sargasso Sea. I said. That's right, in a place that a few centuries later became known as the Bermuda Triangle. And what happened to the crew in the end? I asked. They died of oxygen starvation as they ended up unable to leave the ship due to automatic conservation. Suffocated, that is. Unpleasant death. What, after all, was the cause of the accident? I finally asked. I found traces of the computer virus that caused the ship to crash. Morgana said. Diversion. And who is to blame? I found several messages, and according to the contents, the captain of the ship was having an affair with a married woman. Her husband found out about this and hired people to make sure the captain never came back. Ah, love drama. Another planet, another race, another time, but at the same time, nothing changes. People are capable of terrible things, and all for the sake of love. Even if they are humanoid snakes. I said melancholy. Morgana looked at me very strangely when she heard me. Noticing this, I quickly decided to change the subject. So, in the end, the people hired by the jealous hubby injected a virus that caused a breakdown at the most inconvenient moment, leading to an emergency landing and activating the conservation protocol? Right. The conservation protocol was necessary to keep the ship for a long time. But, of course, it could not be turned on when the crew was inside. The virus bypassed this convention and sealed the ship, thereby killing the crew. And then activated the defense system, which released the cyber squids so that they would not let anyone near the starship. And the captain could die in agony, as the client wished. I guessed. After receiving only a nod, I nodded heavily, then involuntarily added, "Oh, it's all sad." "Okay, let's look at this Cobra Sapiens," I said and activated the transformation into my new alien. After a flash of light, I examined myself. Fortunately, I did not become a lamia, otherwise it would be inconvenient. And I can only say that a humanoid snake is the perfect description for this species. I was tall, almost 3 meters, had a lean, muscular body. From under my back, I grew a long and flexible snake tail. My eyes had a deep blue color and, as you might guess, a snake pupil. I had a long snake tongue, and my sharp front fangs exuded some kind of venom. The fingers on the hands were very long and had sharp, black claws that could also secrete venom. I was dressed in the usual black and blue bodysuit that the Omnitrix almost always provides. Although, this time there were gold stakes on the head, shoulders, and tail. The clock symbol, as always, was on the chest. After a little jumping and stretching in this form, I was already able to determine my incredible flexibility, agility, and reflexes. In fact, I'm quite capable of curling myself up into a ball. Which is not surprising, considering from whom this race originated. Already now, I can say that an incredibly strong hand-to-hand fighter will come out of this alien. With his natural physical characteristics, few people can defeat me in this form. Especially if I'm using the snake style, which is perfect for this body and which I luckily know. And especially if I also use the special power of this race. Namely, a venom that I can produce in almost unlimited quantities and which I can remove through my fangs and claws. The most interesting thing is that I can produce several types of venoms at once, which have different effects and strengths. A common paralyzing venom, a neurotoxin, a poison that can kill with a single drop, or even an acidic venom that can melt titanium in a few seconds. In addition, this ability grants complete immunity to all poisons and toxins. Which is very helpful. Now I don't have to be afraid that someone will use poison against me. Deciding to name the new hero Snake Venom, I cancelled the transformation and turned to Morgana, remembering one thing. Wasn't the homeland of the Cobra Sapiens a source of an extremely rare and durable metal? I asked. Serpensordium. And yes, this metal was mined on Mamba 4 and only on Mamba 4. Since the planet was destroyed, serpensordium has been incredibly valuable. It won't be wrong to say that this metal is in the top 3 hardness in the entire universe. Morgana said with a smile. And, I began hopefully. And this whole ship is made of this metal. Understanding me perfectly, Morgana answered an unasked question. Why then, I tried to ask. The outer sheathings was made of ordinary metal to camouflage the ship and not attract unnecessary attention. Even at that time, serpensordium was highly prized. Under the first layer of metal, the ship was preserved in perfect condition. The AI said, understanding me. Then the last question. How did one part of the power source up outside? I asked, in the end, to dispel all doubts. The ship's defense system has transferred the battery to the cyber squids so they can recharge without canceling the conservation. It's clear. They left the sphere in a safe place and used it as a battery when needed. Until Mr. Grandsmith accidentally found her and took her away. That is why they deviated from their task of protecting the ship and wanted to attack the resort. In fact, it was their source of life. I added. Okay. I'm not too fond of snakes, so it's better to dismantle the ship. Especially considering what it's made of. This will come in handy for my new ship. I said, and then I turned into an echo and created 100 clones, which I sent to do hard work. They know their business. Let me know when everything is ready. Turning to Morgana, I ordered. Definitely. Showing me a sweet smile, Morgana said, and then disappeared. At that moment, 2 clones jury rigs approached me. The first gave me a plate of serpensortium, which I will present to Ashley, that she used it for absorption. And the second one gave me a magical construct in the form of a sphere, in which there were the bodies of 10 crew members and the captain. I can't just leave them here. They deserve a decent end. Thank you. I said and teleported with the infinity tattoo. Before, I thought that I could not move with her help along with the load. But, it turned out that if I enclose both myself and my cargo in a sphere from my magic, then I can move the entire contents of the sphere. Fortunately, I found out about it. Well, when you are unbearable to have sex with a beauty, you will not do such a trick. I moved to a desert island in the Bahamas, where we once vacationed with the girls. After laying the bodies of the White Natrix crew in a line, I stepped back a little, after which I raised my hand and said one word, Ignis. It was the simplest spell in Bezel's magic book. It is not difficult to guess that it created fire. It was this fire that I threw on the bodies of the Cobra Sapiens and began to watch how they fire up and slowly disappear from this world. Rest in peace. I said sadly, looking at the impromptu funeral. When the bodies were completely burned, I teleported to Hex's castle. Chapter 86-85. Fire Witch and Stone Rocket, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. After moving in front of the castle gates, I gave the password and entered unhindered. Climbing up to the 3rd floor, I entered Hex's room and saw Hope sitting on the floor, surrounded by books, next to the gold vault and enthusiastically reading something. She has obviously been sitting here since I left, for she looked terrible. Dark circles around the eyes, disheveled and dirty hair, clothes all in a mess. And she smells, I must say, not lavender. You look bad. I said to get attention since Hope didn't notice my arrival. Lex? Why are you back? It's only been a few hours since you left. Something happened? Hope asked incredulously, looking at me while rubbing her tired eyes. Actually, it's been 2 days. And I came as we agreed. Looks like you're too busy reading. I said. Now I understand why Hope didn't even call me. What? It cannot be. Hope said in disbelief, then looked at herself and said in horror, You're right. God, how I stink. Wait a minute, I'll take a quick shower and come back. I didn't even have time to say anything as the girl ran out of the room and left me alone. Sighing heavily at her behavior, I began to clean up the room. Picking up all the books with telekinesis, I went inside the safe and put them in their places. The books themselves had rather exciting titles, but now it's not up to that. Half an hour later, Hope returned, and now she looked fresh, slept, and most importantly, clean. Here without magic, obviously not done. Also, Hope put on her mother's robe, which I saw last time and which really suited her. Better than the old cloak. Thanks for waiting. Hope said quickly, then jumped up to me for a kiss, which I gladly gave her. Well, how are you doing? After finishing the kiss, I asked. Great. In recent days, I have learned more than in the last year. Thanks to books, I learned new spells and rituals and also began to better understand my own magic. Delightedly said Hope. I'm happy for you. But I see you haven't slept at all. I hope you didn't forget to eat? I asked, knowing full well the answer. I forgot. I didn't even notice how time passed. With guilt, said the charmcaster. With? As I thought, and then wait a couple of minutes, I said quickly. Shaking my head, I teleported to San Francisco and quickly bought 2 pizzas in the same pizzeria that my family and I recently visited. Here you are, I said and handed the pizza box to Hope as soon as I returned to the castle. Thanks a lot. What exciting thing happened to you? Hope asked, then pounced on a slice of pizza. Taking the same piece, I began to talk about recent events. Just when all the pizza was over, I finished my story. I ended up burning their bodies. I said. It's unfortunate. Hope said sympathetically as she learned the fate of the crew of the Cobra Sapiens research spaceship. And nothing can be done? It's been too long, so no. Shaking my head, I said. But, after a bit of thought, I nevertheless added, initially, the Omnitrix was created to restore extinct species. I have already collected several DNA samples from the disappeared races, so there is always a possibility to bring them back. The watchmaker must have a way to do this. At a minimum, this is possible with the help of cloning. Someday, in the future, I am sure that I will be able to find a new home for these races. I believe that you will succeed. Hope said with a smile and kissed me on the cheek. Thank you. I said. It's damn lovely when they believe in you. How is your relationship with Gwen and Ashley? Hope changed the topic without a hint of jealousy. Hearing the question, I grimaced a little, honestly said, not really. My guilt is just killing me, and I usually can't communicate with them and try to avoid them. Do not worry. I'm sure they'll understand. It may not be easy, but they will manage. Hope said sympathetically, stroking my cheek. I want to believe that it will be so. Everything would be resolved as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, I said. And then, to change the topic, I added, by the way, here's what I promised. I took out the Staff of Ages, the Arcamata Book of Spells, and the Book of Elemental Magic from the spatial store and handed them over to Hope. Many thanks. Hope happily accepted the gifts, and I received a passionate kiss again. While the Charmcaster was looking at the magical artifacts with curiosity, I decided to continue the conversation. I read the book that you gave me. She was informative, but not exactly what I needed. You didn't like the book? Hope asked sadly, putting her things aside. No. I liked it. But, it's too low a level for me. Because of my Anodite heritage, I find it much easier to handle magic than ordinary magicians. And the basic stuff, I just don't need it. I can do all this instinctively. I said quickly. Yes? Then I really envy you. It took me almost half a year of training to create the first spell. And this is considering that then I lived in a magically saturated dimension. Hope admitted honestly. Do not worry. I'm sure you're much better than me in all things magic. Maybe Anodites are intuitive, but we lack the ingenuity and control inherent in magicians who have spent years studying magic. I said. That's good to know. Okay, let's not talk about sad things. So what book do you need? Hope asked as she got to her feet. A collection of unique and varied magic would be best. It doesn't have to be powerful spells and the main thing with exciting features and effects. Thinking for a bit, I said. Actually, I have a suitable book. Going into the safe, Hope said, and a second later, she came out with 2 books in her hands. First handing me a small purple book, Hope said, this is the grimoire of the royal family of Legerdemain. Before, it belonged to my father, and for centuries, the rulers of the dimension have written their knowledge into it. Don't look at her size. The grimoire is an authentic magical artifact with infinite pages containing several thousand spells. And just like you asked. Unique, bizarre, and unusual spells and rituals. Don't you need this book yourself? I asked, taking the grimoire. For me, it's too early to study it. First, I need to create a solid foundation. And besides, my uncle's books have everything I need. As I said, this grimoire contains non-standard spells. Charmcaster said with a smile. Then, I will accept this book. Thank you. Thankfully, I said. My pleasure. She is rightfully yours. Technically, you are the current king of Legerdemain, so the book should be your heir. Just drop your blood on the grimoire to own it. No one else can use it without your permission as long as you're alive. Also, you can use it as a hub if needed. And here is a dictionary of the Legerdemain language so that you can learn the language and translate the contents of the grimoire. Hope said and handed me the second book. Honestly, I don't know how to thank you. These are precious things. I said I didn't know how to express my feelings. Do not. You are my husband, and I must support you. I don't feel sorry for you. Hope said with a huge smile. Unable to bear how sweet she was, I kissed the girl again. When we finally broke up, I decided to get back on topic before it was too late. I have 2 more requests for you, I said quickly. What kind? With red cheeks, Hope asked. First, can you get 3 more magic bags like you have? I asked, knowing full well that such a thing would be helpful to my family. Are you talking about this one? Hope asked as she showed me her creepy magical bag. Exactly. Inside it, isn't there spatial storage? I asked. There is. True, it is small, only 2 cubic meters. Although, the bag has other functions. I'm only interested in storage. Even if it's small. I said instantly. I can make my own bag with spatial storage attached to it. I made mine when I was 6 years old, in Legerdemain. The girl said, and now I understand why she has such a fancy design. I would be very grateful. I said from the bottom of my heart. Not worth it. It is not so difficult. When you come next time, I will give them to you. What is the second request? Hope asked. Do you know of any ritual, spell, or artifact that can create mind protection from outside interference or bad influences? I asked, and this is the best way to keep Ashley safe from her powers. I don't know anything of the sort, but I can look it up in my uncle's books. Let's see what I can find there. After a bit of thought, said the Charmcaster. Thank you. Well, it's time for me. I said, looking at the time, and everyone should be awake by now. Leaving so soon? Do you have time to reconcile our marriage? Hope asked coquettishly. Once again, looking at the time, and then at the seductress, I quickly got to my feet, picked up the girl in my arms, and asked, where is your room? Ha ha ha, on the 2nd floor. Hope said, chuckling at my actions as she grabbed my neck. And then, you know what happened. After taking a shower, I teleported to the RV and immediately noticed Gwen, who was enthusiastically drawing a ritual circle on the ground. Deciding not to distract her, I sat down on a nearby bench and began to watch Gwen's actions. After Gwen finished drawing, she walked to the edge of the circle, placed her hands on it, and began to chant, Vivifica, o servi lapidus. Venite, servite mihi. Lapidum sculpturarum creatio. Come to life, my stone servants. Come and serve me. Creation of stone sculptures. The ritual circle shone with pink light, and then, the stone blocks that lay in the center of the ring began to move and merge into 3 stone creatures, precisely the same as those used by Hope. Then, the pink light soaked into the golems, and they came to life. It worked! Gwen shouted with delight as the golems approached and bowed before her. Well done! I walked over to the girl and said. Oh, Lex, you're back. Gwen said and hugged me. I see you've decided to create a couple of assistants for yourself, I said as I accepted the girl's arms. Yes, I really liked the spell, so I decided to use it right away. Finus, the girl said, after which she cast a spell, and the golems decreased in size. Are you done? Asked Ashley, who had just come up and hugged me too. Yes, and everything went great. Not hiding her happiness, said Gwen, pointing at the golems, the size of chess pieces. Ashley, I have a little present for you, I said, and taking out the plate of serpent sortium, I handed it to the Osmosian hand. What is it? Ashley asked curiously. This is serpent sortium. Precious and scarce metal. I was lucky to find him. Adsorb it and check it out. I'm sure you'll like the result, I said mysteriously to keep the intrigue. Okay, Ashley said and absorbed the metal. Serpent Sortius himself had an unusual black color with a blue tint, so this is precisely what the girl looked like now. Walking to the nearest boulder, Ashley lightly hit it. She clearly did not expect the stone to instantly crumble into pieces as if it had been shot with a bazooka. Wow! Ashley exclaimed enthusiastically when she saw the result. This metal is one of the strongest in the universe. You won't find a better metal to absorb, and on Earth, it is, I said with a smile. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ashley shouted, rushing to hug me. Fortunately, she managed to remove the cover. No way, and here, try to squeeze this plate as hard as possible, I said, and it's time to implement my old idea. Ashley took to the task without question and enthusiastically began to compress the metal. At first, she simply used her super strength, and then she figured out to use matter manipulation, an ability also available to her when she absorbs the material. After a couple of minutes, the plate, meter by meter, turned into a small ball the size of a bead. Here, I can't do it anymore. Ashley handed over the bead, which weighed over a kilogram despite its small size. Because you just squeezed it, you managed to save all the material. This means you can use this bead to instantly create a full cover, no matter how big it is. It's better than the bracelet I made you before. You no longer need to carry materials with you or look for them nearby. Look, I said and turned into an Osmosian and then absorbed the metal. So, is this my race? Ashley asked with curiosity, examining my appearance, and seemed to have listened to my words. In general, collect all the materials you will use in battle and squeeze them. And then create a necklace or bracelet. The main thing is that the material touches your skin, so you can absorb matter not only with your hands, I said with a sigh, handing over the serpent sortium bead and cancelling the transformation. Thank you. I understood everything, Ashley said and kissed me on the cheek, but then she added, what's that smell? Lavender? F***K. And Gwen, Ashley, Lex, come here. I think you will find it interesting. Grandpa shouted from the bus, thus saving me from disaster. We're going, Grandpa, I quickly said and got in the RV. Fortunately, my reaction did not seem strange to the girls, and they calmly went with me. Max wanted to show us a video of a fight between Hex and the girls, which he found on the internet. The video itself was called Companions of the Legion Against the Evil Sorcerer. The debut of the Fire Witch and the Stone Rocket. Stone Rocket? Ashley asked, dumbfounded. Fire Witch? Gwen asked in the same tone. Well, it sucks. Chapter 87-86. Unexpected Meeting, edited. patrasteriskEN.com/secil11. Check out my patrasteriskEN if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. Okay, I'll fix it. Do not worry, I said, massaging my temples with a heavy sigh. Ever since the girls saw the video of their heroic debut and found out what nicknames the media gave them, they haven't let up for a second. For the last hour, Grandfather and I had to listen to one complaint after another. Starting with the name-calling of stupid reporters who came up with these heroic names, Ashley tried the most, ending with how unfair the world is because I got such a cool alter ego, and they got some banal nicknames. No matter what I tried to say, they did not calm down, but on the contrary, they only got angrier. Although I understand them, and I would also be dissatisfied in their place, this does not mean that you need to dump all your claims on me and a grandfather. Ashley and Gwen stopped abruptly when they heard me, stopping in the middle of another complaint, while Grandpa looked at me gratefully. Poor old man. Can you change those stupid nicknames somehow? Ashley asked seriously. Yes, I have a contact from this environment, and she must help. I said with a sigh. Finally, they shut up. She? Gwen asked with a bit of jealousy. She's been doing this a lot lately. Apparently, her feminine instinct, something tells her. Yes, I already talked about her. She is the granddaughter of an old friend of Grandpa, and I met her in San Francisco. I said and put on my suit since it was the Legion who would ask for help. It's clear. If she can help you, then give her a call. Only faster. Gwen muttered angrily. Okay, just don't interfere. And I said, after which I created a cube around myself that would cover the bus's interior. After all, my hero identity is a secret, so no hints about my whereabouts can be given. Taking out my laptop, I quickly located the current whereabouts of Jessica Daniels, aka Sky, and hacked into her personal computer. Now, she is in Las Vegas. She's a good hacker, primarily due to her alien heritage, but don't forget that I'm a genius and a cheater who created super powerful AI in the past, so I still broke her defenses. As for why I did it, if I could just call, the answer is quite simple. Because of pathos. I want to keep the image of a remarkable and mysterious hero, so a little pathos will not hurt. What do you want? I'm only 16 years old, albeit the second time. I also want to have fun and show off. And no one has the right to judge me for it. Soon, an image of Sky appeared on the screen from her webcam. At the moment, she was frantically trying to stop the intrusion into her systems, though it wasn't bad at that. Hello, Sky. I said in my changed voice because of the mask. The girl twitched and looked warily at her monitor, on which I appeared. More precisely, the image from my camera. Elu Legion? Sky stuttered a little and then added with a bit of fear, I did not restore the site, Mr. Legion. I swear. I didn't contact you because of your website. I said, gradually realizing that now I had frightened the poor girl. Probably worth a call anyway. Truth? Jessica asked hopefully. Yes. Actually, I need your help. I said, getting straight to the point. What? Do you need help? I'll gladly do my best. First with shock and then with enthusiasm, said Sky. I am glad to hear it. I said to cheer up the girl. What do you need from me? Sky asked with the utmost seriousness. Have you seen this video? I asked, displaying a report with the girls on the screen. Looking at the video, Sky twisted her face in displeasure and said with a bit of disdain, yes, I saw this squalor. Sloppy work. And what idiot came up with the nickname Stone Rocket? The fire which is nothing but this. Feeling the approach of another tirade, I quickly interrupted the girl, saying, yes, you are entirely correct. It's horrible, and that's why I contacted you. My partners are unhappy with the hero nicknames that the media has given them. And you want me to change those aliases? Jessica asked quickly. Exactly. Nodding my head, I said. Of course, I can hack news channels and edit videos, but, Sky thoughtfully spoke, but I quickly interrupted her. No, you don't have to. I can do it myself, but it's not a very good way. People will notice this and understand that the hacker has worked. I want more careful work, and I need people to decide on their own to change their aliases. I said. Even if all information is erased from the internet, people already know everything. It is unlikely that they will simply forget it, especially if they see that someone prevents them from spreading information. I did not ask Morgana to delete information about me because I knew perfectly well that it was already too late. Now, I'm more careful and try to stop the cameras from recording me. I don't want anyone to know that it's in my power to hack the entire internet and people's personal computers. If I abuse this, sooner or later, someone will figure it out and turn on me for sure. And I don't need it. Now it's too late to cry over spilled milk. Who knew that I would quickly attract attention while doing almost nothing? So what exactly do you want from me? Sky asked incredulously. I need your connections. You are in the fan society, and you know people who can influence the opinion of a large number of fans. So I want you to contact them and spread the word that the new heroines are unhappy with their aliases. I expressed my idea. Do you want the fans themselves to fight for changing pseudonyms, which looks like widespread unrest? Sky asked, gradually understanding. Exactly. In my opinion, this is the safest way. Of course, I can make everything more direct and simply demand a change of aliases, but I do not want to shine and attract too much attention, and I have too many things to do. It was not enough for the police to start hunting me because I was a vigilante. You never know what will come into the head of the people in power if they see a reaction from us. I said truthfully. I remember all the stories about Batman and Spider-Man very well, and I don't want to be hunted. This is still the real world, and, in fact, there are already enough people who are unhappy with my actions. Morgana is already following several senators who have tried to organize an order for my arrest. Unfortunately, they had financial problems, and unexpectedly unpleasant details from their past were revealed, so they are not up to me now. But that doesn't mean there won't be more of the same bastards. In addition, there is always someone in the government who wants to take control of a mighty hero and use him as a chained dog for the good of the motherland. Read the comics, and you'll see that I'm right. So, my current motto is not to shine and try not to attract attention. Although those who still do not calm down, I do not envy. I understand, and I will do whatever is necessary. You are a real hero, and you are doing a good job protecting our world from aliens. If you want to be inconspicuous, I will gladly help you. Sky said with great determination. Wow, I didn't expect her to believe in me that much. It's nice. Thank you. I'm very grateful to you. As for pseudonyms, instead of the Fire Witch, let it be the Mystic, and instead of the Stone Rocket, the Rogue. I said, having just come up with pseudonyms. I think it fits very well. Thanks for the idea, Brian_Growl. Sounds very cool. I'm sure everyone will like it. Sky said with a smile. Well, that's good. And how are you? Did you talk to your grandfather? I asked. Yes, he told me everything about his past. I would never have thought that the world is so big for us that I am partly an alien. Sky said with great enthusiasm. That's right, our planet has become the epicenter of alien activity. Over time, there will only be more guests. Although, in truth, something always happened on Earth. No wonder so many half-breeds like you and your brother live on the planet. I said with a sigh. More aliens, more problems. And all on my fragile shoulders. I thought that the most significant danger is a government organization with alien weapons. With the same sigh, the girl said. You don't know about the Ancient Knights sect yet. Okay, thanks for the help. If you find yourself in trouble or need help, post a call for help on your social media page, and I will find out. Good luck. I said. Wait, I also wanted to ask why you said to ask my grandfather about Max Tennyson? Sky asked quickly. See you. Completely ignoring the girl, I closed my laptop and cut off the connection. To be honest, I don't even know why I blurted it out then, and I probably knew that we would meet at the end of the summer. Having dispelled the cube, I got up from my seat and went to the girls. Seeing that I had finished, Gwen asked hopefully. Well, how? Everything is fine. Everyone will forget about the fire witch and the stone rocket in 3 or 4 days. With a smile, I said. And what are our nicknames now? Ashley asked, looking at something on her laptop. And this is a secret. Find out later yourself from the news. I said mysteriously. Let there be a surprise. I'm sure they'll love it. Moo, that's not fair. Ashley said, making a sad face to pity me. Nothing, be patient. You better tell me what you're looking at? I asked curiously when I heard the strange music. Oh, it's a new show. The 3rd episode just came out, and it's pretty funny and creepy at times. Ashley said enthusiastically. Yes? And what is it called? I asked as I approached the girl. The Weird World of VR Ghost, Ashley said with a smile, turning the screen to me, where you could see a strange man in a stone mask. Wah, instantly recognizing the name, I was just about to make sure I wasn't mistaken when danger bells sounded in my head. Grandpa, slow down. Danger. I immediately shouted, feeling that something would crash into our bus in a moment. Since there was almost no time to act, I covered Grandpa, Gwen, and Ashley with a magic sphere to protect them. At the last moment, I tried to cover the whole RV, but the one who crashed into the side of our bus just broke the shield. The bus went off the road from the impact, and we flew into a ditch while rolling over several times. Fortunately, I did not spare the magic to protect my family, and no one was hurt. The most that happened to them was slight dizziness. It's good that I didn't have time to take off the suit, so it protected me from the blow. After quickly getting up and making sure that my family was alright, I quickly jumped out of the bus and looked at the one who was so brave to attack us. I was expecting anyone from Vilgax and Albedo to the Eternal Knights and even Verdona, but it wasn't like that. I saw a purple cat with horns and long fangs, 3 times the size of an ordinary lion. Now this feline creature was shaking its head and recovering from the blow. He accidentally bumped into us when racing through the forest at full speed, as far as I can tell. We had already reached North Carolina and were driving along a desert road that crossed a huge forest through which this animal ran. We were just unlucky as we ended up in his path when he crossed the road. Hey, are you okay? Having understood the situation, I turned to an incredible creature, trying to establish contact. Unfortunately, I was met only by the roar of a disgruntled monster, which was now angrily looking at me and clearly preparing to attack. Simultaneously, several more incredible creatures ran out of the forest. One looked like a giant, bear-sized, yellow monkey with the features of a sloth. The second one looked like a giant orange wolf with jagged horns on its head. And the third one didn't look like an animal at all, and I even recognized it, it was a real chupacabra. The creatures stopped and roared at me, after which they all attacked together. Since I perfectly understood that it would not be possible to resolve this peacefully, I covered my hands with armament mana and went on the attack. The purple cat was the first to reach me and immediately received a blow to the jaw, from which he flew several meters away. Next, I removed the goatsucker by throwing a magic disc at it, which exploded on impact, incapacitating the creature. I had to dodge the gorilla sloth, but I managed to create a mana web and threw it at the animal, which became entangled. Last, I swaddled a wolf that I had to hit so that he would not resist. The cat came to his senses and again rushed to me at this point. I realized that he would not calm down just like that, so I turned into my new alien and slashed the creature with my poison claws. The poison was nerve paralytic with a hypnotic effect, so the cat quickly fell to the ground and fell asleep. I did the same with the rest of the creatures. This is the safest way to disable them without harming them. What the hell is this? Ashley asked, shocked, as she got off the bus first. At this point, I cancelled the transformation. I think I can guess, you said, but I was interrupted by another creature coming out of the forest. This time, it was a tall, 2.5-meter humanoid gorilla cat. Ashley already wanted to attack him with her lightning, but since I recognized the creature, I quickly managed to stop her while saying, "Stop, Ashley. He is not our enemy. Uma? Wataramunu Omarumi. Me? I'm good, don't do the same to me as to them. Seeing the defeated creatures, our new guest purred while waving his arms sharply. But, somehow, I understood what he said. Fisk, did you find them? I heard the voice of a child coming from the forest. The voice owner appeared next, in the company of another unusual animal that looked like a green Komodo dragon. A 10-year-old boy wearing an orange t-shirt with a stylized S logo. Most notable was his two-tone, black and white hair. Shit. That was all I could say when I saw Zack Saturday. Chapter 88-87. Crossover, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. While I looked at Zack Saturday in shock and slowly realized that his story exists in this world, another voice was heard from the forest, this time a female one. Zack, don't run too far. This is dangerous. Mom, look, here is the Legion. Real superhero. Zack shouted with delight as he took a good look at me. And it seems that he is glad to see me, his eyes are already shining with happiness. Soon, two more people came out of the forest. A black-skinned tall, muscular man and a beautiful woman with white hair. Both were in their late 30s, and as you can see, they were Zack's parents, Solomon and Drew, Saturday. Quickly approaching their son, they shielded him and looked warily at Ashley and me while scanning the surroundings. Be careful, Zack. We don't know these people. The man said, looking at us warily. Hello. Raising my hand in greeting, I said muffledly, still getting used to the idea that in this world, in addition to the story of Ben 10, there is also the story of the Secret Saturdays. Fate is clearly playing with me, given that as soon as I learned about the existence of VV Arghost, the primary opponent of the Saturday family, I immediately ran into the family itself. And, in this case, literally collided. The Secret Saturdays is an animated series that aired on the same channel as Ben 10 and had a similar design and the same genre. The animated series itself told, as is evident, about the Saturday family, two scientific cryptozoologists, Solomon and Drew, their son Zack, and their three adopted children, cryptids named Fiskerton, the Komodo dragon, and Zon. Although, apparently, they have not yet sheltered the latter. Saturdays travel the world, study cryptids, fantastic, rather even mythological animals like the Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, or Chupacabra, and protect them from the harmful influence of people, along the way, finding adventures on their ass and fighting villains. The plot of the series itself revolves around an ancient cryptid named Kor, whose powers allowed him to subjugate and control other cryptids. Through these powers, Vincent Vladislav Arghost, a Yeti who pretended to be a man and hosted the show Weird World. Having obtained the abilities of Kor, Arghost wanted to subdue all the cryptids, destroy all people and, in fact, take over the world. It is a typical villain with many ambitions and a thirst for power, and it is no different from Vilgax, except that the scale is smaller. The Saturday family wanted to stop Arghost, which is basically what they tried to do throughout the series by searching for Kor's tomb. Kor itself was killed by Gilgamesh several thousand years ago when the cryptid tried to do precisely what Arghost was planning. But before his death, Kor managed to transfer his spirit into the Stone of Kor. This ancient relic rested for several thousand years in the ground until shortly before the birth of Zack, a group of scientists, among whom were Zack's parents, found the stone, thereby freeing the spirit of Kor. The stone itself wanted to steal Arghost and study it, hoping to find Kor's tomb to subdue the ancient dragon and use it for their plans, but the secret scientists divided the stone into 3 parts and hid it. Zack is the main character of the story, and as it should be in such an animated series, he has unique superpowers, consisting of the same control over cryptids. Since Zack was conceived during the discovery of the Kor stone, the spirit of the cryptid managed to settle in his developing body, turning Zack into his own vessel and bestowing his powers on the boy. It's funny because both Saturdays and Arghost spent the entire first season looking for Kor when he was right in front of their noses all this time. And frankly, this could be guessed, given Zach's abilities. Unfortunately, being in this world of the Saturday family means that I will also have to deal with the core problem. Vilgax and the other Omnitrix hunters were not enough for me. Now I have to stop Arghost so that this stupid snow monkey does not destroy the world and kill my family. I've spent the last 10 years exploring other worlds in this universe, but instead, I should have turned my attention to my own planet. I had a mysterious world under my nose with many cryptids and other mysteries, and I didn't even notice it. Fortunately, I realized this before it was too late. And also, it opens up new perspectives for me. Unfortunately, I was not a fan of the Secret Saturdays, and I only remember the main plot and some plot twists, such as the one that Zach is the reincarnation of Core, and if nothing changes, then he is destined to destroy people. I will have to spend time exploring my own world to not be left without proper knowledge. All these thoughts flashed through my head at lightning speed, and finally, when I accepted the new one, Gwen managed to get out of the bus and notice our guests. "Is that Solomon and Drew Saturday?" Gwen asked, instantly recognizing the people who were still wary of us because of the knocked-out cryptids lying on the ground, without even returning my greeting. "Who?" Ashley asked, looking incredulously at the strange family. "Famous cryptozoologists and advocates of rare animals." Gwen replied instantly. I wonder how Gwen knew them when I had no idea that they existed in this world. The Saturdays themselves were still in a defensive stance, as they didn't know what to expect from us and were covering for Zach, who was trying to come up to me. But it stopped when Grandpa finally got out of the ditch and out onto the road. Clearly recognizing Grandpa immediately, Drew Saturday put aside her Tibetan fire sword that she had pointed at us earlier and said in shock, "Max?" Grandpa made the same expression and asked, "Drew? And Solomon? What are you doing here?" "We were chasing those cryptids. They escaped from smugglers who intended to sell them on the black market. We tried to calm them down and return them to their native habitat." "How did you get here, Max?" Solomon, whom everyone simply calls Doc, disengages his power gauntlet and visibly relaxes. "I spend the summer with my grandchildren. We were on our way to Niagara Falls when suddenly someone crashed into us and we overturned. Apparently, these were cryptids. Fortunately, my grandson was able to calm them down," Max said honestly, pointing at me with his hand while revealing my secret identity. "Grandson?" Drew asked in shock, after which she looked at me hopefully and asked, "Is this Lex?" Not expecting them to know my name, I took off my suit and said again, "Hello." Before I could do anything, Drew rushed to hug me, with tears in her eyes, while saying, "Oh, little Lex, you have grown so much. Let me see you. What a handsome man you have become. Just like your mom. Doc, look, it's Olivia's son." I did not understand anything, so I looked at Max with a look that required explanation. Realizing what I wanted from him, Max quickly said, "Lex, this is Drew, a close friend of your mother and godmother. This is a twist I didn't expect at all." "Good to see you, Max. We haven't seen each other for 10 years since," Doc said, approaching his grandfather, completely ignoring his wife's behavior. "Since the funeral, yes. Time flies fast," Max said, shaking Doc's hand with a smile. "Wow, Fisk, did you hear? Legion himself is the godson of Mom. And look, he's still a teenager. This is so cool." Zach now spoke up, who also came closer to me, with his cryptid brother. "Umara Maruno MLO Morin. You're right, it's so cool." Fisk purred while giving a thumbs up. "Saw. But Komodo Dragon decided to give me a voice, although I just didn't understand it." "How did you defeat the cryptids so quickly?" Doc asked curiously, examining the creatures and making sure they were just sleeping. "Dad, what are you?" "He is the Legion, a superhero with hundreds of disguises and many different superpowers," Zach said with a bit of indignation. "What? Are you a superhero? Max, how can you let Lex fight crime? He is only 16 years old." Drew shouted indignantly, finally stopping hugging me and yelling at Grandpa. While Zach told his father about all my heroic deeds and Drew scolded my grandfather, who could not even utter a word, Gwen and Ashley, who had been silent until then, approached me. The latter asked quietly, "What's going on here?" "I do not know," I said honestly, rubbing the bridge of my nose, and then added with a sigh, "Probably a fateful meeting." "What a strange meeting," Gwen said involuntarily, looking at this commotion. "Not that word," I said, and then I wanted to say something else, but I was interrupted by a quiet meow right under my feet. I saw an adorable kitten with an unusual blue coat. Now he looked at me with his big and intelligent eyes. Picking him up in my arms, I involuntarily began to coo with him. Apparently, my inner cat lover woke up. "What a handsome. And what are you doing here?" I asked, stroking the cat. Noticing the cryptid in my arms, Drew stopped scolding Max and delightfully said, "It's a blue tiger cub." Recently, the scientific community changed his status as a cryptid, and now he is not considered a mythical animal. Such tigers can influence the probability field and attract good luck. Therefore, many want to get it to use its ability. It is not surprising that they tried to sell it at an illegal auction. Probability field, huh? So you did all this? Having begun to understand the essence of the matter, I asked the tiger cub while not ceasing to stroke him. "Meow." Nodding a little, the kid issued, clearly agreeing with my statement. "You mean he used his luck manipulation ability to escape the smugglers and bring the rest of the cryptids here?" Doc asked skeptically. "He must have been looking for safety, and that's what brought him here. Everything else was done by luck." Nodding my head, I said, and thought to myself, or he was attracted to my tattoo of luck. This is also quite possible. Considering how happy the tiger cub is now, this is a possible option. Drew said, pointing to the kitten, smothered by my strokes. "Okay, let's clean up all the mess first and deal with the rest of the cryptids, and only then we'll talk about everything." With a sigh, I said. "Right thought. I'm calling the ship," H-Doc said, pulling out what looked like a pocket computer. "Here is the blue tiger, Rakshasa, Calopus, Chupacabra, and Mappingwari. These guys have tried their best to collect the most unique cryptids from all over the world." Drew said, pointing at the blue kitten, the purple tiger, the orange wolf, the goatsucker, and the yellow sloth monkey. "It's good that we found and defeated them. Lex, sorry you weren't there. Mom and Dad were so cool and beat up all the villains. Even Fisk and I nailed a couple of guards," Zach began to tell enthusiastically, showing his friendliness. "Zach!" Unfortunately, he was interrupted by an angry cry from his mother. "Cute boy," Max said as he watched Drew start cursing again. "That's for sure," I said, at the same time rejoicing that another gender swap did not happen, and then adding, "We need to pull the bus out." Hearing me, Max looked in horror at the mangled RV and dramatically shouted, "Oh no! My bus!" "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm sure it can be repaired," Ashley said in a comforting tone. "Yes, it seems that there was a spell in the new book on magic that would help restore the bus." In the same tone, said Gwen. "Gwen is right, Grandpa. Fortunately, I learned it," I said, and then using my telekinesis, I pulled out the RV and put it on the road. Then, I used Restitutio Damnorum to create a giant sphere that engulfed the RV and restored it to its original state. Unfortunately, the spell can only repair the damage done in the last 2 days. So, the bus was still the same old junk stuffed with alien technology as before. Although, given how Grandpa is now happily hugging the bus, that's exactly what he wanted. "Was it magic?" Drew asked after seeing my actions. "This is so cool. /Humuramumu. /Kaskasksh. Zach, Fisk, and Komodo exclaimed at the same time. Showing apparent skepticism on his face concerning the magic delivered, Doc looked at the sky and said, "The ship has arrived. Come on, we need to bring the cryptids inside." "I will help," I said and raised 4 cryptids with the help of telekinesis while continuing to hold the blue tiger cub in my arms. Is it an airship? Ashley asked curiously as the high-tech orange airship of the Saturday family descended. Yes, my dad built it, Zach said proudly. When the airship landed on the ground, Doc opened the gangway, and we all went inside. Chapter 89-88. Crossover 2, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. Having placed all the cryptids in special compartments of the airship, just prepared for the residence of these same cryptids, we went upstairs to the conference room. Although the blue tiger cub didn't want to leave my hands and stayed with me. In general, I was not against it. Sitting at a large table opposite each other, we all began to know each other in more detail. Finally, Gwen and Ashley were no longer ignored, and they too were able to take part in the conversation. It turned out that Drew Saturday was really my godmother. They studied together with Olivia at the same university, and since then, they have been close friends. They even belonged to the same secret organization. The Secret Scientists are a group of the world's most outstanding scientists who have protected the world from hidden and terrifying things. At least, according to Drew. Usually, there is nothing good in such organizations, so I should check them out. Oddly enough, Doc and Drew did not hide anything from me and told the whole truth about their past. Much of what was described came as a surprise to Zach himself, but the older Saturdays were not opposed to telling the entire truth. They even talked about the expedition that resulted in the discovery of the core stone. By the way, Olivia was also there, as were the rest of the secret scientists. Initially, there were only 50 scientists, but when Argos stole the stone, the secret scientists decided to retrieve it and infiltrated his weird world, resulting in only 8 people returning, including my mother, Drew, and Document. Although they still managed to get the Stone of Core. The weird world is another castle of the Dark Lord full of traps and terrible cryptids. I already thought that the terrible truth would be revealed that Olivia had died not due to an accident but due to penetration into the weird world, but it turned out that this was not so. My local parents were killed in an ordinary car accident a few months after the Core Stone incident. This is, of course, quite a terrible irony, considering that there is no sense in the Core Stone since Core himself lives inside Zach, but at the same time, 42 comrades were sacrificed by the secret scientists to take the stone from Argos and hide it away from him. Although I'm not going to talk about it, of course. The Saturdays should not know about this, at least not yet. It turned out that Zach is now really only 10 years old, which means that there are still a few months left before starting the storyline with the search for Core. I remember very well that at the beginning of the animated series, Zach was already 11 years old. According to Zach himself, his birthday is January 16th, which means that Argost's plan to find the hidden parts of the Core Stone will not begin until next year. This is good. I wouldn't want to deal with Argost again until the summer is over and I have enough problems of my own. Moreover, another clash with Vilgax should take place soon. I will certainly not let Argost make his plan a reality and deal with him myself when the time is right. He has 2 destructive ambitions, and I cannot allow a real war with cryptids on my planet. Besides, if Olivia was initially involved in this case, I should finish it in gratitude for this new life. And to be honest, I don't trust Zach too much. Most likely, he will stop Argost and defeat him, but as always in such stories, this will happen literally at the last moment, and only thanks to the protagonist's luck. I can't stake on something that ghostly, so it's best if I deal with it myself. But next year. During our interactions with the Saturday family, I noticed several discrepancies with what I remember from the animated series. First, Doc's appearance. If my memory serves me right, he must be missing one eye, and there must be gray in his hair. But there is nothing like it. Doc has both eyes intact, and his hair is still black. This is strange. Secondly, it is strange that Argost has just started to release his show. According to Drew, Argost built his Weird World 10 years ago, but for some reason, he only launched his Weird World of VUV Argost show this month. I thought he built his castle just to start his show, but apparently, this is not so. Or, all these years, he was preparing and planning his further actions. And thirdly, I haven't seen Zack's weapons anywhere, which he uses throughout the series. The weapon itself was like a bird's claw attached to a staff. This talon allowed Zack to control his core powers. I don't remember how Zack got this claw, but I felt he should have gotten it by now. This will also need to be checked. I do not know the reasons for the changes that I discovered, but do not forget that this is still an alternate universe. So there will always be differences, and it's good that they are small. Interestingly, I can't read Zack's mind, and he is the first person not affected by my telepathy. At the same time, the boy did not even understand that I was trying to penetrate his mind. Apparently, his semi-cryptid nature gives him mental protection. Why haven't you dated Lex for so long? Gwen asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. You see, Gwen, we wanted Lex to be able to lead an everyday life that had nothing to do with the cryptids. Drew replied. That's right, we wanted to protect Lex from our crazy life. Doc added. It's strange to hear that from someone who dragged their own son into this crazy life. I thought to myself. Judging by the faces of the others, they also had similar thoughts. You seem to have found adventure anyway, even without our help. Drew said, clearly pointing to my alter ego. Having cast a short glance at grandfather and seeing his permission nod, I began to talk about the events that had taken place during this summer. I did not go into details and did not tell much information, but I still told about the Omnitrix, Vilgax, etc. Doc and Drew looked at me in shock by the end of the story, hardly believing my words, and Zack and Fiskerton literally shone with delight. Well, like this, somehow. I finished with a smile, looking at the expression on the faces of the Saturdays. Drew choked out. So cool! Zack exclaimed, throwing his hands up. And Fiskerton imitated his adopted brother. No, Zack, and this is dangerous. Doc said sternly, cooling the ardor of the guys. Doc is correct. Lex, you're only 16, and you shouldn't be fighting an intergalactic dictator and jumping around the country dressed as a hero. Drew said in the same stern tone. Before I could say anything, Grandpa took the floor. Doc, Drew, I understand your feelings, but Lex is a smart guy, and he is mature enough to understand what responsibility lies on his shoulders. And believe me, my grandson can bear this responsibility. But, Drew tried to say something, but Grandpa interrupted her. No, but. Lex has one of the greatest weapons in the universe in his hands, and the way he handled it makes me proud and supportive of my grandson. Whatever path Lex chooses, I will always be there to help him if needed. But in no case will I interfere with him. So don't interfere. Max said with a frown. Wow, sometimes I forget how cool Grandpa is. I did not know that he trusted and believed in me so much. It's nice. Under Grandpa's stern gaze, Doc and Drew backed off and accepted his words. But finally, Drew added. We won't get in your way, Lex, but remember that we'll always help and be there if you need it. Thank you. I said sincerely. Fortunately, everything went well, and I was already afraid that everything would end in a terrible quarrel. There was a strange atmosphere, and even Zack and Fisk were quiet. To break this awkwardness, Gwen said. We didn't even suspect that there were so many fantastic animals in our world. Previously, we only dealt with aliens and did not even meet cryptids. Actually, I met one. Although I'm not sure if I can consider her a cryptid. I remembered. Yes? And who was it? Doc asked curiously. His inner cryptozoologist instantly woke up. Kraken. I said and created a magical construct of a lake monster in front of me. Doc looked at the creature floating in the air with delight and then said, from what I can see, it really is a cryptid. At least there are signs of this. But it would be better if I explored it personally. Where did you meet this Kraken? In Lake Michigan. We rested there at the beginning of summer. I found out about her when I met smugglers who wanted to steal her eggs. I said. Now I understand why you call her in the feminine form. It's beautiful, besides, she has offspring. With great delight, said Doc, he asked, what happened to Mom and her children? I stopped the smugglers and handed them over to the police. But I didn't know what to do with the Kraken. She has already attracted people's attention, and soon they could start hunting for her. In the end, I used the technology of one mad scientist and reduced the Kraken and her offspring several times so that she could hide in the depths of the lake and no one would bother her anymore. I said. It's a good idea, but it could cause problems because it has become much more susceptible to other possible predators. Need to check it out urgently. We're flying to Lake Michigan. Doc said in a voice that does not tolerate objections, after which he ran into the captain's cabin. I said involuntarily, looking at Doc's behavior. Ha, you get used to it. When Doc finds something interesting, he always gets too carried away. I'll bring snacks because it was long overdue for dinner. Drew said and left the hall, apparently towards the kitchen. What were these smugglers? Zach asked, still looking at me with stars in his eyes. The Jonah Melville gang. I said, again stroking the tiger cub, which had been lying in my arms. Oh. So we know him. It was he who collected all these cryptids to sell them at auction. Zach was surprised. Yes? I thought he would be jailed for a long time, given that last time I left enough evidence for this. Apparently, he could avoid prison thanks to his many connections. Wise with similar experience, said Max. And what ended up happening to him after the cryptids escaped? Gwen inquired. The police should have arrested his entire gang after their parents knocked them all out. But we chased the cryptids, and then we met you, so who knows whether he was arrested after all or not. Zach said. I thought I would never hear from him again. I involuntarily expressed my thoughts aloud. Come on, let's check on the cryptids. They should be awake by now, and perhaps they need to be fed. Zach said as he left the conference room. Meow. Issued a ball of wool on my hands. Yummer rummer. It looks like the tiger cub agrees with Zach. Fisk purred. Yes, it looks like it is. / you're right, brother. Zach and I said simultaneously. And then, Zach and Fisk stopped abruptly and asked in shock, do you understand Fisk? / Whammer. You understand me? Well, yes. Although I do not understand how I do it. I said honestly. I'm not even using my psionic abilities. Do you really understand what he's purring in there? Gwen asked. I just nodded at her question while looking at how happy Fisk and Zach were about it. I can't believe you really understand Fisk. Previously, only I could fully understand it. Zach said with a huge smile. What about your parents? Ashley asked. They understand what Fisk means, but they can't understand his exact words. Zach replied. Oomoo. Fisk nodded his head. Well, it doesn't even need a translation. We entered the cryptid compartment and saw that the creatures had indeed awakened at that moment. As accustomed to this kind of activity, Zach gave each of us a bucket of meat giblets and ordered us to feed the predators. I approached Calopus and began to feed him. At the same time, the blue tiger cub climbed onto my shoulder and now sat and watched me feed the cryptid. I think he is still too small to provide him with meat, and I need to get milk. Lex. Ashley said, walking towards me. Yes? Mr. Saturday said he hadn't seen Grandpa since your parents' funeral. But you said you never met Mr. and Mrs. Saturday, so what does that mean? Yes, I was not at the funeral. I said, frowning. And why? If you don't mind telling me, of course. Ashley asked, trying to be gentle. Honestly, I don't know. I guess I just wasn't ready. Let's not talk about it. I lied and left the conversation. Alright, sorry for interfering with your own business. Ashley said softly and left to feed the chupacabra. In fact, I did not go to the funeral because I was afraid that I would feel affection for my current parents. I just chickened out because I didn't want to feel the pain of losing them. Although I always refer to them as local parents, this is incorrect, and they are just my parents and real ones. Given that my body was created at my request, and I have the heritage of both Anodite and Olivia's ancestor, it is evident that it was Olivia who gave birth to me and precisely from Carl. And although this was done by the judge of the gods at my request, this does not mean that they did not love me, and everything is just the opposite. But I'm afraid to admit it because then it will hurt me. And in the end, instead of being grateful for the new life, I ignored them and didn't even go to the funeral. To be honest, I was even glad at the beginning that I would not have new parents, fewer restrictions, fewer attachments, but now, I regret it every day. And I don't even know what to do with it. Guys, go eat. Drew's voice was heard, which distracted me from my worries. We are going. Zach shouted and led us back to the conference room, where delicious snacks were waiting for us. Chapter 90, 89. Crossover 3, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. Doc's voice came over the intercom as we finished our afternoon snacks. We are almost at Lake Michigan. Lex, please come to the captain's bridge. I'll take you. Zach said and led me to his father. Since it was the first time we were alone, I thought this was an excellent chance to learn about Zach's abilities. So, Zach, can you control the cryptids? As if by chance, I asked. Yes, that's my superpower. Although, few people know about it, and my parents want me to keep it a secret. Zach said. Don't worry, I can keep secrets. With a smile, I said. Yes, there is hardly anyone who can do it better than you, given your alter ego, Zach said with a satisfied smile. Smart boy. And how are your powers mastered? I inquired. Hearing my question, Zach visibly frowned and said with a displeased look, not really. It's hard for me to concentrate on controlling the cryptid. In addition, they resist all the time and do not want to obey me. Don't worry, everything will come with experience. You just need to keep trying, and it will become much easier in time. Trust me, it's always tricky initially, but you will forget this feeling of helplessness that you feel now in the future. Your powers will become yours entirely, and you will no longer be able to imagine life without them. I said with a smile as I created a spiral ball of my magic energy in my hand to demonstrate. Thank you. Zach sincerely thanked me, looking with delight at the manifestation of my own superpower. But let me give you one helpful piece of advice. Cryptids are living beings, and like any living beings, they won't like it if you try to bend them to your will. I said as I removed the spiral ball. But, this is the essence of my strength. Zach said incredulously. Right. But remember. No one wants to do something they initially would not want to do. Especially if you order them. But if you sincerely ask them to do what they can do and it is not difficult for them to do it, then many will gladly fulfill your request. I said mysteriously. So? You mean that I shouldn't control or subdue, but just ask? Correctly understanding my words, Zach asked, although with considerable skepticism. Right. I know it sounds weird, but trust me, a sincere request is more effective than an absolute order. It will take time for you, but I am sure that you will learn how to properly use what I have just said. Okay, I'll remember your advice. Zach said with a serious face. We had just passed through the door and found ourselves in the captain's cabin by this point. It was a small room with seating for the entire Saturday family, with large windows and a fantastic panoramic view. Doc was now at the helm, piloting the airship. Lex, where in the lake did you meet the Kraken? Doc asked immediately. In principle, it is not surprising that he asks. After all, the area of Lake Michigan is 58,016 square kilometers, the length is 517 kilometers, and the maximum width is about 190 kilometers. No wonder the Kraken could hide for so long and be only recently discovered. Without my help, it will take Doc several months to find the tracks of the lake monster. Especially considering that it has become smaller. Here, I said and pointed to the map that was on the dashboard. And then I added, and here, a little to the side, there is an abandoned factory. If we land here, we won't attract too much attention. Understood. Doc said and changed course. 5 minutes later, we arrived at our destination and landed on the shore of the lake. We saw that everyone else had also gone outside coming out of the airship. It's only been a month since we've been here, but so much has happened. With nostalgia in her voice, Gwen said when I approached her. Exactly. I said in the same tone. Let's go, Lex. You can help us find the Kraken. Doc, who had already changed into his makeshift diving suit, and Drew, was already standing next to him in the same suit. We're coming with you. Zach said in a tone that brooked no objection. And Fisk nodded vigorously at his words. No, Zach. This is dangerous, and you are too small to dive to the bottom of the lake in search of the Kraken. Doc said in a stern tone. Your father is right, Zach. You will stay here. Max, please look after them. Drew said to Grandpa. Don't worry, Drew. I'll look after your boys, and I think it will be interesting for them to listen to the stories of the old space plumber. Max said with a smile, successfully luring Zach and Fisk with his stories. We'll be back in an hour. Don't be bored. I quietly told my girls. In response, they only sent me kisses and waved their hands. Let's go. I said and turned into Ripjaws, the first in a long time. Entering the lake, I quickly swam to the depths because I knew well that the Kraken likes to dwell as deep as possible. Surprisingly, Doc and Drew's diving suits allowed them to reach decent speed underwater, and they practically kept up with me. After 20 minutes of searching, I finally smelled the Kraken. Who would have thought that I could sense in the water? Apparently, this is not so difficult to do if you have gills. Soon, the smell led us to an underwater cave, which we immediately swam into. Apparently, it was an extensive network of underwater caves, but we were lucky and found the Kraken near the entrance. And, it seems, she has already managed to become a mother. The eggs had hatched, and now 3 energetic children were swimming around the mother. How lovely! Drew said as she watched the playful Kraken cubs. She really is a cryptid. And extremely unique, said Doc enthusiastically, studying the lake monsters with his handheld computer. Unfortunately, the mother hen noticed us and quickly swam away into the depths of the caves, taking the kids with her. I think this information is enough, and let's not interfere with them, Doc said, and we all swam to the surface. Well, what do you think? I asked after we got ashore, and I became human again. Apparently, the reduction did not harm the Kraken in any way. I think it was the right decision on your part. Given that she's not aggressive, she should stay here. But we will watch her and her offspring. We will find them a new home in a wilder area if something happens. Expressed his professional opinion, Doc. Doc is right. Lex, you did a great job of not leaving the poor cryptids to fend for themselves and still helping them. I'm sure Olivia would be proud of you. Drew said with a smile. Thank you, I guess. I said awkwardly, scratching my cheek. You are faster than expected. Gwen said as she approached, saving me from an awkward conversation. Yes, we were lucky, and we quickly found the Kraken. I said with a smile as Doc and Drew removed their wetsuits. Grandpa decided to have a barbecue since we were back at the lake. Gwen said, pointing in the direction of Max, who had already managed to get everything necessary for a picnic and was already grilling alligator meat on the grill. Smells tasty. Drew said, smelling the meat. I think we can do with a bit of rest, especially in such a beautiful place, said Doc, walking arm in arm with his beloved wife in the direction of their children. Well, how do you feel after meeting your godmother? Gwen asked curiously when the Saturdays were far enough away. Quite strange. But I do not regret that I met them. They are good people, I said honestly. Yes, you are right, Gwen confirmed as she watched Fisk and Zach play badminton. Where did they just get rackets and a shuttlecock? Okay, let's go try Grandpa's next culinary masterpiece, I said and went to the table. We spent the rest of the day on the lakeside playing different games, eating delicious food, and getting to know each other better. The only downside to the evening was having to constantly answer all sorts of questions Zach had about my aliens. July 16, 2010. Today I got up early again but decided not to go anywhere but to sit quietly on the shore of the lake and enjoy the view. The only thing is, I still completed my special training to increase the amount of mana. Since I came up with this method, I have tried to use it as often as possible, and unfortunately, this doesn't always work out. Meow. As I finished training, a blue tiger cub appeared next to me. You've become very attached to me, haven't you? I asked, picking up the little cryptid. He, or rather she, did not come off me yesterday and even slept in my bed. Meow. Meowing affirmatively at my words, the lucky tiger cub curled up in my lap and quickly fell asleep. I wonder if it's because of my natural charisma or because you feel my great luck because of the tattoo? In fact, talking to myself, I asked. Umaru? Lex? Purred another feline that came up behind me. Yes, Fisk, I said, looking curiously at the cryptid. Muramur Ram Mar Mork Mara. Mr. Max said yesterday that you know a lot and have an artificial intelligence that can find any information, Fiskerton purred, sitting down next to another. And you're asking if I can find information about your species? I guessed. Umu. Fisk nodded his head. Actually, I do know something from you, I said honestly. Last night, I took some time to remember everything I knew about the secret Saturdays to prepare for the future. It turned out that I knew a lot more than I thought, and Fisk was there also. Moo? Really? Fisk purred hopefully. Yes. Fisk, you're a Lemurian. Lemurian? Fisk purred with surprising clarity. Yes, Lemurian. The Lemurians are an ancient race of cryptids who had their own city-state located on the continent of Lemuria. Unfortunately, this continent sank many thousands of years ago. After that, the Lemurians were distributed worldwide, including they lived in the legendary Shangri-La. As far as I know, the Lemurians had already died out by this time. I'm sorry. I honestly told the information that I remembered and that Morgana obtained at my request. Uma Maramu? So I'm the last one? Fisk asked sadly. Most likely, it is. But don't worry, you already have a family, I said and pointed to the Saturdays, who had just exited the airship. And then I added, besides, with their help, you can find the legacy of your race. And perhaps some of this can be restored. Muammar Ma Murfma. Mamar. You're right. Thank you, Fisk said enthusiastically and walked towards his family. Thank you, I said and scanned his DNA with the Omnitrix. Inappropriate DNA sample. Scanning is not possible. The Omnitrix AI said, crushing all my hopes. What the hell? It should work, and Fisk is perfect in every way. I retorted, trying to reskin Fisk's DNA from a piece of his fur that I'd stealthily yanked out of him with telekinesis. But I got the same result. Although, this is illogical. Fisk is a feline humanoid, a near-extinct race, and has a high enough intelligence to be self-aware. Certainly more than the wild mutt. But, for some reason, the Omnitrix stubbornly refuses to add it to its database. I don't understand anything. It's the second time. Frowning, I said to myself, "Lex, go get some breakfast." Grandpa's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Okay, I'll deal with that later," I said as I put Fisk's fur into the space storage. Chapter 91-90. Nebula, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Editor, Chiron_Ambrosius. Taking the kitten in my arms, I went to the RV that grandfather took out of the airship last night. Next to the motorhome itself, Max set up a table where my whole family and the Saturday family were now sitting. "Thank you," I said after I sat down in my seat and received a plate of food from Drew and a bowl of milk for the tiger cub. "I see he is very attached to you," Max said, looking at the blue tiger cub, who drank milk with pleasure. "That's her. I think the name Nebula suits her very well." Looking at the blue fur of the tiger cub, I said, "Nebula?" "Yes, it sounds good," Zach said. "Drew, I kept wanting to ask about your sword. Is it some kind of magical artifact?" Gwen asked, finding an excuse to talk about magic. "Yes, this is the Tibetan fire sword. It was given to me by the monks who raised me after the death of my parents," Drew said and drew her sword from its scabbard. "And what can he do?" Gwen asked curiously. "It can absorb sunlight, or any other light, and use this energy to light up," Drew said and demonstrated this ability. The sword was covered with a fiery whirlwind, and the fireball flew into the sky, exploding in the process. "So cool," Ashley said with delight, looking at the burning sword. "What metal is it made of?" I asked. "If I'm not mistaken, from Hahiragain." Drew thought for a moment. "Solar metal, huh? Can?" I asked. "Of course, but what do you want to do?" Drew asked as she handed me the sword. "Get some rare metal." I said, and then I turned into an Osmosian and absorbed the Hahiragain right off the blade. After making a full cover of orange metal, I put the sword aside and moved away from the table a little, after which I burst into flames like a human torch. "Interesting," I muttered, looking down at my metal arms that were now on fire. Apparently, this is a unique property of this metal. It can absorb light and use it to heat itself to high temperatures, literally flaring up like a torch. Pretty useful feature. After extinguishing my own body, I raised my hands and created two 3-kilogram spheres from the purest Hahiragain. One of the spheres, I immediately put my inventory for further experiments. The second was compressed into a bead, which I immediately gave to Ashley for her bracelet of unique materials suitable for combat. "Thank you," Ashley said with a smile, accepting the bead. "It was so great. You were on fire like a fireman," Zach said excitedly. "Thanks," I said and returned Drew's sword. "What a unique use for my sword," Drew said awkwardly. "All right, guys. It's time to get ready," Max said. "Is it time for us to part?" Zach asked sadly. Fisk, who was sitting next to him, was also visibly sad. Even the Komodo under the table made an incomprehensible sound, like a sigh of regret. "Sorry, but it's time for us to continue our journey. In addition, you have to return all the cryptids to their homeland," I said softly, stroking Nebula's head. "He's right, Zach. We have our own responsibilities, and besides, we can't bother Max and the others," Drew said as she patted her son on the head. "But that doesn't mean we're breaking up forever. We will definitely meet soon," Doc said, encouraging the children. "Doc is right, Zach. We'll see you again." Plus, we've already exchanged numbers, and you can call us whenever you want. I said. Still, I quickly got along with this guy and his whole family. Truth? Kor's reincarnation asked hopefully. Yes. Nodding my head, I said. Max, are you sure you don't want us to give you a lift? Doc asked after we had cleaned everything up and were getting ready to leave. That is unnecessary. We were just on our way to Niagara Falls, it's not that far from here, and we'll get there on our own. Max said with a smile. Take care of Nebula, Lex. Drew said, looking at the sleeping tiger cub in my arms. Of course, Doc wanted to take Nebula and return her Fujian province to China, where she comes from, but Doc failed. He only got a few scratches on his face and an angry little blue tiger. Nebula decided to stay with me, and no one could convince the little cryptid. As a result, now I have a pet that promises to grow into a giant tiger. It's good that Grandpa doesn't mind it, and I think he's seen things far stranger than a pet tiger. And the girls, who already doted on Nebula, influenced the grandfather's decision, and he couldn't refuse them. Of course, she will be fine. I promise. I said with a smile. In general, call us if you need us. Doc said, looking at the peacefully sleeping tiger cub with a bit of fear. You, too, call if you need help or are in danger. I'll be there in the blink of an eye. I said. See you soon. Doc said and entered the airship. Take care of yourself. Especially you, Lex. Drew said and followed her husband. So long, Lex. I'll call you soon. And I'll keep an eye on the Legion. Zack shouted, waving his arms vigorously. RMMRMMMMRM. See you. Thanks for finding out about my origins. Fisk purred as he jumped into the airship, picking up Zack and Komodo. Xak Sha. The Komodo dragon hissed, waving its paw. Anyway, he's smart. Good people. Gwen said as she watched the Saturday aircraft take off. Yes, although a little odd. Ashley added. The same can be said about us. I said. Meow. Nebula supported me. Okay, let's go. We're only a short distance from Niagara. Max said. Grandfather, why didn't you ever say that I have a godmother? I didn't even know I was baptized. Still, I was curious. I don't know, Lex. Somehow it happened. The first time, I tried not to mention your parents to not hurt you. And then, you have so carried away by studying the database of plumbers and your self-improvement that I didn't have time for it at all. Max thought for a moment. I just stuttered and thought to myself, it turns out, is it my fault I didn't find out about this? We had already passed Cleveland a few hours later, and we had only 2 hours to go. All this time, we were idling while Grandpa was driving. I started studying the grimoire of the spellbinder, Hope's father. Gwen was still raptly reading Bezel's book, and Ashley was suddenly fascinated by my gift and is now taking apart her laptop. It seems that her inner engineer and mechanic woke up in her. Lex, look. Grandpa suddenly called me. What's happened? I asked, putting the book aside as I walked to the front of the bus. Look. Familiar guys. Said Grandpa and pointed to a jewelry store where someone was robbed in broad daylight. It turned out to be our old acquaintances, the circus freak trio, Frightwig, Acid Breath, Thumbskull. Looks like they escaped from prison. Which is not surprising, given their capabilities. I said as I watched the freaks run away from the crime scene. And what are you going to do with them? Will you turn yourself into the police again? Max asked, speeding up the bus so we could catch up with the circus trio. Actually, I have a better idea. I will try to heal them. I said, and then turned into an XLR-8, ran out of the bus, and quickly knocked out the failed robbers. After returning all the loot quickly, I turned into the Two Tails, grabbed all three, and teleported to the cave. Once in my laboratory, I turned into a jury rig and, using the remnants of Vilgax's army, created 3 cryogenic chambers, into which I immediately placed the circus trio. Before sending them into a coma for an extended period, I took samples of their DNA and sent them to the analyzer. "Darling, do you want to turn them into ordinary people?" Morgana asked. "Yes, that's the plan. I think this will be an exciting challenge." With an excited smile, I said. And then I added, "Let me know when the result is ready." "As you say," Morgana said. After making sure everything was in order, I returned to the RV. "Well, how?" Max asked. "Things are good. So far, I've put them in cryogenic chambers, and I will try to find their mutations and remove them," I said. "I hope you can make it. They deserve a chance at everyday life," Grandfather said. "Yes, I think life beat them up. Well, let's see what comes out of it. I'll go to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive," I said and went to my bed. Okay. I finally heard and felt a ball of wool lie on my chest. Third POV. At the same time, in deep space. It's been more than 2 weeks since Vilgax's battle with Lex. And only now, Vilgax's subordinates were able to find their master. To save his life, Vilgax used an emergency teleporter to return him to his home planet, Vilgaxia. But, the explosion of the inner core of the Chimeran hammer arranged by Lex created interference that disrupted the teleporter. As a result, Vilgax ended up on the outskirts of the universe in the deepest space. In order not to die in the cosmic permafrost, Vilgax fell into an artificial coma, and just now, his faithful assistant Siphon was defrosting his lord so that he would finally wake up. "Too long, Siphon," Vilgax said calmly, opening his eyes when he was finally unfrozen. "I beg your pardon, sir. It took too long to get to you," Siphon said with a deep bow. "I don't need your excuses," with anger in his voice, said Vilgax and destroyed the remains of the ice. "Are we heading for Earth?" Siphon asked meekly, bowing even lower. "Not. The boy is too good. In its current state, I can't beat him. I need to get stronger. Much stronger. Also, I need strong allies to distract him. Let's head for Vilgaxia. We are flying home," said Vilgax, holding the stump of his arm. "As you wish, sir," said Siphon and went to the captain's bridge. "You can live in peace, for now, Tennyson. But I will return and take revenge on you, and the Omnitrix will eventually be mine," Vilgax said, practically growling in anger, looking out the ship's porthole. Earth, Niagara Falls *. At the moment, Lex and his family were on a sightseeing boat right next to the famous waterfall. While Max, Ashley, and Gwen took in the view, Lex looked up at the falls and was practically seething with rage. "Well, where is that stupid octopus?" Lex was sure that Vilgax would still attack him today because he was well aware of the latter's stubbornness. But, Vilgax did not come and will not come. Not today, not tomorrow, not even this month. The deprivation of the hand has become a lesson enough for Vilgax, and now he understands that he will not get the Omnitrix just like that. He got not a 10-year-old boy but an intelligent and skillful opponent. And realizing this perfectly, Vilgax decided to prepare. Next time, he will show up much stronger and have allies. Unfortunately for him, this will not be enough, but this is a story for the future. Chapter 92-91. Gift and Pim, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 17, 2010. In the end, Vilgax never showed up. I was waiting for him yesterday, but that ugly squid didn't come. Damn, did he ever think about my feelings? I was, after all, looking forward to it. to once again pile on him and his octopus muzzle. I even sent Merlin, under Morgana's control, to the edge of the solar system so she could track down those who decided to come to Earth. As a result, one single merchant ship flew past Morgana, which had nothing to do with Vilgax, and it was a delivery of rare alien ingredients to an underground city under Bellwood. Of course, I didn't have any evidence that Vilgax was supposed to come yesterday. Still, we were already at Niagara Falls, and that's usually enough. The canon sequence continues to hold even after the changes that have come about due to my intervention. I think it's because of the influence of the celestial sapiens, the architects of this multiverse. Despite all the differences, they try to keep everything the same as in the central universe. Or, is it because of the Chronosapians who command time and ensure that the timeline is in the state they need, leading to the best result? I'm saying that the second battle with Vilgax was supposed to take place at Niagara Falls, even though Kevin doesn't exist in this universe and their alliance is impossible, no way. Apparently, my influence on the story is making more and more changes that overlap, and soon, there will be nothing left of the canon sequence. It's worrisome. But I think it will not happen overnight but will happen gradually, which will allow me to prepare. It's frustrating not to know what the future holds for me, but at least I can be sure that some events will definitely happen, as they are too iconic. And I also know about my future enemies, which is undoubtedly worthwhile. Okay, enough of the lyrics. These are problems for the future me, so let him deal with them. Back to Vilgax. In the end, I decided to call the man, or rather the alien, who knows best about Vilgax's actions since, in the past, he worked for him. I called Tetrax. I asked him to check his channels and find out about Vilgax's current whereabouts and what he's doing now. Fortunately, during his tyranny, Vilgax made quite a few enemies. Even in his entourage, several spies and revolutionaries were only too happy to help Tetrax, who has been helping those who have suffered from Vilgax's actions for a long time. It turned out that Vilgax had just returned to his planet after our battle, and now he is healing his wounds while preparing a revenge plan to destroy me. Good to know. In fact, calling Tetrax turned out to be a sound idea. With his help, I can follow Vilgax and be aware of his actions in advance. When is the next time this octopus leaves his planet? I will know about it. And now, I don't have to rely on something as shadowy as the animated series canon. Anyway, Tetrax will contact me before Vilgax prepares his attack on me. In gratitude for the invaluable help, I did what should have been done 10 days ago. I told Tetrax that I received the transformation of Crystalsapien, and now Petrosapien is flying to Earth. Although, it will take him a decent amount of time since he is far from here. I think Tetrax is eager to get his planet back and correct his mistake. Now, I can put my worries about Vilgax aside and return to my business. Since I woke up too early again, I decided to move to Mars and see how things were there. After the usual teleportation, I saw that the white Natrix starship was already completely disassembled, and now the clones are busy sorting the parts and transferring them to the cave. As I arrived, all that was left was Serpensortium and the two primary batteries used to power the ship. Looking at these batteries, I realized that they are suitable for one of my inventions. So after taking these batteries and telling the clones to dispel on their own when they finished transferring, I moved to the hangar of my cave and headed straight for the combat Gundam. I built this 60-meter Jaeger a week ago, but I still don't understand why I made it. Moreover, I did not have a suitable power source to run it. I originally planned to use the old Merlin reactor when I dismantled the ship, but now I have a better option. Using two white Natrix reactor batteries, I can create a great power source for the Jaeger while also making a decent backup generator. In fact, these batteries are very worthy, although they are level 6 technology. They have lain at the bottom of the ocean for more than 700 years and still work. To tell the truth, they will quietly work the same amount more. Although I think it would not hurt to recharge them. But that's later. I got to work and turned into a jury rig. I began to collect the core for a giant robot. In parallel with this, I finally realized who the Jaeger could be helpful to. Namely Grandpa. What? He is the most fragile of us and has no powers. The only thing he has is the plumber's training, a decent arsenal of alien weapons, and a protective harness that I created for him. I don't think it's that much, compared to all of us. And with this Gundam, he would not only be able to defend himself, but he would also be able to fight. I think Grandpa wouldn't mind stretching his old bones and helping us. Plus, tomorrow is his birthday. Yes, Max Tennyson turns 61 years tomorrow. Didn't I say? Initially, as a gift, I wanted to find the Fountain of Youth and get some elixir of youth, with which Grandpa could reset a few years. I'm not sure how he would take such a gift, but I think he would not mind becoming younger. He still wants to participate in our adventures and help us. And if he becomes 50 years old again, it will be easier to do it. But I think we can postpone the search for the Fountain of Youth until we stumble upon it ourselves, and tomorrow I will give Max the Jaeger. Even though this robot is not made from the best materials, it is still much better than all the weapons of Vilgax's army. This happens when a master of his craft takes on the job. I'm talking about the jury rig. Although I still have to make a few modifications. In fact, a 60-meter robot is rarely helpful, and he's too big and clumsy. Fortunately, my new alien can solve this problem. Oh yes, I completely forgot to tell. This morning, a new, 53rd alien became available to me, whom I decided to call Pym, in honor of Dr. Henry Hank Pym, also known as Ant-Man. I think many could already understand my new hero's abilities are. The alien itself is a red humanoid ant, almost 2 meters tall. It has 4 clawed hands, 2 legs, a large ant-like ass, and an ant-like head with large blue eyes. He is dressed in the usual black and blue bodysuit, and the Omnitrix symbol is always in the center of the chest. Pym has an awe-inspiring level of brute strength, as befits a natural ant, and is also very agile and flexible. Also, do not forget about chitin, which is comparable to the durability of Armadillo's armor. The primary ability of this species is the production of a particular ant poison, which has an imposing effect. There are 2 types of venom, red and blue. Red poison allows reducing inorganic materials to almost microscopic size, while blue poison does the opposite, increasing materials to great sizes. Basically, like Ant-Man's Pym particles. The poison itself is produced in Pym's but while it is excreted from his hands. The blue poison, Pym, is extracted with the help of the lower pair of hands, and the red one, with the upper pair of hands. Unfortunately, this poison doesn't work on organic materials, so I can't reduce Vilgax to fly size and seal him in a jar. Although there is an exception in the form of Pym himself, since in this form, I can drink poison myself and shrink to 0.5 centimeters or grow to 20 meters in height. Unfortunately, to become smaller or larger, I need a special suit that will allow me to survive in the extreme conditions of this size, and I will have to create it myself. So, as you know, I will use Pym's ant poison and create a system whereby the Jaeger can shrink in size and Grandpa can use it in combat, even in the middle of the city. After creating the new power source, I placed it in the Jaeger's chest and then developed the ant system. So I decided to call the decrease function. But first, I had to create 200 clones that turned into Pym. They will collect poison for the system. Unfortunately, the production of this poison is relatively slow. It will take all the clones an hour to collect 1,000 liters of each toxin, and I think this amount should be enough for a long time since the consumption is not so significant. While the clones were milking themselves, I rebuilt the inside of the robot to add room for the poison tanks. And also, I had to change the cockpit so that Grandpa could control the Jaeger, regardless of the robot's size. As a result, when the ant system is turned on, and the Jaeger shrinks, the cabin itself will not change its size. The same thing will happen if the robot returns to its original size. As long as Grandfather is inside, the cabin will be able to change his size from 4 meters to 60, depending on the situation. And when Max is not in the cockpit, the Jaeger will shrink even to the size of a keychain, and Grandpa will be able to carry it with him. To control the size changes, I had to make a simple AI that would calculate the necessary dose of poison and help Grandpa control the robot itself. Of course, do not forget about the security system so that grandfather is not accidentally crushed. As a basis, I took one of Slick's samurai robots, which I reprogrammed. As a control component and a key to the Jaeger himself, I made a master keychain through which Grandpa can change the size of the robot while it is not in the cockpit and can give commands to the artificial intelligence itself. When all the poison was extracted, I filled 2 tanks with it. Actually, it's good that I originally made this robot big because the poison, just like the PIM particles, allows to reduce the size and weight, but the strength and density do not change depending on the size. This means that even a 4-meter Jaeger will have the power of a 60-meter one. After checking the functionality of the ant system, the power source, and the robot itself, I repainted it in RV colors. I think Grandpa will like it more. Moving a little further away, I pressed the red button on the keychain. The Jaeger instantly decreased to a 4-centimeter figure, which I immediately put in my inventory. So, I used the batteries, finished the Jaeger, and even found where to attach it. Even the gift is ready. What a productive morning, I said to myself with a smile. All the clones had already dispersed, both those that extracted Pim's poison and those that dismantled the Cobra Sapiens ship. Now it lies in parts in the warehouse. There is nothing more to do here, so you can return. But before that, I dialed a number and called my favorite witch, taking out my phone. Yes? Lex, is that you? Hope's voice rang out. Yes, it's me. I'll come to you with the girls in 15 minutes. I said with determination in my voice. It's time to deal with this problem. Are you sure? I know how difficult this is for you, Hope began sympathetically, but I interrupted her. I think I'm ready. Do not worry, and it's time to introduce them to you, I said with a smile, feeling how Hope worries about me. Okay. I believe you. I'm waiting. I love you, Hope said sincerely. I love you too. I will be soon, I said and then hung up the phone. After standing still for a while, mentally preparing for the upcoming event, I teleported to our bus using the Infinity Tattoo. Chapter 93-92. Long-awaited meeting, edited. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. Good morning, Grandpa, I said, just as I moved to the parking lot near Niagara Falls where our bus was parked. Morning, Lex. As always, early in the morning, doing his secret projects? Asked Grandpa with a smile, who was now checking the oil in the RV engine. You can say that. There was a new alien, it was necessary to check it. Also, I dealt with that ship that I got from the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle, I said honestly, without talking about the gift. Clear. Who would have thought that all these problems arose because of the security system of the old spaceship? And I've been trying to unravel the mystery of the triangle for 30 years. Who would have thought that everything is so banal? Shaking his head, Grandfather poured out his soul. Don't worry like that. All this is already in the past. And usually, these stories end in this disappointing way. Remember only the Exuage sword, I said, trying to cheer up my guardian. Yeah, another waste of time, Grandfather said with a heavy sigh, after which he added in a more cheerful voice, although, you may be right. That's all in the past, and now I'm retired. The right attitude, I said with a smile, and then I asked what I wanted to ask for a long time. Are you sure you don't want to be a plumber again? What are you talking about? Max looked at me and asked. I know how much you loved your job. All these adventures, battles, dangers, and so on. Even now, you're in awe of the situation we're in. I am sure I am right, I said. Lex, it's not like that at all, said Grandpa, frowning a little. I know I shouldn't say that, but I know you really enjoy helping us fight. I understand, I said sincerely, looking into Max's eyes. After standing for a while, digesting my words, grandfather let out a heavy sigh, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and then said, "Maybe you are right. I missed all of this. By adrenaline in the blood. On the verge of life and death. By helping people. But, this is in the past. Now my main concern is to raise you and protect you from threats. And the rest is not so important. Grandpa, I'm already quite an adult, and I don't need your constant guardianship. Of course, I will always need your advice and support, but this does not mean that you should neglect your desires." I went up to Max and put my hand on his shoulder, a little emotionally. "Lex, I don't know what to say," grandfather said with his head down. "You don't have to say anything. Just know that I don't mind if you return to work after our summer trip. You don't even have to become a field agent. Last I checked, the plumbers' leadership decided to build a new academy in the nearby solar system. I'm sure they will be pleased if you become an instructor. After all, you are a real magister. Few can compare with you in knowledge and experience," I said sincerely, putting my arm around Max's shoulder. "Lex. Okay, I'll think about it. Thank you." With gratitude in his voice, Max said and hugged me. "Besides, I think it's high time you found someone. How long has it been since Grandma left Earth?" I said with a provocative smile. "Almost 18 years. Grandfather said with a frown and added, "Let's not talk about it." "Okay, sorry if I hit a nerve." Without a smile, I said, "Nothing. Call it silly, but there's still a bond between us that can't be broken so easily. And even despite the distance separating us, this connection is still strong," said grandfather, with a smile of a teenager in love. "Well, no. I just really understand you," I said, remembering Hope and our wedding. "Okay, stop talking about such emotional topics. We have to ship off soon and go get ready," Max said with a laugh, continuing to work on the engine. "I just wanted to talk about this. You can postpone your departure for a while, and I wanted to introduce Gwen to the magic teacher I found. Let's take Ashley with us. It will be helpful for her to learn a little about the magical side of the world." I said what I was going to say immediately after arriving. "This girl you helped? Hex's niece?" Max asked curiously. "Yes." Nodding my head, I said. "Okay, I don't mind staying longer. Moreover, we are not in a hurry. Thanks to Doc's airship flight, we're even ahead of schedule," grandfather said lightly. "Thank you. Then, I'll go to the girls," I said and went onto the bus. But before I could get in, Grandpa gave me his life-savvy advice: be gentle with them. Since you have decided to build relationships with several girls, try to give them the same amount of attention. And don't hurt them. I decided not to answer these words, as I am now embarrassing. But I will remember the advice. Although, I try my best. "Girls, get ready. I want to introduce you to someone," I said as I went inside and saw the girls who were already up and putting themselves in order. "Where are we going?" Ashley asked curiously, fixing her hair. "To Salem, to Hex Castle," I said honestly. "Are we finally going to meet the magic teacher?" Gwen asked hopefully. "Yes. So let's go faster," I said, knowing full well that nothing good would come of it. "Hooray. Thanks a lot," kissing me on the cheek said Gwen, after which she jumped out of the bus. She's too happy about it. Although, recently, she was jealous of this girl. Ashley said, looking at Gwen's behavior. Okay, let's go," I just said, discarding unnecessary thoughts. After going outside, I created a magic sphere around the three of us and teleported us to Hope's house. Girls don't like it when I grab them with my tails as the two tails. What's more, they don't like the two tails teleportation itself. So, I decided to be more subtle and use a more convenient way to move. After moving, I immediately led the girls inside. While they were enthusiastically looking around the castle's interior, I wrote a message to Hope that we had arrived. After receiving the answer, I led the girls to the third floor. When I reached Hex's room, I opened the door and let them in with the words, "She wants to talk to you alone. Get acquainted without my presence. And chat about your girlish topics." "Are you sure?" Ashley asked warily. In fact, she was a little frightened by the interior of the Dark Mage Castle. "Yes. Don't worry, she's a good girl. I'm sure you'll get along. Someday," I said, trying to cheer myself up in my own words. "Okay, then we'll go," Gwen said as she boldly entered the room. Ashley followed. Closing the door, I began to wait for the outcome of the negotiations. It's been almost 2 hours, and no one has come out. In fact, I couldn't hear a single sound from the room, even with my enhanced hearing. Seems Hope decided to use some kind of spell to keep the conversation private. I went from corner to corner, constantly worrying about how their meeting would go. I didn't want Gwen and Ashley to leave me, and I still love them. And I don't want to part with Hope either. Moreover, I don't think that I can do it because of the influence of magic. Hope everything goes well. My thought process was interrupted by the sound of the door opening abruptly. An angry Gwen jumped out of the room. Quickly coming up to me, she looked into my eyes, apparently hoping to find something in them, and then raised her hand and bam! Hit me on the cheek. "You slept with her?" Gwen said, still seething with anger. "Yes," I said, although I knew it wasn't a question. Bam! "Giving me another slap," Gwen said again, "and now you're married to her?" "Unofficially, of course, but yes," I said, preparing for another blow. But instead of a blow, a simple question awaited me: "Do you love her?" Quickly orienting myself, I told the truth: "Now, yes. We hit it off despite the chaotic beginning, and I really liked her." "And of course, you won't leave her?" Again without asking, said Gwen, lowering her head. Deciding that I should remain silent this time, I began to wait for the girls' further actions. Bam 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 bam. Gwen said quietly, giving me 5 more slaps, gradually turning into a cry: "Why? Why? Why her and not me? I've been waiting for this for almost a decade, even letting you have another girl to make you happy. But here, magic intervenes, and this bitch appears, destined by fate. And now, you're married to her and also had sex. Even I haven't done it yet." "Well, it's still too early, actually, and I wanted to wait until you were 16, I started, but another BAM stopped me. Why did magic think she was more suitable than me?" Gwen asked emotionally, shaking her arm in pain. "However, I am strong. I don't think it matters here. The magic began to work because we were far apart, and we needed to be brought together for our relationship to improve. But, as you said, you've been around for almost 10 years, so there was no need for help from magic. You would agree sooner or later." Hope intervened, clarifying the situation. *RRR, though it didn't help much, Gwen just growled in anger. "Do not worry. It's not so scary that I married Lex first and took his virginity, and the main thing is that he still loves you and wants to be with you. In addition, you can always combine magical marriage and the usual way," Hope said as she walked closer. "Hope you're not very helpful. Although, she's telling the truth," I said, looking at Gwen with a sincere face, red from her blows. Bam! "That doesn't change the fact that you lied to me and broke the promise you made in the beginning." Hitting me again, Gwen said, and passing me, she went to the exit from the castle. FSH. "Well, what do you think?" Breathing heavily, I asked Ashley, who was quietly standing behind Hope. I don't know. We have only known each other for a month, and this is only the very beginning of our relationship. Although, this does not negate that I love you very much. But today, you really offended me. Besides, you betrayed us and lied to us. Now I need to think. Don't bother me for a while, please. Ashley said softly, refusing to look me in the eye. Okay, I understand everything. But know that I am very sorry about what happened. I said sincerely. I know. Ashley said and, also passing by, went to the exit. I hope they don't get lost there. Yeah, Hope said when we were alone. Actually, it went much better than I expected. I said, rubbing my cheeks. If not for the serum, my face would be all bruised. Still, Gwen hit hard. Truth? Hope asked, looking at me strangely, with sincere surprise. Yes. At least they didn't cry. And in the end, they didn't even break up with me. I think we'll be all right. Optimistically, I said. Well, as you know. Hope said, still surprised by what I said. So, how do you like them? I asked. Nice girls. You are lucky to have them. I'm sure we'll get along with them. Maybe I'll finally have real friends. Hope said honestly. I hope so too. What about Gwen's abilities? She is very talented. Much more talented than me. Frankly, my pride is hurt. Although, I would be pleased to teach such a capable student. Unlike you, Gwen is interested in all aspects of magic, and I don't mind teaching her. Although, we'll have to postpone training until she calms down. But, here, give her these books. She would need them to better understand magic. Hope said and went into the room, where she took 2 books and handed them to me. And judging by the state of the room itself, the conversation did not go as smoothly as I thought. Everywhere, one could see dents, traces of fire and lightning, and nothing remained of Hex's bed. It looks like the girls had a lot of fun. Thank you. I said, accepting the books and putting them into inventory. Oh yes, here is what you asked for. It turned out even better than I thought. I used my uncle's best materials, so their interior space is 2.5 cubic meters. Hope said as she handed me the 3 magic bags she took out of her bag. All bags were small in size and different in design. The first looked like a beige belt purse, and this one is clearly for Grandpa. The second looked like a small red women's handbag, square in shape, with a shoulder strap. This is for Gwen, and I'm sure she will love this design. The last one, it was for Ashley and had a black color, looked not like a bag, but like a small leather women's briefcase, with 2 straps. Thanks again. I said after examining the bags, then asked, what about the method for creating mind protection? I'm still looking. This is a rather complicated topic, as it concerns mental magic. But I'm sure I'll find the right way soon. Hope answered confidently. What would I do without you? Thanks for the help. I said, after which I went up to the girl and kissed her. I'm just happy to help. After the kiss, Hope said, showing me a beautiful smile. Okay, I have to go. Next time, I'll stay longer. I said, releasing the charmcaster from my embrace. I understand. Go. And while I continue to search and study magic. Hope said without showing any negative emotions. Adore you. I said, after which I kissed the girl again and then ran to the exit from the castle. Chapter 94-93. Sublimino. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. At the exit from the castle, 2 disgruntled girls were waiting for me, who diligently ignored me. Gwen basically did not look at me, thereby showing her resentment and anger. And Ashley just remained silent and looked at me with an apologetic smile. Looks like Ashley decided to support her friend and I was boycotted. As I told Hope earlier, it could have been a lot worse. You don't have to talk to me all you want, but I must remind you that tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. I hope you have prepared a gift. I said calmly. Judging by their widened eyes, Gwen had forgotten about birthday altogether, and Ashley didn't even know about it. Now, at least they know and won't offend the old man. I see my reminder came in handy. I'll buy a cake, and you try to find presents by tomorrow. I said with a sigh and teleported us by dint of the infinity tattoo. As soon as we arrived at our parking lot, the girl said nothing and left for the bus, defiantly ignoring me. Meow. Nebula meowed as she approached and deftly jumped into my arms. You're just glad to see me, aren't you? Stroking the tigress, I ask. I see my advice didn't help much, said Grandpa, coming up to me. He had witnessed the behavior of the girls, so he already understood everything. No, the advice was not superfluous. It was just too late and I had already screwed up, I said honestly. Well, I can only wish you good luck. Although you brought this trouble upon yourself. Patted me on the shoulder, without the slightest sympathy, said Max. Your sincere support means a lot to me, I said with sarcasm in my voice. I'm sure it is. With a huge smile, Max said and stroked Nebula a little, who did not like it too much. Okay. Don't worry, I certainly screwed up and offended the girls, but I'll fix it. Promise. I said seriously. I really hope for it. After all, Gwen is my granddaughter and Ashley is like a granddaughter to me, so I really care about them. If I hadn't raised you myself, you'd have been punched in the face by now for hurting my girls. Max said, while squeezing my shoulder hard to show the seriousness of his words. I would have done the same myself if I were you, but now, unfortunately, I am in my place, and all that remains for me is to clean up the mess that I myself made. Trying to show my sincerity as much as possible, I said. It's good that you understand that. Lex, you're a smart guy and I know you can figure it out, so I won't pry into this whole situation, but if you need help, I'll always help. And not only to you. Max said sincerely and patted me on the back. Thank you, Grandpa, for being so understanding. With a smile, I said. Otherwise, by the way, I am the coolest grandfather in the world and you are very lucky to have me. Ha, Grandfather said, laughing heartily. And do not say. I involuntarily said, knowing perfectly well that his words were true. Okay, get on the bus, we're leaving in 5 minutes. Grandpa said as he got on the bus. Well, what do you think? Lowering my head, I asked the cat that was now nestled in my arms. Meow. Nebula mewed, rubbing her head against my chest. I guess that's how you show me your support, right? Well, thanks. Although, you should probably get some kind of translator from the cat language so that you can speak normally, right? I asked my tigress, heading to the RV. In response, I received another meow, clearly agreeing with my idea. It's been almost 5 hours since we hit the road and we've just entered the state of Minnesota. All this time, the bus kept a quiet atmosphere. Grandpa sat behind the wheel and tried not to shine while Gwen and Ashley studiously ignored my presence and went about their business. I, all this time, to the envy of the girls, played with Nebula. The tigress clearly liked my attention and she had fun with all her heart. I didn't have any plans for the near future. I figured out the Cobra Sapien ship, so now all that remains is to wait until the analyzer finishes examining the DNA of the circus freak trio and searching for the alpha gene in the DNA of my aliens. So, with peace of mind, I could mess around. The girls persuaded Grandfather to visit a large shopping center located in Minneapolis, under the pretext that it was time for them to take a break from constant travel and enjoy the benefits of civilization. Although, of course, they just want to find gifts for Max. I didn't mind stopping as I had a small case at this mall. When we finally arrived at the center, I fed Nebula to the full so that she would immediately go to bed and not miss me while I was gone. The girls, immediately after the bus stopped, jumped out and ran to the mall, leaving Grandpa and me behind. Well, what are you going to do? Grandfather asked as we walked slowly towards the entrance. I'm going to catch one dwarf, I said honestly. Found some villain again, huh? Okay, you can be as heroic as you want, but be careful. If you need help, call us right away. Max said, knowing full well my habits. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm always careful. In addition, this is an ordinary person who has received dangerous technology in his hands. Nothing special. I said frankly. As you say. Max said with a sigh, and then added, sometimes I feel sorry that you are so independent. You always do everything alone. Well, that's what I am. I just don't want to involve you in my problems anymore. And if I really need help, I will always be honest about it. I said honestly. Okay, do as you please. Go have fun. In the meantime, I'll look for parts for the bus. Max said as he entered the mall. Good luck. I said, and then turned my gaze to the clock tower of the mall. Using my X-ray vision, I saw that inside the tower, just behind the giant clock face, was a small room that served as the workplace of a hypnotist who was now constructing something. While no one saw, I turned into a big chill and, becoming invisible, flew to the tower. Passing through the dial itself, I found myself inside the tower and saw a large clock mechanism, as well as parts scattered all over the place to build another clock. At the only table in the room sat a short man in his 50s, dressed in a red tailcoat. He wore purple sunglasses on his face and had a noticeable bald spot on his head that he was desperately trying to cover with the rest of his hair. It was Sublimino, one of Ben 10's villains who was even a member of the Negative 10, a team of villains who wanted to destroy Ben and his family. Sublimino himself is an ordinary person, but he has a pocket watch that allows him to hypnotize people and force them to do almost any order. Using this hypnosis, Sublimino robbed this mall. Each time, he hypnotized more and more people, and his appetite grew and he wanted more and more money. Although, apparently, he is only at the beginning of his plans now and is only building a giant clock that he wants to use to hypnotize all the visitors and employees of the mall at once. In general, a typical second-rate villain for one series. Nothing special. I might not have paid any attention to him. Sooner or later, greed would have killed him, and even despite the hypnosis, the police would definitely be able to catch Sublimino. But since we ended up in this mall, I decided to stop him before he caused any trouble. Moreover, under the influence of hypnosis, its victims, ordinary people, did bad things, thereby destroying their own lives. And that's not good, so I really should intervene. Hey! I said, in an eerie Necrophridian voice, distracting Sublimino from his work. Hearing my voice, the hypnotist jerked sharply and turned back. But since I'm still invisible, he didn't find anyone, which frightened the poor dwarf even more. Who is there? Come out! Sublimino shouted, pulling his hypno-watch out of his breast pocket. Flying closer to him, I landed on the floor and folded my wings into a cloak, became visible. Boo! I shouted, startling the shorty. Ah! Don't get close! The hypnotist shouted in fright, pointing his watch at me. Thank you! I said, and snatched the watch from Sublimino, thanks to my intangibility. What? The hypnotist said, but I interrupted him when I grabbed him by the throat and raised him to the level of my eyes. Now, let's talk. I said softly, while exhaling cold steam from my mouth, to create an even more frightening atmosphere. I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me, please. Almost crying in fear, Sublimino shouted. I did not doubt it. I said threateningly, and then added, so, how many people have you already hypnotized? Where from? Sublimino began to ask a question, but he was stopped by my cold fingers, squeezing his neck harder. Therefore, the hypnotist quickly corrected himself and began to tell what I wanted, about 20. Several visitors, mostly pensioners, and the manager of the mall. Is that how? And at what stage is your plan? I asked. Taught last time, Sublimino answered honestly, with a noticeable obsession in his voice. Tonight, I was going to test the hypnosis and wanted to send some hypnotized people to rob some shops. If all goes well, tomorrow I was going to put on a show where I would hypnotize even more people to help me set up a big clock in the mall's central square. The next day, there would be another show, which, this time, would subjugate all the people in the mall to me and he would become mine. And everything that is here would also be mine. Clearly. And this big watch acts as a transmitter that amplifies the work of your hypnoclock? I asked confidently that I was right. To my question, Sublimino only nodded meekly. And now, the most interesting. Where did you get this magic watch? I asked, bringing my face closer to Sublimino. But the dwarf, unexpectedly, found the courage and refused to answer, while trying to escape from my grip. Speak! With anger in my voice, I shouted to bring even more horror. Okie. They were given to me by an inventor. He finds fragments of alien technology all over the country, and creates various gadgets and weapons from them, after which he sells them on the black market. Shouted the failed hypnotist, fearing me to death. And why would he be so generous? I asked. He said he just wanted to test how his new invention worked and told me to use the watch however I wanted. And you decided to rob a mall with the help of hypnotized buyers. You do realize you could just use your hypnowatch on the guards. With their help, you could clean out the entire mall in one day. And no one would stop it. I said. Sublimino's eyes widened in shock and he just uttered, "What?" Okay, it doesn't matter. How can I find your inventor? And don't you dare lie to me. I asked, finally shouting for persuasiveness. I don't know. I honestly don't know. He contacted me himself. The only thing I know is that everyone calls him Artisan. Sublimino shouted. Artisan, you mean? Okay. I said to myself, and then used my telepathy to check the short man's words. Sublimino never once lied, and indeed he never met this artisan. All their communication took place through a home phone, and the watch came as a parcel. Well, this is very interesting. Looks like the government isn't the only one collecting alien spacecraft wreckage. I need to find this artisan. Inventions like this clock should not be allowed to end up in the hands of bastards like Sublimino. Okay, now I understand everything. I said and lowered the hypnotist. Will you let me go? Sublimino asked in a trembling voice. Certainly. You can go. I said and pointed to the exit. Thank you. I will never commit any crime again, Mr. Legion, I promise. Said the hypnotist, quickly running down. ****ing media. I involuntarily said. Now even a rogue like this dwarf knows about me and can understand that I am Legion only by the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, although I have never used the big chill form in public. At least that way, I inspire more fear. I said, consoling myself, after which, I became incorporeal and went downstairs. As soon as Sublimino reached the end of the stairs, I was already waiting for him. And I must say, Sublimino's face full of horror was quite funny. But, you said you would let me go. Shaking with fear, said the hypnotist. And I'll let go. You can go. I said and missed the shorty. Looking at me very suspiciously, Sublimino slowly walked towards the door, but my voice stopped him. Unfortunately, there is only one way for you. To jail. Raising my left hand, I showed him the hypnowatch, and despite Sublimino's attempts to stop me, I pressed the button. A wave of light hit from the clock, which hypnotized the former hypnotist, and he froze in place. Even the sunglasses didn't save him. Now, you will go to the police and voluntarily surrender to them, telling them about all your sins. You understood me? I said, looking at the short man's absent gaze. Yes, master. Sublimino said in an emotionless voice. Very well, now you can go. I said. Sublimino carried out my order and, leaving the tower, went to the city. Apparently at the police station. I wasn't sure the hypnosis wouldn't wear off, so I sent one of my scout drones to follow Sublimino and make sure it worked. A handy thing, I involuntarily said, squeezing the watch in my hand and watching Sublimino's back move away. Okay, I'll deal with that later, I said, and putting the hypnoplock in inventory, flew to the bus. Grandpa and the girls hadn't returned yet, so I took out my laptop and turned on a random movie to pass the time while waiting. Chapter 95-94. Forward to the Future. patrasteriskian.com/sekel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 18, 2010. For the rest of yesterday, I was lounging and spending time with my pet. The only thing I did was ask Morgana to look up information on this artisan. It turned out that he is quite famous in certain circles. Criminal circles, to be precise. He showed up about 2 months ago, literally out of nowhere, and started selling his alien gadgets. And sometimes, he just gave them away for free to see how well they worked. The police and the FBI have already caught several robbers who committed crimes with the help of this artisan's toys. Even the Special Extraterrestrial Containment Team, led by Lieutenant Steele, has even joined the cause, and they are actively looking for this inventor. Although the result they have so far is zero. Ironically, even Morgana can't find Artisan. After scouring the internet, the only thing she found was the mention of his pseudonym on the dark web, as well as police reports of crimes associated with it. It looks like this guy, possibly a girl, is extremely cautious and doesn't even use the internet. And he conducts all his operations with the help of antediluvian technology, like home phones and pagers. Fortunately, there is one way to find this villain. To deliver his inventions to his customers, Artisan uses a regular courier service. It remains only to find this service and check its customer database. Sooner or later, I'll be able to track the shipments I need and find Artisan. Morgana can do this without any problems, although this will take some time. Still, there is a lot of work to be done. It remains only to wait for the result. I also examined and dismantled the hypnoplock itself to check the mechanism of operation. Inside, I noticed very familiar details that clearly belonged to Vilgax's drones. It looks like Artisan really does act like a real vulture and is collecting alien technology left over from some of my battles and other alien appearances. It's possible, but I won't even have to look for it myself. Sooner or later, we'll just be able to collide when he or his people will be begging. Okay, it doesn't matter now. The clock's internal mechanism itself is powered by a Vilgax drone. The essence of the clock is to create beams of light of a special wave, with a special interval. This light affects the hippocampus and, in fact, causes the person's consciousness to fall asleep so that the subconscious mind comes out, already completely under the control of the one who is nearby. Actually, nothing special. I'm even a little disappointed. It's just a skillful influence on the human brain. Fraud, nothing more. Although, the fact that it can work on some aliens is really impressive. I decided to keep this watch as a keepsake. Perhaps they will even come in handy for me. For example, to fight ordinary people. Of course, I can do the same with telepathy, but it is not certain that the victim will survive this. Still, my control over telepathy is terrible. And so, with the help of a watch, it is much safer and easier. When the girls returned from the shopping center, along with a dozen bags, they continued to ignore my presence and communicated only among themselves, obviously washing all my bones. Grandfather, who had not bought anything, returned after them and took us to a country campsite, where we spent the rest of the day. And where we decided to celebrate today's holiday. Today, I got up early again and went to Paris to buy a special chocolate cake. Grandpa really liked it when we were here in the past. Of course, I had to wait until they made it to order for me, but I'm sure that Grandfather will be happy to try this delicious cake again. When I returned, Ashley was already awake and seemed to be waiting for me to talk about something. Seeing me, she immediately went in my direction and was about to tell me something, but, literally instantly, an orange portal appeared under my feet. Not expecting such a trick, since I did not feel any danger, I just fell into it and flew down. I ended up in some kind of vertical tunnel that led to no one knows where. Although, to be honest, I can guess where this tunnel will take me. Given that today is Max's birthday and Ben Prime's words, it's not hard to guess what's in store for me. Knowing perfectly well that nothing threatened me, I began to wait for this fall to end and I would arrive at my destination. But what I didn't expect was to hear Ashley's voice coming from somewhere above. "Lex." Looking up, I saw Ashley, who was falling in the same tunnels. But, unlike me, she did not understand what was happening and was in real horror. "Ashley, what are you doing here?" I asked sincerely, pulling the girl to me with the help of telekinesis. "You got sucked into some orange hole, so I jumped in after you. What's going on here? Where are we anyway?" Ashley screamed in panic, taking my hand. "Do not worry. There is no danger here. As far as I understand, someone summoned me through this portal," I said, trying to calm the girl. "Summon? What do you mean?" Ashley asked, holding me tighter. "This portal is very similar to the effect of one spell from the Book of Arcamata. Looks like someone from the future called me for help. And you at the same time." I told the truth, trying to justify my knowledge. "From the future? Are you saying that now we," Ashley asked in shock, understanding my words perfectly. "Yes, we are now traveling in time," I said lightly. But who could have done this? And why?" Ashley asked, again succumbing to her fear. "I do not know." I lied shamelessly, and then added, "But don't worry. I'm sure that nothing dangerous awaits us. As a last resort, we can always run away and then return home. After all, I know this spell and I can use it." Okay. Phew. "It's okay and we can go back. This is very good." Trying to calm herself, Ashley said, and then she asked me a question, "And what should we do?" "Just wait for the tunnel to end," I said, and then seeing another portal, I said, "And this is the end." We flew through the new portal, but, unfortunately, instead of a normal landing, we were in for a free fall, as we were at a kilometer height. "AAA," Ashley screamed in fear and began to fall down. "What are you yelling at? You can fly." Hovering in the air with the help of telekinesis, I said. "Oh, right," Ashley said calmly before stopping in the air with the power of the tattoo of telekinesis. "Wow," I involuntarily said. "Sorry. I completely forgot about it." "There's just so much going on," Ashley said softly, her cheeks flushed. "Okay, it doesn't matter," I said, and then looked at the city under our feet. It was a big city, with narrow streets, tall skyscrapers, neon signs, and flying cars. In general, a typical cyberpunk city of the future. As far as I understand, this is Omnitrix City. "Lex, is that Mount Rushmore?" Ashley asked, who was also surveying the area and pointed to the monument of the presidents, which was visible a little to the side. "Looks like it." "Okay, let's go down and take a look," I said, after which I began to fly down, trying to avoid flying cars. "Wait for me," Ashley shouted and flew after me. When we reached the height of the buildings, we heard some noise in one of the lanes. Dropping even lower and flying to the place where the battle was taking place, we saw how some armored humanoid rhinoceros fired laser shots from its horn, trying to kill 2 children. But a woman in a blue hood came to their aid. "Lex, isn't that?" Ashley asked, pointing to a 10-year-old red-haired girl who was now helping the boy up. "Yes, it's Gwen. 10-year-old Gwen. But that boy, this is the 10-year-old Ben Prime, whom I told you about," I said, pointing to the kid with the Omnitrix on his arm. "But you said we were traveling into the future. Why are these kids here? You said you met them when they were 16 years? Ashley asked without understanding. "We are indeed in the future. Just look at this city. And on these aliens who walk quietly in the middle of the streets. But it looks like we're not the only ones drawn into the future. Although, this does not seem to be our future, but his. I said, pointing to Ben. His? But how is this possible? Is this another alternate universe? How, with the help of a time travel spell, did we get to this world? Ashley asked, completely confused about what was happening, while asking good questions. It's not exactly a time travel spell. This spell allows to travel through different temporary axes. With its help, it is impossible to get into the future or past of your world. In any case, you will find yourself in an alternative reality, since your very presence will change the timeline. If you try and use a lot of energy, you can reach out to alternative worlds and their time axes. I told what I recently learned. That is, someone pulled us out of our world and sent us to the future of an alternative world? Ashley asked, finally beginning to understand the essence of the matter. I know it's complicated and confusing, but it's true. Although, this is only one option for the possible future of that boy. I said with a sigh and pointed to Ben, who was in danger. While we were talking, the rhinoceros managed to neutralize the woman in the blue hood and was about to kill the children. Can you help us? Ashley asked, looking at the dangerous situation, but at the same time, continuing to float next to me, seeing that I was inactive. No need. They will be helped now. I said, and, just after my words, someone very fast appeared and instantly neutralized the rhinoceros. It was the XLR-8, only it was taller, bigger, more muscular and faster. After he defeated the rhinoceros, the speedster talked to the hooded woman about it, scared Ben a little and sped off at great speed. Man, he's faster than me. It was that boy, only an adult? Ashley asked as she watched the XLR-8 disappear. Yes. He must be about 30 now. Everyone here calls him Ben 10'000". I said and pointed to a large screen that showed a report about how Ben 10,000 neutralized a gang of smugglers yesterday. It seems that now his life is not such a fairy tale. And that woman is a grown-up Gwen. Ashley said affirmatively, just as Gwendolyn removed her hood and revealed her appearance. And I'm actually very lucky. Adult Gwen is very beautiful. Right. Okay, let's go say hello. I said and started to go down. Third POV. So, you need Ben's help, then? 10-year-old Gwen asked her adult self when they finished talking about the time travel spell. So, I'm only cool in appearance? What happened to a superhero like me? 10-year-old Ben said smugly, talking about his adult version. Although our Ben owns all the secrets of the Omnitrix, he sometimes needs the help of others. I need you to help me reason with him. Recently, he has been completely driven away and is constantly heroic, almost without a break, while completely refusing to accept anyone's help. I want you to remind him that you can't do everything alone. And sometimes you need to have fun and relax, said Gwendolyn, looking seriously at Ben. In response, he wanted to say some self-satisfied nonsense again, but he was interrupted by a new voice. Then, if it's so simple, then why did you summon me here? Lex said as he landed next to Gwendolyn. Lex, you really are here. I wasn't sure the spell would reach you. Fortunately, everything worked out. Gwendolyn said with a smile, rushing to hug Lex. Who else is this? Ben asked indignantly, as the newcomer drew all the attention. This is Lex Tennyson. He's an alternate version of you, from another world, and he's also the wielder of the Omnitrix, said Gwendolyn, releasing Lex. Truth? 10-year-old Gwen asked curiously, looking at Lex, noticing how different he was from her Ben. In response, Lex only removed the disguise from his Omnitrix and showed it, and then turned to Gwendolyn. So you are the same Gwen that I met during the battle with the egregor? Yes, it was me. What nostalgia. It's been 15 years ago, said Gwendolyn with a smile. It's only been a couple of weeks ago for me. But, this is not the future of the Prime Universe. Or I'm wrong? Lex asked with a frown. Right. Of course, this is one of the many alternative universes. But this comes from the Prime Universe, so those events also concern me. Gwendolyn explained. How difficult it is. Lex involuntarily said, trying to comprehend what had been said. Yes, there is. I can only give you advice, do not bother about it. You will get used. Gwendolyn said with a laugh, and then she noticed that someone was standing quietly behind Lex. Ashley, you're here too. Good to see you, said Gwendolyn good-naturedly, embracing the silent Ashley. Hello. Ashley said awkwardly, accepting the hug, and then asked, do we know each other? Of course, we have seen each other many times. In your future, of course. The owner of the Bezel's Charms said. Yeah, everything is clear. Ashley said quietly, although her face showed that she didn't understand anything. I do not understand anything. Who are they? What do you mean he's my alternate version? And why did you call them, if you need my help and I'm playing a major role here? Ben yelled, unable to bear being ignored, like he was a spoiled child. You are disgusting. Lex involuntarily said, seeing the behavior of 10-year-old Ben with his own eyes, and was surprised how much Ben had matured in 6 years. What? How dare you? I'll show you now, Ben shouted angrily, after which he turned into Diamond Head with the help of his Omnitrix and rushed at Lex. At such a temper and thoughtless behavior, Lex could only roll his eyes. After waiting for Ben to be close enough, he moved a little to the side and tripped Ben in the form of Petrosapien. Ben, not expecting his target to get out of the way at the last moment, easily fell for the ruse and tripped over Lex's foot. Before Ben fell to the ground, Lex grabbed him by the crystal growth on Diamond Head's back. Stopping Ben's fall, Lex lifted him up with one hand, and then pressed the Omnitrix symbol on the alien's chest with his other hand. With a flash of light, Ben became human again and fell on his ass, staring down at his body in shock. How you? Ben said in horror, not expecting to be defeated and turned into a human so quickly. Yeah, Ashley said involuntarily, looking at Ben. She just couldn't believe that this boy was an alternate version of her Lex. They are too different. It's hard for you. Poor thing. Lex said, looking sympathetically at 10-year-old Gwen. Sorry for his terrible behavior. Gwen said bashfully, helping Ben to his feet. Lex, just about to say something, was interrupted by Gwendolyn's communicator, located on her belt in the form of a cat emblem. Danger. Sector D15. The robotic voice said. And what is in Sector D15? Gwen asked. Fort DNA. It is the largest DNA genetic database in the entire galaxy. Gwen said seriously. At the same time, upon hearing those words, Lex's eyes shone with anticipation. Dr. Animo, that's definitely him. He created this rhinoceros and now wants to use the DNA database to create more of these creatures. We need to stop him urgently. I'm transforming. Ben said, turning into a stinkfly and flying away towards Mount Rushmore. It looks like his ego is hurt and he wants to heal it by beating Animo. Stop, Ben. You can't just fly there. It's dangerous there. Shouted Gwendolyn, and grabbing Gwen, she flew off after Ben. After a moment of silence, Ashley asked awkwardly, did they just leave us here like that? Looks like it. Moreover, they did not even take this rhino. Lex said and pointed to Animo's unconscious creature. And what do we do now? Ashley asked. Chapter 96-95. Ben's 10000 story. patrasteriskian.com/sekil11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Lex POV. Before I could answer Ashley's question, I was interrupted by the sound of a car horn. A very familiar sound. Turning at the noise, I saw a good old RV, which drove up to us and stopped next to us. A moment later, a well-known person got off the bus, perhaps aged 20 years. "Grandpa Max?" and Ashley asked in shock, looking at the 80-year-old Max Tennyson of this world. "Lex, Ashley, good to see you again. Looks like Gwendolyn managed to summon you after all," Max said with a big smile, who clearly knew us and was aware of his granddaughter's plan. "You look great for an 80-year-old man." I couldn't help but smile and said truthfully. Max did indeed look very good, for someone who turned 81 today. He lost some weight, more wrinkles appeared on his face, as well as a gray beard that does not age him, but quite the contrary, Max looks very stylish and brutal. Although, he never gave up his favorite Hawaiian shirt. "Ha ha ha ha, thank you, thank you. I am doing my best. This is my kitchen. I have always said that these delicacies are very healthy." Chuckling happily, said Max 10'000", if I can call him that, of course. "So that means we know you too?" Ashley asked awkwardly, unable to get used to grandfather's different appearance. "Of course, we met a couple of times. Plus, I've heard plenty of stories about your adventures together from Ben and Gwen." With a huge smile, said Max. "How are you doing? I wondered, though." "Good, very good. Although, you certainly understand that I cannot say much." Coming closer to us, said Max. "Yes, I know. All these laws of time and so on. But still, I'm curious to know how was Grandma." I could not help myself and decided to find out if my grandfather had a chance to wait for his beloved. Hearing my question, Max 10'000" nothing said, but showed a huge smile, for all 32 teeth. This gesture told me everything I wanted to know, so I just said, "Well, that's good. Okay, get on the bus. I'll take you to Ben and the others," Max said, beckoning us into his precious bus. Going after him, instead of the usual spectacle, we saw a high-tech interior, not at all familiar to our bus. "Wow, that looks so cool." Impressed by the view, with a smile, said Ashley. "Yes, I did a little modernization here," I said proudly. "I've been persuading my grandfather to allow me to carry out the same modernization for 5 years now. But he still refuses and says that he loves the bus the way it is." Unable to bear it, I still complained. "Ha ha ha, yes, it looks like me. But, unfortunately, I just had no choice. The former RV was destroyed in the Limax War in 2017. I collected everything that survived, and the rest had to be replaced. Well, at least the look remains the same." With nostalgia in his voice, Max said, getting behind the wheel. "So those nasty slugs are back, right? Apparently, they really like the meat of our old people," I said. "The way it is." "Okay, I already talked a lot, so let's fly," Max said, after which he started the bus and pressed the button on the dashboard. On this action, the wheels of the bus curled up and we gently flew into the air. "He also flies," Ashley yelled with delight as we rose over the rooftops and flew, apparently, to Fort DNA. Ignoring her cry, I decided to find out some more information. "Grandfather, do you know why Gwendolyn called me too? What did she manage to tell you?" Max asked first. "That Ben has an identity crisis and is too mired in his work, while refusing to accept any help," I answered instantly. "Sounds a little harsh, but it's true. Gwendolyn, Ben's parents, Verdona, Asmith and other friends tried to help him and get him out of this state. But, unfortunately, nothing helped. As a result, every day it gets worse and Ben ignores their ordinary life, more and more immersed in the work of the hero. He even broke up with his girlfriend, Kai, whom he dated for over 5 years," Max said sadly. "It's strange that you didn't make it. For me, and, I think, for almost any other versions of Ben Tennyson, you have always been a support," I said honestly. "That's very good to hear, Lex. I'm glad that even other versions of me managed to support their beloved grandchildren," Max said with a smile, involuntarily stroking my hair. But, I said, sensing the understatement in his words. But, our relationship with Ben is very complicated. Especially now. Frowned, Max said. You quarreled. Yes? Ashley said. Right. He said the wrong thing, and then I did the same. I think in the current state of Ben, there is a share of my fault. In the last few years, I haven't given him the support you're talking about, Lex. And I really regret it. I tried to fix everything, but nothing worked for me. Therefore, Grandfather 10,000 said sadly. So, Gwendolyn decided to call for help 10-year-old Ben to help bring her older version of herself to life. Ashley finished, understanding the whole point of the matter. Right. Max nodded his head. This is all understandable and even correct. But why am I here? I asked again. Actually, you may not know it, but our Ben has always considered you a role model. Max said, looking at me. Truth? I involuntarily asked, remembering our first meeting with 10-year-old Ben. Yes. I know you didn't get off to a great start, but as he got older, Ben suppressed his pride and admitted that he really admires you and how you wield the Omnitrix. This was especially evident after that battle with the egregor, when you literally saved the universe while having a minimum of strength. Grandpa said honestly. Hearing his words, Ashley looked at me in shock. Yes, when I told Gwen and Ashley about my little adventure, I left out some points. So they don't know how bad the situation was. At least they didn't know until now. That's nice to hear, of course, but what's the point? I asked, ignoring Ashley's gaze. So after seeing how you're doing, Ben wants to be more like you. He learned to fight well, began to try to understand the Omnitrix, and even began to listen to Azimuth advice. But, after all, you met again after the battle with the egregor, and each time, you got better and better, and Ben could not catch up with you. I'm afraid he's developed a bit of an inferiority complex towards you. No matter how hard Ben tried, he still never got close to you. Over time, it accumulated more and more. In addition, other problems appeared. All this led to its current state. Max said, looking seriously into my eyes. Here's how. This turns out to be my fault. I said, frowning, and then added, does this mean that I ruined many versions of Ben Tennyson by my appearance? No, of course not. Not many, but just one. Our Ben. And as you probably already guessed, this is the version of Ben that you influenced the most and who couldn't handle it. The other Bens did it, but not our. Max said softly. To be honest, I certainly did not expect this. I knew that my existence would affect several worlds, but I did not think that because of me, one of the Bens would have such a drama. Bad feeling. Grandfather, I'm sorry that this happened, I began, deciding to ask for forgiveness, but I was interrupted by my grandfather's stern voice. Do not dare. Don't you dare apologize. It's not your fault. Yes, you made an impact, but mostly it was a positive one. You have no idea how many Bens have gotten better just by your existence. But, how, I tried to say, but I was interrupted again. Yes, our Ben turned out differently and he is in bad shape, but it's not your fault. This is Ben's own problem. Besides, there is another reason why Ben is in such a state. Max said sternly. And what happened? Ashley asked softly. It happened 8 years ago. That day, Ben faced a truly dire situation for the first time. In the past, Ben has always considered his job as a superhero to be a game, an exciting adventure. Of course, as he got older, he became more serious, but he always liked being a hero and took it a little lightly. Until that time. On that day, another alien invasion happened. They were Fulmani. It wasn't the first time they had tried to take over Earth and Ben had stopped them before, but this time, the Fulmanis decided to act smarter and with more brutality. They took hostage 100 people, ordinary people, men, women and children. Using hostages, they put pressure on Ben and ordered him not to interfere. In order to save the people, Ben of course did not resist, But at this time, Gwen, Rook and I made their way into the Fulmani main ship and staged a diversion that distracted all the aliens enough for Ben to act. Having defeated all the Fulmani and found the place where they held the hostages, only corpses were waiting for Ben instead of people who were thirsty for salvation. Max said seriously. "Oh God!" Ashley exclaimed in horror. "Did the Fulmani kill everyone?" I asked, frowning. "Yes. But it happened right after the kidnapping. The Fulmanis decided that it made no sense to support so many people and spend resources on them. In their opinion, the mere fact of their kidnapping was enough to deter Ben. And in the place where the corpses remained, they set a trap that was supposed to kill Ben if their original plans failed. Luckily, Ben survived. True, at the last moment. But those mountains of corpses of ordinary people, he will never be able to forget," Grandfather said gloomily. "And of course, Ben blames himself for everything," I said. "Right. And although Ben could not save them in any way, since by the time we learned about the invasion, everyone was already dead, Ben is sure that it is his fault, since he allowed the invasion itself," Max said sadly. "And what, in the end?" Ashley asked. Of course, for Ben it was a serious blow. He first encountered how the world is sometimes cruel and unfair. Before, despite the gravity of the situation, he managed to save everyone. And that time, his rose-colored glasses broke and he saw the world in a different light. We tried to support him as best we could, but he began to change. He became more violent and evil. You have no idea what he did to Vilgax in their next battle. He, literally, was left with only giblets. "And then?" Ashley asked. "And then, Ben tried to fix what had happened. Used all of his most powerful heroes to change reality, rewrite time, and so on. But nothing happened. The celestial sapiens wouldn't let him do it. Because of this, he became even more angry and fell into the depths of despair. He even destroyed his new Omnitrix, as he believed that he no longer needed it. But, fortunately, he eventually got help," Grandpa said. "And who?" I asked. "You, of course," Max said with a smile, looking at me, and then added, "You met him again when our Ben was 23 years old. I don't know what you said to him, but he went back to being the same. He was able to survive the tragedy and moved on. It wasn't easy, but Ben did it. He returned to his role as a superhero, began to save people again and began to respect you even more, trying to become better." "And then something happened again?" I guessed. "Yes. It happened just a year ago. At that time, he was investigating the abduction of aliens from all over the galaxy, and, in the end, this led him to one gang of slavers. Nothing so tragic, at that time, did not happen, he saved everyone. But the sight of the slaves touched Ben's old wounds. He began to blame himself for not saving them sooner and that they had to endure terrible things. Luckily, he handled it a lot better than last time, but he ended up working hard to prevent such stories from happening. And so, we come to the current situation. So, to summarize, after meeting me, Ben tried to become better, but never achieved satisfactory results. As a result, over time, he developed an inferiority complex, which was superimposed by a terrible tragedy that actually broke him. I'm from the future helped him to get back in line, but after a while, he was reminded of the cruelty of the world, his inferiority complex also jumped up again, and Ben decided to devote himself to saving as many people as possible and preventing terrible tragedies, while at the same time, hoping to become as good a hero as I am. It's exactly like that. Frankly, Ben was just unlucky. I haven't heard anything like this happen to other versions of Ben. But, unfortunately, there is no one to blame. Shit happens," Max said. After hearing the whole story, I finally understood where this universe split off from the main one. The result of this tragedy founded a new universe in which this life-beaten Ben lives. According to Grandpa, my subsequent influence has brought this universe back more or less back to normal, and it even looks a lot like the first Ben 10,000 universe I knew. And now, I need to make sure that everything stays that way. So you called me to perform the same miracle as in the past? I asked. Yes, although Gwendolyn hoped that the presence of 10-year-old Ben would help our Ben, she decided to take a chance and call you. Although, we weren't sure if it would be possible to summon you. Max said. Okay, I understood. I will help. I said readily. I sincerely feel sorry for the local Ben. Thank you very much. Grandfather said, brushing tears from his eyes. No need. I still need to finish what I started. I said with a smile, feeling Ashley, who fell silent, squeeze my shoulder in support. Chapter 97-96. Vilgax 10-000. Patrasteriskian.com/Sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery HTTP URL. We arrived, said Grandpa and parked his flying bus at the entrance to Fort DNA. Will you come with us? Ashley asked. No, you don't need my help. And I'm too old for all this. Max said with a smile. Although, one could easily feel behind his words, a deep sadness. As you say. But, here, take this gift. Happy birthday. I said and took out a chocolate cake intended for Grandfather. True, for another, but I think he will not be offended. Besides, I can always buy another one. Thanks. Although, my stomach will not be happy with such a large amount of sugar. Grandfather said jokingly, accepting the cake. Nothing, once a year, is possible. In extreme cases, you will make yourself a new stomach. I think modern medicine allows this. With a smirk, I said. Ha ha ha, yes, I think you're right. Okay guys, you gotta go. But, do not forget to visit the old man before leaving. Max replied. Necessarily. I said walking outside. Ashley followed me and waved to Grandfather with a smile. When the bus left, Ashley asked. What are we going to do now? Do you have a plan to help Ben? Honestly, no. I will act on a whim. Let's see if younger Ben's influence can be useful. I said as I entered the building. Do you think you can help? Still, the local Ben has serious problems. Here the help of a good psychologist would not hurt. Ashley spoke up as she followed. In this, you are of course right. True, from the grandfather's story, it is clear that he will never accept the help of an outsider. Let's hope that our help, with 10-year-old Ben, is exactly what the local Ben needs. I said with a sigh, while simultaneously activating the tattoo of luck. Now, I'll need all the luck I can. I hope you're right. Ashley said softly, having long forgotten that she sort of announced a boycott to me. Boom. Let's go, it looks like there's a battle going on upstairs. I said after hearing the sounds of battle. Rising into the air, with the help of telekinesis, I flew towards the noise. Having climbed several dozen floors, Ashley and I found ourselves in a room filled with various cryocapsules. And inside, we were met by my old friends. We got on well. I said, drawing the attention of the newly resurrected Vilgax and Dr. Animo, with the body of a gorilla. Next to them, unconscious on the floor, lay a trio of galactic enforcers. Useless as always. Who are you? Animo exclaimed. It looks like I've never met Animo 10000. On your arm is Omnitrix. He will be useful to me. Vilgax 10-000 said and raised his genetically modified right hand and fired several organic bombs at me. Looks like Dr. Animo played a lot with his DNA. Quickly transforming into Upchuck, I jumped forward and swallowed all the bombs, which I immediately digested. Not expecting such speed from me, Vilgax was shot in the face by my explosive vomit and flew into another room, through the wall that he had broken through with his body. By the way, it turns out I did get the perk Upchuck. Deal with Gorilla Mino. I ordered Ashley, after which I turned into XRL8 and sped off after Vilgax. Vilgax, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. I missed. I said with great joy in my voice, while smacking the alien on the head with my foot at full speed. I don't know who you are. And I don't care at all. When resurrected, Animo downloaded all the information about the Omnitrix aliens into me, so I know your every character and their every move. I will destroy you, and then I kill Tennyson and his family. Vilgax said aggressively as he got to his feet, attacking me with his retractable tentacle. Is that how? How interesting. But, I have to disappoint you. Your information will not help you much. Still, my fighting style is quite different from Ben's. I said quickly, dodging the tentacle at the same time. A nasty thing. And then, to prove my point, I turned into a humongosaur for the first time and grabbed Vilgax's tentacle. It will hurt. I said, while increasing in size. Pulling on the tentacle, I pulled Vilgax in and with all my power, hit him on the head. As a result of the impact, the body of Vilgax broke through the floor and flew down. Transforming into Gax, I jumped into the hole and quickly caught up with the falling Vilgax and added acceleration to him. His widened eyes when he saw a member of his own kind were very funny. Transforming again, this time to Cannonbolt, I curled up into a ball and fell right on top of Vilgax, who finally landed on the floor. Grah, unwilling to take the beating any longer, Vilgax growled and attacked me with an electrically charged punch that he delivered with his left arm. Fortunately, I sensed the danger in advance and turned into a buzzshock. Quickly absorbing all the electrokinetic energy, I sent it back to Vilgax, sparing no electricity of my own. I have to admit, you learned a couple of new tricks. Although, this is unlikely to save you. I said. And before Vilgax got up, I turned into a forearms and hit the alien with all four of my hands. Surprisingly, Vilgax almost had time to react and defend himself. Although, this did little to help him, and due to the impact, he flew back, knocking out the window of the building with his body, flying out into the street. Before Vilgax began to fall down, I turned into Jet Ray and caught up with the villain. After firing neuroshock beams at him, I gave him acceleration and he began to fall down again. But this time, Vilgax did not remain unanswered and again threw his organic bombs at me. Without departing from the classics, I turned into a Eagle, swallowed the bombs and fired from my horn, the energy received earlier. Vilgax began to fall even faster, but before he landed, I was already waiting for him in the form of a cloak. I grabbed it and together we moved into the shadow dimension, through the nearest shadow. Here, I cannot hold back and use all my most destructive hero. Where are we? Exclaimed Vilgax, hitting me in the chest with his elbow. Fortunately, I managed to transform in time and calmly grab the alien's hand. A place where I can have fun with you. But don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, it's not up to me to defeat you. But, unfortunately for you, only humiliation and pain awaits you in this place. A lot of pain. With a tiger grin, after all, I'm Wrath now, I said. For a second, I even thought I saw fear in Vilgax's eyes, but it quickly passed, and he again attacked me with his electricity. Transforming into a lodestar, I took control of the metallic elements of Vilgax's suit and sent him on a new flight, into the depths of the shadow dimension. Ah, Vilgax, I missed our battles so much. Just so you know, you're a great punching bag. Turning into Heat Blast, I called out with a huge smile. Looks like my inner sadist has awakened. Ashley POV. Well, where are they? Asked Gwendolyn, pacing up and down the room. It's been half an hour since Lex went to fight Vilgax. During this time, I calmly defeated Dr. Animo and unscrewed his head from the body of the gorilla so that he would not escape anywhere. After that, Gwendolyn returned for me and together we flew to the adult Ben's base, where I met him and gave the head of Dr. Animo. Since Lex hadn't returned yet, Gwendolyn was worried that Vilgax might have won. Unlike her, I was confident in my boyfriend, so I wasn't worried at all. This is not his first Vilgax. Calm down, Gwen. Lex fought much stronger opponents. Remember the same McGregor," said the adult Ben, who was in the form of a runner and rushed around the laboratory, doing some work. "But this Vilgax is much stronger than before," said Gwendolyn anxiously. "Ha ha ha, that's right. I added bioamplifiers and genetic implants to it. He is my masterpiece. That guy is definitely screwed." "Ah ha ha," Dr. Animo's head said while still laughing hysterically. "Shut up," shouted 10-year-old Ben and hit the flask with the head held by Max. "Ben, don't say that," Grandpa Max scolded. "But, Grandpa, I don't understand why this guy can fight Vilgax and I'm stuck here. He's only a few years older than me," cried little Ben in a whining voice. "Because, unlike you, he always knows what he's doing," said the older Ben. "Also, he's smarter and prettier than you." 10-year-old Gwen could not help herself and quipped, "Hey!" "Hey!" Both Ben shouted the same. It seems that these words hooked both. The skirmish that had begun was stopped by the notification sound on the computer. Running to his desk, 30-year-old Ben read the new information and said, "They are back." "Where are they?" asked 10-year-old Ben and Gwendolyn, Grandpa Max, and, oddly enough, Dr. Animo at the same time. "On the roof," said the older Ben, and dashed off to the roof. "Hey, wait for me!" shouted the younger Ben, and turning into the same alien, he ran after his older version. "Let's go faster!" shouted 10-year-old Gwen. "Okay. Hold on tight," said Gwendolyn, and grabbing her younger version, she flew after her cousin. "We should probably go there too," I said, and using telekinesis, I picked up Grandfather and flew after everyone. Dr. Animo was still in Max's hands. When we arrived, everyone else just stood there and watched Lex beat up Vilgax. He was not in the form of an alien, but only used his armament mana on a full body. Hitting the alien in the chest, Lex moved a little to the side and said with a smile, "Well, what? Satisfied with how I fight without using the Omnitrix? Just like a real man." "So, you kind of said?" "Oh my god, he's hot right now," I involuntarily thought, looking at how Lex dominates Vilgax. "I will destroy you," roared Vilgax, struggling to his feet. Unlike Lex, Vilgax was far from okay right now. Wounds and bruises could be seen all over his body. Almost all of his body was covered in his own blood. One of his hands was missing a few fingers, and his face was missing all the tentacles. Although, this did not stop him from fighting like a real berserker. Dodging Vilgax's last attack, Lex jumped into the air and kicked the alien in the back of the head with the heel of his foot. From the impact, Vilgax was slammed into the roof and he made a rather scary sound. "Well, everything. I think that's enough. You can finish with it," Lex said with a smile as he lifted his cover. "Finally!" 10-year-old Ben exclaimed loudly and, turning into a stink bug, flew to Vilgax. Although, the latter managed to get to his feet and dodged the attack. "Well, why are you like that? He can't do it alone," 30-year-old Ben asked with a sigh as Lex came closer to us. In proof of the previous words, the younger Ben just received a direct blow to the head from Vilgax. "Nothing, it will be useful for him to get some kind of combat experience. Besides, if you don't want to watch him get nuts, go and help him," Lex said with a smile, looking into the eyes of an adult Ben. Okay. Sighing heavily, said Ben 10'000", and turning into some kind of flying alien, he chased Vilgax and 10-year-old Ben, who had already fallen off the roof. "Isn't that too much?" 10-year-old Gwen asked worriedly. "Do you think it's right?" asked Gwendolyn in the same tone, looking at her cousin flying away. "Yes, I think in the heat of battle, they will be able to communicate well," Lex said with a smile. "Alright, let's get on the bus. Let's see how their battle goes, just in case." Grandpa Max said as the RV automatically landed next to us. This can't be, Dr. Animo said in shock, finally moving away from the battle he had seen earlier, when we all took our places. Chapter 98-97. Max's 81st birthday. patrasteriskian.com/sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Lex POV. After I gave Vilgax to the two Bens so they could have a normal conversation while beating the poor alien, we all got on the RV and were now hovering in the air, right above their battle. Everything happened quite predictably. Despite the fact that I dented Vilgax quite badly, he was still a very worthy opponent, especially for a 10-year-old Ben. Finally, Vilgax came in handy with his modifications and the information inscribed in his DNA. He began to slowly suppress an 30-year-old Ben. Still, Vilgax was right when he said he knew every Omnitrix alien and their movements. He was just unlucky to meet me. Are you sure they don't need help? Looks like they're losing. Ashley asked worriedly. Do not worry. Vilgax is already on his last legs. It's just that the two Bens need to find their rhythm and work together. I said with a smile, looking at exactly how it happens. 10-year-old Ben turned into Diamond Head, while 30-year-old Ben returned to human form for the first time and started fighting Ben style. That is, reckless and stupid, mostly relying on huge luck. Looks like you were right. Ashley said in surprise as the two Bens began to dominate the battle. Well, how was your battle with Goralanimo? I asked anyway. Pretty simple. He doesn't know how to fight at all. As soon as I beat his body, I filled it with rubble and twisted off his head. Basically, he's weak. Ashley said with a smile, clearly asking for praise from me. Hey! With indignation in his voice, shouted the head in the jar. Oh, Dr. Animo, I didn't see you. Long time no see. How are you doing? I asked with a sneer in my voice. Don't you see it? Your girlfriend destroyed my beautiful body. Animo yelled, almost blushing with anger. Yes, I see life has beaten you. I thought my Animo was unlucky. After carefully examining Animo's current state, I said. What happened with your Animo? 10-year-old Gwen inquired as we continued to watch the battle. Our first meeting, let's say, did not go according to plan. As a result, because of me, Aloysius received amnesia and now he is in a psychiatric hospital. With an awkward smile, I said. Truth? Gwen asked in dismay as the others listened to my story. Yes. Although, now he is doing very well. Last time I checked, he started a new study on animal cloning. And if he succeeds, he will not only be able to restore the extinction of rare animals and bring back previously extinct ones, he will also be able to start the production of cloned meat, which in the future will solve the problem of world hunger. I'm even thinking about funding his research. Honestly, he can save the world from many problems. I said honestly. How, after all, life turned around surprisingly, because of one too strong blow to the head. Wow! I didn't know Dr. Animo was capable of such a thing. Gwen said in surprise, while Gwendolyn and grandfather clearly agreed with these words. So my genius is recognized? Animo asked softly. Not yet. But, he started from scratch. Having got rid of the burden of the past and forgetting about all the things that had previously worried him, he again devoted himself to science. I think he is really happy now. I said, trying to influence Animo 10,000 a little. Still, whatever you say, but Animo is a real genius. One of the smartest people in the world, and possibly in the galaxy. It is unfortunate that due to some lost award, he embarked on a criminal path and ruined all his potential. Dr. Animo, hearing my words, fell silent, deep in thought. Perhaps he has a chance to start all over again. Looks like they're done. Max said, lowering the bus to the ground. Both Bens managed to defeat Vilgax and encased him in solid ice from which he could not escape. At least for a while. It's Vilgax, he always comes back. When we went outside, two Bens were waiting for us and both of them were obviously in a good mood. The older Ben was still in the form of Arctiguana, with which he froze Vilgax. Given the chance, I quickly scanned this alien. It won't be redundant. This is an alien, my second acquisition for today. When the older Ben chased his younger version and Vilgax, he turned into some kind of flying alien that I had never seen before. Fortunately, I managed to scan it. This time, I decided not to risk it and turned off the automatic scanning function. The last time my Omnitrix stuck to the Ultimatrix and only copied 20 aliens, it malfunctioned for a while and I had to fight without it. Who knows what will happen to the clock if they copy 10,000 aliens at once? I'd rather not find out. Still, no one will give me another watch of the same kind. What was that flash? Ben asked. Fortunately, he decided to refrain from excessive boasting. Do not pay attention. Okay, back to base. We need to bring you back to your time. And before that, celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Ben 10'000" said with a smile. Looks like 10-year-old Ben's psychotherapy worked just fine. Hearing what Ben said, Grandpa and Gwendolyn smiled happily and rushed to hug. I don't think he even need my help. It looks like 10-year-old Ben has the scariest technique in the world of Naruto therapy. Well, in this case, Ben therapy. Okie. Stop hugging. Let's get back. Adult Ben said with a chuckle. 5 hours later. We returned to Ben's headquarters, where we had a little party in honor of Grandpa. Everyone especially liked my cake. It seems that at this time there are some problems with chocolate and it is hard to get it. So Ben and Gwendolyn were especially pleased. While I was busy talking to 10-year-old Ben and Gwen, who constantly asked different questions, 30-year-old Ben managed to have a heart-to-heart talk with Grandpa, and they reconciled. At the same time, he apologized to Gwendolyn and Max for his past behavior 6-ire. He even refused to help the Galactic Enforcers and trusted them to handle everything themselves. Looks like his brains really fell into place. And now, I feel useless. Alright, guys, it's time for you. You need to be in time for another party. Gwendolyn said with a smile, opening the time tunnel for 10-year-old Ben and Gwen. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye. I love you, Grandpa. After first saying goodbye to me and Ashley, Gwen hugged Max and walked towards the tunnel. Having said a few parting words in the end, Gwendolyn let Gwen through the portal and she disappeared from this time. I love you too, Grandpa. I'm glad to know that you will be just as cool in your 80s. Hugging Max, Ben said with a smile. Still, he's not that bad. Sometimes. And you, next time we meet, I'll kick your ass. Ben yelled, pointing his finger at me, and then went to his older version to say goodbye. In doing so, he completely ignored Ashley. Perhaps I was wrong in my previous conclusions. Ben 10'000" spoke to Ben 10 for a bit, giving some parting words, and promised that he would never again become a boring adult like before and would always rely on his family. It looks like 10-year-old Ben never learned the whole story, which is not surprising. Such things, it is still too early for him to know. Although, that didn't stop him from reminding many-faced Ben of important things and helping him with his current problem. Farewell. Call if you need help. Ben shouted and waving his hand, jumped into the portal, which closed in a second. What a cute boy. Ashley said through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed at being ignored. I'm sorry, Ashley. He still has a lot to learn. Ben 10'000" said shamefacedly. Nothing, I understand everything. He is just a child. So what about us? What time do we get back? Ashley asked Gwendolyn. It's harder for you. You need to be sent to the time axis of another world, so this will require some calculations. And a lot of energy. In this, I need your help, Lex. Gwendolyn said, thinking a little. I don't mind, it's not difficult for me. Does it mean that we will stay here for a while? Yes, but only for a couple of days. I will bring you back, right after the moment you left. So you don't have to worry about being late for Grandpa's birthday, said Gwendolyn with a smile. It's okay, we don't mind, I said, and in confirmation of my words, Ashley nodded her head. I'm glad we were able to meet again, Bean 10'000" said, looking at me and Ashley. And then he added, unfortunately, I won't be able to give you time today. I need to talk to a few people and ask for forgiveness for my behavior. You can stay at the base, there are several rooms here. Make yourself at home. Again, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Turning into another unfamiliar alien, which I immediately copied, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great, another new addition to my collection. Grandfather, do you mind that he left? Ashley asked. It's okay. We celebrated my birthday so he can go. He needs to talk to a lot of people, Max said with a smile. Fortunately, this time, there was no hidden sadness in his words. Yes, especially he needs to apologize to Kai. I even feel sorry for him. With a smirk that said that the last words are lies, said Gwendolyn. Moreover, for tomorrow evening, we have planned a small man's party. Lex, I hope you'll join us? Max asked. Of course, I don't mind. Then Ashley and I will have a girl day, said Gwendolyn, embracing Ashley with a smile. Okay, I don't mind either. But, Gwendolyn, I wanted to ask why you wear Basil's charms like that. Ashley asked, pointing to the charms that were attached to Gwendolyn's right hand. What are you talking about? How else can I wear them? Gwendolyn asked incredulously. Ashley means, why didn't you bind them to you with a spell from the Book of Arcamata? I explained. Gwendolyn looked at me in surprise, then said, I didn't know that it was possible to do that. At one time, I destroyed the Book of Arcamata to keep it from falling into Hex's hands. Have you kept the book? Yes. And tied the charms. Although, there was only a spell to bind the charm of luck, but Lex decided to take a chance, and he managed to bind the keystone. And then Gwen and I tied the rest of the charms, Ashley said as she showed off her telekinesis and electrokinesis tattoos. I, in turn, showed the tattoos of luck and 10x enhancement. Gwendolyn's eyes lit up with excitement, and she asked hopefully, do you have a book with you? Not. I said mercilessly, destroying hope, and then returned it, saying, but, I have an electronic copy. Gwendolyn practically shook with delight and asked, you'll let me read it, won't you? I was never able to get my hands on it, and for several years I had to master the charms on my own. Of course, it's not difficult for me, I said, and took out my phone and began to figure out how to send the information to Gwendolyn. While I was doing this, Ashley decided to satisfy her curiosity again and asked, where is my alternate version? Kevin seems to be. I wanted to meet him and ask for advice about my powers. Upon hearing Ashley's question, Max and Gwendolyn's faces changed. It seems that fate still overtook Kevin, and he turned into a monster again. Poor fellow. You see, Ashley, Kevin is having trouble with his abilities, Max said delicately. He went mad with power again and we had to lock him up in Null Void, said Gwendolyn harshly. Oh. Sorry for asking, Ashley said awkwardly. Nothing. We tried to help him, but we couldn't. However, this does not mean that we have given up, Max said, trying to support Gwendolyn, who was clearly upset about the fate of her boyfriend. Okay, let's not talk about sad things. Gwendolyn, how about you give us a little tour of this base? I changed the subject. Of course, why not? Let's go to the basement first. There, we have a large null void projector, which is now the key to this entire prison. said Gwendolyn enthusiastically and led us downstairs. Another 5 hours later. As a result, we were given a full tour and were shown the most interesting places, including a museum with trophies. It was quite interesting to look at Ben's story through the glass case. My inner fan rejoiced. When we got to the flying board stand, Ashley couldn't help but take one to fly. Although she can already fly, according to Ashley, flying on a board is a completely different feeling. In the end, Gwendolyn gave Ashley one of Ben's boards. Ashley was extremely pleased with such a gift, especially when she found out that our Gwen already has one. After the tour, we went to a nearby restaurant, which, fortunately, turned out to be for people, and there was normal food. Although, Grandpa tried to take us to another place with more exotic food. It was lucky that Gwendolyn was able to persuade Max to abandon this idea. Then, we went to the cinema for a 7D movie. The special effects were just amazing, not to mention the immersive technology. But the plot, as always, left much to be desired. However, we had a good time. And now, Ashley and I were going to our rooms, which Gwendolyn had arranged for us at Ben's headquarters. Max has already returned to his RV and Gwendolyn to her apartment. We walked quietly down the corridor in awkward silence. And to get rid of it, I said, "So you're not boycotting me anymore?" At first, Ashley looked at me in confusion, and then, realizing what I was talking about, smiled awkwardly and said, "It was Gwen's idea. She decided that ignoring would be the best punishment for you. It's certainly unpleasant, but tolerable." "And what did she want to achieve?" I inquired. "I do not know. She just wanted to punish you so that you would understand your mistake," Ashley said with a shrug. "Already understood her, and I will do anything to redeem her. Though I still won't break up with Hope. As with you," I said seriously. "I know. You are faithful. Even a lustful." Ashley poked me in the ribs with her elbow. "Well, that's what I am. So, you don't resent me anymore?" I asked anyway. I did not take offense. I just decided to support Gwen. "However, you really were wrong." "Yes, I know," I said with a sigh. Stopping in the middle of the corridor, Ashley looked at me and said seriously, "You see, Lex. We have known each other for a short time, but you have changed my life a lot. You help me, you support me, and give me everything I want. You are wonderful, and I love you very much. You have one flaw, and I'm ready to put up with it, because your pluses far outweigh your lustful." Haha, thanks. That's good to hear. "And you really don't mind the way things turned out?" I asked, tightening my grip on Ashley's hand. "Honestly, no. After all, it was I who initially got into your relationship with Gwen, and it's not for me to complain about other girls. I just want that you loved me and paid attention to me, and the rest is not important," Ashley said sincerely. "I love you. You can be sure of it. I will do everything to show you this and so that you do not feel left out." Kissing her on the forehead, I said sincerely, "I know, I was just taken aback by the way you acted after meeting Hope. You became detached and even a little cold, as I now understand, out of guilt. Then I was just afraid that you stopped loving me and you no longer need me," Ashley admitted after wiping a few tears. "That will never happen. Do you hear? Since I started dating you, it means that I want to be with you. And nothing in the world can separate us. Get those stupid thoughts out of your head," I said harshly, hugging the girl. "Well, thank you. I just needed to hear it." Hugging me tight, Ashley said, and then added, "Just don't do it again." I was really scared and hurt. "Promise," I said sincerely. In vain, I still pulled with a confession. This only made it worse. "Okay, it's getting late. Time to sleep." Letting go of the girl, I said. "Yes, it's time," Ashley said as she wiped her face, then added in full, "Lex, aren't we alone right now?" "Yes. I don't think there's anyone else in the building. And what? I inquired. If you don't want to go to my room and stay there until tomorrow, Ashley said, cheeks red with embarrassment. What? I said, a little confused by such a proposal. I'm already 16. Ashley said shyly, looking into my eyes. Understanding perfectly well what she means, I decided not to refuse the girl and, picking her up in my arms, quickly ran to her room. You'll like it, I finally said to the embarrassed girl. Well, then, it was what you thought. Chapter 99-98. Kevin 11 foot 000. patrasteriskian.com/seckel11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. July 19, 2030. I woke up abruptly because of the alarm clock on my phone. I looked around the unfamiliar room, after which I remembered what happened yesterday. Turning my head to the left, I saw a pleased Ashley, who was now sleeping, leaning on my arm. Looks like yesterday it really ended for our first time. Not that I was against it. And I must say, despite the lack of any experience, Ashley is very good in bed. Fully awake, I carefully removed my hand, putting a pillow in its place, which Ashley immediately hugged, and got out of bed, trying not to disturb my girlfriend's sleep. Fortunately, I succeeded, and quietly putting on my clothes, I left the room. We didn't fall asleep until 5 o'clock in the morning, so Ashley will sleep for a long time, but she has put in a lot of energy. While there is time, I can work on my ideas, and when the girl wakes up, I will meet her with breakfast in bed. Using my X-ray vision, I made sure that there was still no one in the building, and with a calm soul I went to the basement, to the null void projector. Ever since I learned the fate of the local Kevin, I have been thinking about meeting him and helping with his situation. Actually, Kevin is a nice guy and I'm really sorry that he has such bad luck all the time. It's rather cruel that every time he ends up turning into an ugly mutant. And even if I had already prevented such an outcome once, it did not change his future. And so, he mutated again and is now locked in loneliness and null void, suffering from the madness inspired by his abilities. It's not that hard for me to help him, so I decided to do it anyway. Plus, it's perfect for testing my second strongest alien. And, to be completely frank, I wonder what will happen if I absorb all of Kevin's power, as I once did with the egregor. Still, this Kevin seems to have devoured 11 foot 000,000 aliens and I'm wondering how this power will affect my osmosion. So, it turns out that this one is not exactly selfless help, but who cares if I bring Kevin back to normal and return him to a normal life. With similar thoughts, I finally reached the basement and, turning into an echo, created one clone, to which I immediately gave the order, watch the projector and do not let anyone use it, neither from this side, nor from that. You will open the passage in 3 hours. If I don't show up, try again in 2. And so on, until I return. There is. Saluting, the clone turned into an upgrade and absorbed into the computer to freely control the projector. Unfortunately, in this world, my null void ring does not work, so I can only use this stationary projector. Most likely, this is due to the fact that in this time, null void is much more tightly controlled, and according to Gwendolyn, only through such a large projector can one get into and out of the void. And there are only about 100 such projectors, and they are all very strictly controlled, mainly by the plumbers and galvans. Opening the gate. I heard the clone's voice, and in confirmation, the gates to null void began to slowly open. As soon as a small gap appeared, an unknown creature from the other side began to try to break into this world. Quickly transforming into a chromastone, I concentrated the energy in my crystal horn and started shooting the alien's tentacles. Having lost several limbs, the creature let out a painful roar and quickly moved away, opening the entrance, through which I immediately flew. After a second of disorientation, I found myself in a purple dimension that was no different from the one I was used to. All the same asteroids and almost no gravity. After making sure that the portal through which I had just passed was closed, I flew to the nearest asteroid, on which I immediately landed. In this chaotic world, where it is not even clear where the top is and where the bottom is, I will never be able to properly orient myself and return to the same place in order to find the portal back. I'm sure that without the label, I'll definitely get lost. Unfortunately, the infinity tattoo won't be able to help me in this space. Without hesitation, I took out my scout drone and connected it to the phone so that I could find its signal. Then, I left the drone on this asteroid, covering it a bit with rocks. Unfortunately, I was also left without my indispensable assistant, so I have to fight as hard as I can to find my way back. After all, Morgana's main server is still in the basement of my house, in another world and in another time. My bracelet is not powerful enough to receive a signal from the server at such an unthinkable distance. When I was in the world of Gwen 10, Professor Paradox helped correct this misunderstanding, but not now. I have been planning for a long time to move Morgana's main consciousness closer to me so that she is always there, but for this I will need more time and preparation. So, I have to do without it in this kind of adventure. To be honest, I'm so used to the fact that she is always there, and now I'm without her, as without hands. I couldn't even remotely hack into Ben's computer and fort DNA to get interesting information, and that's the most annoying thing. But now it's not so important. And what's important is to find Kevin, wherever he is right now. Luckily, I won't have to scour this huge expanse, half the size of a galaxy, on my own. Just in case, I have a spell from my new grimoire given to Hope. When I have a free minute, I try to spend this time studying this magical book. After spending a couple of days learning the Ledger Domain language, I slowly began to dive into the book and have already read several hundred pages. However, apparently, this is just a drop in the ocean. As Hope said, there are thousands and thousands of pages in this book, each with information about different spells and rituals. Unfortunately, not all of these spells and rituals are useful. For the most part, there are a lot of spells that are useless to me, as well as rituals that I never intend to perform in my life, because it is such an abomination. It seems that Hope's ancestors were far from light wizards. At least in the past. But, as in any barrel of tar, I was able to find a few spoons of honey in the form of interesting spells, one of which is now useful to me. Taking out the grimoire, I filled it with my magic and opened it to the page I needed. When he hovered in the air on his own, at the level of my chest, I began to read a spell. Although the word read is not very suitable, because I did not need to utter any words, but only to perform a few hand gestures, in strict sequence, just like it is written and drawn in the book. This is the first time I've used a spell that requires the use of gestures, instead of the verbal formula I'm used to. Apparently, this spell came from somewhere in the East, where such spells are quite common, according to what is written in the grimoire. I don't think it's the right way to fight, but thankfully my spell is a search spell, not a combat spell. I performed all the gestures rather slowly, constantly consulting the book so as not to be mistaken, and after a minute, I put both hands on my chest, crossing them, while naming the target, Kevin Ethan Levin. As a sign that the spell had worked, a beam of energy escaped from my hands, crashed into the book, and then from the book itself, a thin magical thread appeared, leading into the depths of the dimension. Since I need to check all this is not a small dimension, I decided to use the grimoire as a hub to enhance the search efficiency. A useful feature of my book. Transforming into my fastest flying alien, Jetray, I followed the search string at top speed, dodging between asteroids. After 20 minutes of flight, a large asteroid appeared before my eyes, on which a large abandoned building was located. If I'm not mistaken, this used to be the plumber's prison. And it was in this prison that Kevin was imprisoned for several years, where he met a man who helped him reform and helped him take control of his abilities. And who died protecting Kevin. It seems that this is the reason why Kevin 11.000 decided to set up his base here. On the approach, I used X-ray vision and through the walls, I saw the 30-year-old Kevin himself in human form, who was sitting on a throne, right on the site of the former dining room. It seems that he was finally swallowed up by the dark side, and now he cannot do without pathos. Seeing that Kevin looked in my direction, I realized that he had already felt my arrival, so without hesitation, I accelerated and flew straight into the ceiling, which immediately broke through with my body and entered the room. Once all the dust and smoke that had risen from my arrival settled, Kevin was able to see me in my human form. Lex. Rather indifferently, said a 30-year-old lean man dressed in black proto-armor, with overly long black hair and black eyes, and a cross-shaped scar on his chin. Kevin, I said with a smile, examining Kevin's appearance. Are you still here? Kevin asked calmly, looking into my eyes. You expected me? I asked curiously. Last time we met, you promised to come to me when I mutate again to save me again. Although, you were something for a long time, almost 3 years have passed. Kevin said calmly, pushing back his long hair a little. Is that how? Well, sorry for the delay. Although, you are already an adult man, you could cope with your problems yourself. What is your mutation? Fourth? I said with a smirk to stir up Kevin, otherwise he is too calm. Fifth. Kevin said calmly, although in his eyes, I could see a flash of anger that instantly disappeared. Here you go. You turned into a mutant 5 times and all you have learned in all this time is to return to your human form. It's high time you learn to control your power and not let it control you. How much can you lose your mind, because of the same problem? Shaking my head in disappointment, I said, still smiling. You may be right, but there is one problem. Kevin said imposingly, lounging on his throne. Yes? And what is it? I asked curiously. But, instead of an answer, I received only a bloodthirsty smile and a blow from Kevin, who was sharply approaching me, which, at the last moment, I managed to block with a magic shield. I like being a mutant. Ha ha, Kevin shouted, madly laughing as he sent another punch at me, which I blocked in the same way. I like this power. Boom, I like this might. Boom, and I'm happy to use it to kill you and then Ben. Still, I'm the strongest, and this time, there's no way you can defeat me. Boom, Kevin shouted with madness on his face as he shattered my shields one by one. Before I could answer, Kevin turned into a monster and unleashed a barrage of fire at me. Kevin's appearance was an ugly mixture of a right fire tentacle, heat blast's upper body and head, forearms, left arm and lower body, stinkfly wings, one of which consisted of molten stone, a wild mutt's lower pair of paws, a ghost freak's face, another tentacles from the XLR-8 and upgrade parts, and several tails similar to the Null Guardian's tentacles. In general, he is still a freak, although he has the abilities of several aliens at once. Ha 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 ha. In all the years that I have been here, I have consumed 11,000 aliens, and now I have all of their power. Kevin screamed as the lunatic laughed as he continued to send jets of fire at me from his tentacle. You know, Kevin, I don't think it's worth bragging about. My calm voice sounded, straight from the center of the flame. What? Kevin asked incredulously as he stopped using his fire attack. From what I see and what you said, I can deduce that most of the aliens you have consumed are the Null Guardians and other inhabitants of this place, such as Havoc Beasts and Wixillian Org Beasts. And these aliens, to put it mildly, are not impressive. Also, don't forget that you can only absorb 1/10 of an alien's full strength, so that means you only have the strength of 1 foot 100 inches aliens, which isn't that much. Especially for this hero. I said calmly, gradually emerging from the fire, in the form of Andromeda. Seeing my appearance, I, despite the look of Kevin, saw fear in his eyes, which instantly turned into rage, and he shouted, "This form has only half the strength of the egregor, I have long surpassed this level. It doesn't change anything, I can still kill you." Is that how? Well then, let's check it out. I said with a bright smile, kicking Kevin's hand to the side, simultaneously hitting him in the stomach with a fist filled with Ariadne's electricity. The impact was strong enough to knock Kevin back 10 meters. But despite this, Kevin laughed and said, "It's useless. I have buzzshock power, so your electricity won't do anything to me. It only feeds me." Maybe. But that doesn't mean you don't feel pain. Instantly behind Kevin, I said, sending him nuclear energy from my chest. The power of my serum, plus, the power of the Keystone, plus, the Andromeda power, plus, the power of magical infusion, it's scary. Perhaps even too much. Gah, Kevin yelled as he tried to defend himself against the energy blast, but instead, he received a leg kick filled with Andreas knockback power. This is straight Hashoken, some. Well, Kevin, don't disappoint me. Haven't you learned how to use alien power properly? I said with a sneer in my voice as I caught up with my opponent again and shot him with high-pressure water, not forgetting to add some more electricity. My last words and blow made the guy very angry and he screamed furiously, activating the sound wave of the Blitzwolfer, which did not have time to reach me, as I blew it away with a powerful gust of wind from my chest. Still, the sound is only the vibration of air particles, which I easily stopped with the help of the air itself. Nothing complicated. Kevin, why are you so angry? I asked sincerely, quickly running up to him and hitting him on the head using Andreas's vibrations, Ariad's electricity, and Pandarus radiation. This blow had the greatest effect on Kevin and he let out a very painful scream, while spitting out blood. Are you having a bad day? I asked again, walking up to Kevin. Shut up! Kevin shouted and sent Petrosapian crystals, pyronite fire, and Nocidian electricity at me, which I simply brushed aside as they couldn't hurt me. But, to my surprise, it was not an attack, but a distraction. Taking advantage of the flame curtain, Kevin flew into the air, and now flew as far away from me as possible. You ran away? I asked in shock, and then added, how dare you? Indignant at such an ugly act, I quickly turned into Pym and, having drunk my own blue poison, increased to 20 meters. Using my strong legs, I jumped after Kevin, while destroying the entire asteroid, and with it Kevin's shelter, I quickly caught up with my opponent and tried to catch him with my hand. But, Kevin finally turned on his brain and became intangible. So he eluded me. Covering my giant arm with armament mana, I jumped again, this time pushing off my own magic construct. I caught up with Kevin again, but this time, I managed to grab him with my hand without any problems. It's good that ectonurites can't pass through magic. Let me go! Kevin yelled, trying to get out of my grip with Tetraman's power. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out. As you say. Let's play a little baseball. I said, after which, having found a new support, I stood up and swung, shouted, fastball. And then, I threw Levin with all my power, right into the asteroid, which he pierced with his carcass. "AAA," was all Kevin replied to my kind offer. What, he is still impolite, it is necessary to take care of his upbringing. Hey Kevin, where are you going? Wait for me. We just started playing. Ha ha ha, I shouted out loud laughing, after which I turned into my new alien received from Ben 10,000 and chased Kevin. I'm getting too violent, lately. I thought, looking into the eyes of Kevin, who again flew away from me in fear. Though, it's just a process of education. I thought as I hit the clone of Kevin he had created while I wasn't looking. It turns out he has the power of Ditto. Don't worry, Kevin. I will save you from your madness. You will return home and everything will be fine. I said with a wide smile, hitting the already real Kevin with my wing. Who else is insane here? Thought Kevin, flying away from the new batch of beatings. Still, I'm a very good person. Helping a friend when he's having a hard time. I thought, chasing Kevin again to give him another helping of help. Chapter 199. Another Day in the Future. Patrasteriskian.com/Sekal11. Check out my Patrasteriskian if you want to get a few chapters in advance. Check out my side work One Piece, Nemo's Golden Lottery http URL. Future Max POV. In good spirits, I arrived at Ben's base. Finally, he dealt with his problems, and we were able to reconcile. I am glad that a smile appeared on his face again and that now, I can once again give him my support, just like before. I really missed this. I never thought that Gwendolyn's idea would work so well, although I'm just glad about it. As I entered the main living room, I saw Ben, who had shaved off his beard and immediately looked better and younger, and Kai, who had hardly changed in the last 15 years. They were talking to each other with a smile. It seems that they have already managed to make up and the personal life of my grandson has also improved. Now, I can retire with peace of mind, without worrying that Ben will be left alone. Unable to hold back a joyful smile, I went up to the children and greeted them. Good morning. Kai, I'm very glad to see you. You look great. Hi, Grandpa. Ben smiled and hugged me. Mr. Tennyson, I'm very glad to see you too. Kai said with a bright smile and hugged me as well. I see you have spoken. I said with a smirk, looking at the shy Ben. He's 30 years old and he still reacts so funny when I discuss his relationship with him. It's nice to see that some things don't change. Yes, Ben asked for forgiveness. And I decided to have mercy on him and give him another chance. For now, let's look at his further behavior, and then maybe I'll say yes. With the same smirk, said Kai, mentioning something very significant. What? Ben, did you? I asked in shock, realizing the meaning of the girl's words. Offer to marry. Yes, yesterday I asked Kai to marry me. Ben said, rubbing his cheek in embarrassment. It is high time. I'm so happy for you. I shouted and pulled both children into a crushing hug. Grandpa, it's too early to rejoice. Kai said she would. We're not getting married yet. Trying to get out of my arms, said Ben. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. My grandson finally had the courage to propose to his girlfriend. You are finally old enough to take responsibility. There was a chance that I would live to see great-grandchildren. This is the best day of my life. I shouted, laughing with happiness, hugging Kai and Ben even tighter. Grandpa, Ben said awkwardly, blushing with embarrassment, still trying to wriggle out of my arms. Seeing that Kai was as embarrassed as Ben, I let them go and said more calmly, I'm very happy for you. Please accept my sincere congratulations. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Mr. Tennyson. Ben and Kai said at the same time, holding hands. Kai, I told you a long time ago, call me Grandpa. Moreover, soon we will become relatives. With a smirk, I said. Grandpa. Ben shouted, unable to stand my jokes. Okay. I'm kidding. Haha, laughing at Ben's reaction, I decided to step back and stop bullying my grandchildren. I will have a chance to do it in the future. Anyway, are Lex and Ashley up yet? I asked to change the subject. Today, I haven't seen them yet. Ben said calmly, regaining his composure. I'm so glad to meet them again. I wonder if they have already met my alternate version. Kai said with a smile, still holding Ben's hand. As far as I understand, not yet. I said. It's a pity. Kai said with sadness in her voice. Do not worry. But now, you can show your best side so that Lex and Ashley can quickly get along with your alternate version. Ben said, supporting his girlfriend. You're right. Thanks. Kai returned a smile to her face. Maybe I should go wake them up then? I asked. I think, Ben tried to say something, but we were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. We all turned towards the sound and saw a very pleased Lex enter the room. Lex, good mo, I was about to greet him, but stopped abruptly when I noticed that Lex was dragging something along the ground, holding it with his right hand. Good morning, Grandpa, Ben, and a strange girl who I believe is Kai. Nice to meet you. Lex said with a friendly smile, coming up to us, continuing to drag along the ground, as I now understood, someone's body. Neither of us said anything, and we just watched in shock as Lex walked over to the couch and laid the body on it. Now we can see who it is. To our shock, we realized that this was Kevin Levin, our old friend/foe, who had been locked up in Null Void for the past 3 years. And he looked pretty bad. His entire body was covered in bruises, his long hair, which he had grown since the age of 18, was almost completely burned. Luckily, he was alive and just unconscious. Kevin! Ben said in shock, the first to come to his senses. Yes. I could not sleep, so I decided to personally see what happened to him. In general, if I omit all the details, he should now be in order. At least his sanity. As for his body, I'm not sure. Lex said calmly with a shrug. What? How? What the hell? Ben asked in shock, accurately describing our current state. Help him, somehow, and I'll go to the kitchen. Something made me hungry. And, it's time to wake up Ashley. Lex said and left the room, completely ignoring us. Well, what was it now? After a couple of minutes of silence, Kai asked. Before Ben and I could say anything, Kevin twitched and shouted with fear in his voice, still completely awake, "No. Lex, don't. I promise I'll be good. Please don't hit me anymore." There was another deafening silence as we processed the new information and tried to make sense of what was happening. After a couple of minutes, Ben exhaled heavily and said, rubbing the bridge of his nose, "Phew. He, as always. Lex just can't sit still and not do crazy things on a whim. And after all, every time, he succeeds. Just an impossible person." "Haha, yes, it looks a lot like him," Kai said with a laugh, looking at Kevin with pity. "Yeah, the guy got it. Okay, it doesn't matter now. Grandpa, call Gwen. I think she'll want to see Kevin. In addition, we need the power of her charm of resurrection," Ben said as he lifted Kevin's body into his arms. "Right," I said, pulling out my extra phone and dialing Gwen's number. "Kai, go to Lex and Ashley. Make sure he doesn't do anything again," Ben said, on his way to the infirmary. Kai just nodded and walked towards the kitchen. I just got through to my granddaughter and began to explain the whole situation. Lex POV. After I finished preparing breakfast, I put everything on the tray and went to Ashley's room. I was in a great mood, so I even danced a little. Further fight with Kevin went without any problems. I did my best to re-educate him, and when I knocked him unconscious, I turned into an osmosion and absorbed all of Kevin's absorbed power. I must say, it took a decent amount of time, since there was really a lot of energy. Looks like Kevin actually absorbed the powers of over 10,000 aliens. Although, as I thought, most of these aliens are weak inhabitants of Null Void. But, nevertheless, their quantity, in general, compensates for the quality. To be honest, Kevin is my strongest opponent at the moment. To win, I used my second strongest alien and a few buffs. And although it seemed that I managed effortlessly, I really had to try to surpass Kevin. But now most of these powers belong to my osmosion. Once I absorbed all of Kevin's power, I immediately turned into a human, not wanting to risk it. I still don't know if my form is mutating like Kevin is. And I don't know if I can use the powers of other aliens. To be honest, I didn't want to experience the backlash from the osmosion forces again. So as soon as I felt the pressure on my mind shields approaching, I cancelled the transformation. This time, there is no almighty Time Lord around to help me, so the osmosion form is banned for the near future. I hope Hope finds a mind shield that I can use, just like Ashley did. But, nevertheless, I think this sortie was not superfluous. Perhaps I have a new candidate for second place. With similar thoughts, I went into Ashley's room and saw how she was still sleeping, sprawled on the bed, exposing her breasts. For a second, admiring the view, I said, going to the bed, "Wake up, beautiful." Lex? It's morning already?" Waking up at my voice, Ashley muttered, struggling to open her sleepy eyes. "Yeah, it's time for you to get up." With a smile, I said. "I do not want. I can't. I can hardly feel my legs." "You've gone too far," Ashley said with a smirk, clinging to me and not at all embarrassed by her nakedness. "Ha ha ha, you didn't say that last night." "Who asked for more?" I said laughing, stroking her hair. "Shut up," Ashley said, punching me in the ribs. "Okay, sorry. But, it's really time for you to get up. Grandpa and Ben and his girlfriend have already arrived," I said. Hearing me, Ashley abruptly opened her eyes and abruptly jumped up and ran to the bathroom, saying in passing, "Why didn't you say before? We can't let them know what happened between us. I'll burn with shame if they realize that you and I, last night." "You can take your time. They have things to do now," I called through the locked door. Did you save that Kevin? Ashley asked calmly. Do you understand that I want to do this? I asked with surprise. I know you too well. When Grandpa Max told me about Kevin, I noticed how your eyes lit up. Not literally, of course, but it usually happens when you have an idea. You are too fond of being a hero and saving everyone from adversity. Also, I think you're becoming a combat maniac. Ashley replied, turning on the water in the shower. Yes? You may be right, I muttered, remembering the last 2 battles I fought. But my thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Who's there? Ashley asked, also hearing the knock. Ben's girlfriend, Kai. I said, peering out the door with X-ray vision. And then I added, you wash yourself, I'll talk to her. But before that, I used the spell Libertas Aries to clear the entire room of the lingering smell of sex. This, by the way, is a spell from Bezel's book. It's good that I still learned all the spells from there. Hey, Lex. With a smile, said a beautiful 30-year-old girl with brown skin, long black hair and brown eyes, when I opened the door. Hello, Kai. Right? I said with a friendly smile. Right. Kai Green. You don't know me yet, but I've known you for a long time. Pretty soon, you'll have to meet my version of your world. Kai said with a smile, looking around the room curiously. Is that how? It's good. I just said. Where is Ashley? Kai asked, clearly beginning to suspect something. She's in the shower. Understandably. I see you've decided to have a joint breakfast, so I won't disturb you. When you're done, go to the infirmary, everyone has gathered there. Pointing to a tray of food that lay on the bed, Kai said and left. Did she understand anything? Ashley came out of the shower as soon as I closed the door. Not. I'm sure not. I lied, smiling. Could see everything in Kai's eyes. She is a smart girl, and quickly put 2 and 2 together. But I don't want to upset my girlfriend, so it's best to hide it. It's good. Let's have breakfast and you can tell me about Kevin and how you fought him. Ashley said with a smile as she wiped her wet hair as she sat down on the bed. Certainly. I said, sitting down next to me, beginning my story.